FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day. Great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. I forgot we added that. Let's do it. And they did it last night, man. The Rockets did it. They did a tap dance on the Warriors' face and made them like it.
I never doubted them. I'll tell you what, if there was one steadfast and confident voice in Houston yesterday, it was Seth C. Payne.
That's right.
Just never doubting the greatness and magnificence and the ability of the Rockets to
citing all the history of coming back from down 3-1 of great Rockets, which is true. The Rockets have actually, in somewhat historic fashion, come back from 3-1 a couple times in their history.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So. And honestly, they scored the most points that they've ever scored against the Warriors in the playoffs. That for this team to be the team that scores the most points they've ever scored against the Warriors in the playoffs, that's a pretty damn impressive showing.
Yeah. 131-116, the final score last night. Welcome in, everybody, on a Thursday. The perfect day that I hoped for in the final segment yesterday. 2 out of 3 happened. The Astros couldn't seal the deal with the Tigers. They left plenty of guys on base to try to seal the deal. We'll get to them in the next segment. But the good news, and LeBron is out of the playoffs. We'll get to that as well. But the big news, 131-116, the final score. The Rockets literally ran the Warriors off of the floor last night. Steve Kerr waved the white flag halfway through the third quarter and put in all the subs, who were a much bigger pain in the ass than the starters were in this game.
Yeah. I get it. I understand, but if they had a 30-point lead that they let dwindle down to 17 with the backups in. When the Rockets starters came back in, it still got dwindled down to 13.
Yes.
I just you know what? If there's one good thing to come out of the Warriors' incredible run over the last decade or so, it's that you still had drama in the second half despite having a 30-point lead.
Yeah, I guess. I texted you at halftime because this was as dominant a half as the Rockets have played all season. Like maybe this might be the most dominant performance in a first half that this group has had, since they've put this crew together here, the Şengün, Jalen Amen crew that they've got here. And I texted you at halftime. I said, this is going to be a 10-point game at some point. Like they weren't going to keep shooting 69% from the field and 60% from three. I was being somewhat tongue in cheek. This team has, when they've gotten big leads in this series, let them slip. Even in the game they won in Game 2, they were up by 20 points at various times in that game and could have put the foot on the throat of the Warriors, and the Warriors would come back with an 8-0 run or a 7-0 run. So I thought a run would come in the second half of this game. I didn't think it would come with the Warriors' backups in against the Rockets' backups, and I actually. Maybe I'm being overly critical, and good for them going out and running the Warriors off the floor. Like I should be much happier about this than if it were a close game, because the Rockets really showed what their ceiling was last night. The starters and the rotation, the 8 guys that matter did. The game ended, and I'm like, why am I so agitated? So agitated that he brought the bench in. And they were shooting, like they were taking shots. It was the opposite of what the Rockets have been doing in this series. They would come in and take shots like 3 seconds into the shot clock.
Like Jabari Smith Jr. was just right. This is okay. Hey, you guys, you get to go in and play.
Yes.
But just be somewhat responsible about it.
Yes.
Jabari Smith Jr. is like, yeah, hot potato.
Yeah, they're like, no, I'm going to drive this car really fast. I know you're finally letting me drive the car. You're going to drive it. So I don't want to get too. I don't want to get too swept up in that. It was a great win.
And honestly, when the backups come in, you've got guys that have barely touched the floor at all in this playoffs, and it's. Ultimately, I guess that's on Udoka. All right, let's be. This is a team in the Rockets that did squander, a 15-point lead with 4 minutes left against Minnesota earlier this season.
They had one against Miami as well. Yes.
Yeah.
They had a couple games like that. I was surprised that he almost gentleman's agreement with Steve Kerr that we're going to all put our backups in. I know he didn't have a gentleman's agreement, but I was surprised that Udoka, given that if you lose this game, your season is over. Like, don't let any opening here for these guys, It
was a weird night because the Warriors actually out-rebounded the Rockets. It's a relative rarity for the Rockets. But when it really, really mattered and when the Rockets built up their lead, they converted 5 of their 7 offensive rebounds while the Warriors went 8 of 23. And it was just a deluge of basically Amen Thompson taking what he wanted from the Warriors buffet. Yeah. And in the first half, getting running, and I'll tell you what I was most upset about last night, Sean. The halftime show on TNT. I flipped over. I want to be sure. Oh, let's see what they got to say with it. Boy, they looked like a bunch of old men who were had taken all their meds. They were just when you sometimes walk into an old folks home, and everybody's just kind of sitting around at the lunch.
What did they say? I didn't watch. What did they just not give the Rockets?
Chuck said the same thing 3 times. They're running and they're pushing the pace and that's what they got to do. Yeah.
Okay. Were they disappointed?
And then Kenny Smith said, the Rockets aren't going to lose this game. Yeah. So it's just a matter of when they decide to pull their starters. It's very boring.
It was very boring. Yeah, I don't know what analysis I thought about that this morning. I'm like, okay, what nuanced takes do we have on this game last night, the chess game between Steve Kerr and Ime Udoka? The Rockets shot the ball really well, and the Warriors didn't show up last night. Like there really isn't. I didn't see what you're talking about. In their defense, there's not a lot to say. Like the Rockets at halftime were shooting 69% from the field, 60% from 3, and maybe the biggest one was they were shooting 85% from the line. They're making their free throws when it mattered last night. When it was still a game, they were making free throws last night.
They weren't just pooping their pants at the free throw line. These simple things, and some of the guys that don't have to be huge scorers actually being efficient players.
Yep.
So that was really good to see. They had their backs against it. What did I ask for? Honestly, without sarcasm yesterday was, hey, with their backs against the wall, can they show up and deliver? And they did it the way they need to do it. Amen Thompson in particular was the best version. I will credit the Warriors players and Steve Kerr for this because they are not making a big deal out of it, even though the Warriors broadcast and idiotic fans are. Look, they're going after Steph Curry's thumb.
Yeah.
And Steph, honestly, Steve Curry, I tried real hard to listen for any snideness or snarkiness in it. Steve Kerr basically said, that's what the rules are right now. They allow you to swat a guy's hand after the ball's gone. It's been happening all year. Steph's got a thumb. They're going to go after it, and that's what the Rockets should be doing.
Dillon Brooks talked about this after the game. Dillon Brooks was the one who was getting the most heat for it. And there was one particular play where Steph was openly complaining about it, and it was Dillon Brooks who hit him. Here was Dillon Brooks after the game last night when he was asked about it.
Dillon, one of the Warriors broadcasters tonight said he thought you were intentionally trying to swipe down on Curry's thumb, and Kerr was asked about it and said it happens around the league, that it's allowed by the rules, so players throughout the league do that. What do you think about that?
No, I've been playing the game. If you're gonna come play the game injured or whenever you got, it's all about the game. If I had an injured ankle, I would attack that ankle every single time. So, whatever they're saying on the broadcast, they can keep saying it.
It's very football mentality. You know what I mean? You know a guy's got guy's got a rib. Where are you going to hit him? You know, like you're going to hit him in the ribs.
Right.
You know, it's just how it goes.
If your running back comes into a game with bruised ribs, you're going to just be sure you attack the midsection. It is weird. It's one of those things that this year people are really exploiting. So so be it, and they can take it up in the postseason with the rules committee.
Yeah, ask the competition committee about it in the offseason. We got a series to win here. So that was good last night, man. That was very, very low stress until midway through the fourth quarter. I did get nervous when he brought the starters back in. I mean, when they got taken out, you turn off the gas. You know, like you start you start to die down a little. The adrenaline starts to go away. You know,
mentally, physically,
checked
everything.
Out.
It is. It's kind of when you've been taken out of the game, because this happened to me once in a preseason game. When there was no chance I was going to be, I was a starter, I was a veteran, I got taken out, and I had no thoughts whatsoever of playing. And then all of a sudden there was a deluge of injuries with the young guys.
Yeah.
And I was the youngest of the veteran starters. So they were like, hey, Seth, get ready, you might have to go back in. And it's scary as hell.
Yeah.
Now with that, it was. I mean, I'd been sitting around for over an hour or so.
Right.
But yeah, you're not. So I had the same concern, Sean. Like, all right, God, please nobody pull a hammy when they go back in here.
Well, injuries. I didn't even think about that. I was just thinking about the lead in the game. Like, and then they give up a couple buckets, and it's down to 13 all of a sudden. You know.
It was dual for me. It was the lead in the game, but more likely if the lead kept to dwindle, once the lead was down to 13, I thought, these guys are really going to have to start playing hard, and that's when you pull a hammy or something.
Yeah.
You've already gotten
well,
pulled.
or even when Amen Thompson went to the hoop that one time after they came back in, and it looked like way to the hoop, and he's down. He did that thing where he's down, face down on the floor, and he's not flipping over. And that's when you're like, oh God, this bench, because they blew. They gave up. They came in. They were up 29. They came when the white flag moment was with 50 seconds left in the third quarter. Jock Londale and Reed Shepherd came in. They are the two walking not surrender flags for the Rockets, but they're like sort of the get ready crew is in. This game is over. And in 4 minutes, they coughed up 12 points of a 29-point lead. And so
Well, and this is a game where, look, if you want to be a genuinely great basketball team at some point, I don't think you can rely on Fred VanVleet being the yard marker for whether, hey, if Fred plays awesome, then you're going to beat this team in the playoffs. That's going to dry up come the conference semifinals or the conference finals in any given year. So with Jalen Green, I kept trying to just be as cool as possible and say, all right, you know what? I just got to remember, as long as you're not relying on him or depending on him to be the alpha, and he doesn't turn the ball over. I don't think he had a single turnover last night.
Yeah, that's the big
all right,
thing.
He played professional basketball, scores 11 points, whatever. If you do let's say they brought in Antetokounmpo and Jalen Green wasn't part of the package, you're going to see a better version of Jalen Green if you've got other actual alphas and difference makers out there.
It could be that he's just a supreme complimentary player. That might be his thing.
Right.
He has the occasional 38-point game, but nights like last night, like just don't lose the game. He took 8 shots. He didn't turn the ball over. Had 8 assists in 28 minutes. That's fine. As long as everybody else is hitting.
Really nice kick out to Tari Eason for that corner 3.
Yeah.
Like that kind of stuff that you can see. So, but he has definitely 100% reached that level where I have no qualms about trading him. I'm being generous in that I think as long as you don't expect him to be somebody that he's never really shown he can be, which is a game-in, game-out alpha, then, he can be a valuable part of your basketball team.
Yep.
But there's zero part of him that's untouchable.
I think it's interesting. Şengün and Jalen Green had the least field goal attempts of the starters last night. But everybody was clicking last night. There wasn't a single guy who wasn't doing really good things out there. All right, Payne and Pendergast, we're off and running. Good job, Rockets. 3-2, the series. Back to San Francisco they go. For Game 6 on Friday. It's going to be a fun Friday night, man. You get a little Astros action on Friday night there in Chicago, and you get a little Rockets action as well in San Francisco. 8 o'clock tip on Friday night in Game 6. All right, speaking of the Astros, they got some big news yesterday. We've got a hard date on the return of Lance McCullers. Also, they couldn't sweep they could not sweep the Tigers, but good things coming out of this series, I would say. as they head up to Chicago to hit a little nice easy patch of the schedule. We'll dig into the Astros from yesterday, and we'll get to headlines a little later on this hour. We're off and running on a Thursday. Payne and Pendergast. Stay there.
There's good things.
American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Rockets win last night. We'll revisit them in headlines in just a little bit as we welcome you back in on a Thursday. You can text the show, 713-572-4610. I came into the show saying that the Rockets did a tap dance on the Warriors' faces and made them like it. Somebody points out, well, actually, Sean, they river danced on the Warriors' faces. LOL.
Lords of the dance, we are.
Yeah.
That's where, if the Rockets don't have a banner up that says Lords of the Dance for Game 7,
Yep.
I will be just incredibly disappointed in them.
I love that I've given you an opening now that when you and I text each other during the day to explain to me like every little thing. Like you had a joke about the Harlem Globetrotters. I said on the Globetrotters are a team that barnstormed back in the whatever it was. You explained to me who they were, and I responded with a river dance gif.
Well, yeah, because I sent you a picture of Curly Neal.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know, Curly was the one who specialized in dribbling. It was after Brendan Rodgers' dribbler with his torpedo bat,
Yes.
where we realized that the torpedo bat doesn't do anything for your sprint speed as you got thrown out at first.
That's right.
The torpedo. They were talking about the torpedo bat and how Dubon had stopped using it.
Oh, he
Brendan
did?
Rodgers was using it. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And Rodgers dribbles one towards the shortstop and just can't hoof it out to first.
Nope. So the Astros lose yesterday to the Detroit Tigers. You know what? They lose yesterday to the Detroit Tigers. I'm not going to get too worked up over it. You had Blue Ball coming up from Sugar Land to make a start here for them to kind of give guys a little extra rest. This felt like a game, not that they were punting on, but they felt, for lack of a better way to put it, Seth, they felt comfortable. If they had to lose this game, they felt comfortable doing so. Like, all right, we're going to put Blue Ball out there. It's a day game. We didn't play Jordan in this game. It's a day game after a night game. We got an extra day to get Jordan 2 days of rest instead of just one, and whatever happens in this game.
Well, and Blue Ball, in the inning in which he let up 5 runs, was it the third inning? They were all unearned. There was a bad error. From Pena thrown to Rodgers.
Horrible.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened on that play. He shoveled it into right field.
I still blamed Rodgers on that. Altuve, 18 inches shorter than Rodgers.
No, he would not have. Yeah.
That one, even though I don't mind that error by Pena, it doesn't bother me whatsoever compared to some of the errors that Pena was making last year. Because Pena was making just wild throws to first at times last year.
Yep.
This was more of it was still a pretty athletic move. He just misfired on the throw.
So Blue Ball pitch. Actually, I mean, you're right. So, only 2 of the 7 runs were earned. I mean, he gave up a grand slam. That's not good. He did strike out 6 guys. I did hear the broadcast Callis say that. Like, as they're kind of doing the autopsy on Blue Ball's first major league start, and he pitched 4 innings, gave up 5 hits, walked 1. But I think it's a good point. Like, I know you would jokingly rib me about it last year when Hunter Brown was not pitching great, but he was still striking guys out. And you would talk about how sexy I thought strikeouts were. It is sort of an indicator. Like, all right, there's some, like the strikeouts are, even when you're giving up 7 runs, if you're striking out 6 major league hitters in a good lineup, and that's a good lineup, they're one of the best teams in the American League, in 4 innings. Like, okay, look, Blue Ball is not going to play into this season for if Blue Ball is a significant part of this season, something has gone terribly wrong medically with the Astros starting rotation. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like so it is what it is yesterday. Like, it was cool seeing his family clap for him and things like that, but yeah. Yeah,
that was, and I couldn't tell I was in and out yesterday. Yesterday could have been a magnificent day in terms of the schedule for Houston sports fans.
Yeah.
And that you had an afternoon baseball game.
Perfect
you had
day.
You had an early Rockets game.
Yes.
And it ended up being really good. I mean, you didn't watch the second half of the Rockets game, and they got to bed on time.
Right.
Even though they knew in their minds, okay, this is the Warriors, and this is a Rockets team that's blown some late leads.
Yeah.
But by and large, the Warriors never really got themselves back into it.
No.
That part was good, and you got to watch afternoon baseball.
Yep.
So what I was saying is I didn't I was kind of in and out Blue Ball was having that miserable inning where he didn't let up the 5 runs. None of them were earned, but 5 runs scored, whether that was when Julia was interviewing his mom or not.
I think it was
I always feel bad for the pitchers' moms when their son is making their debut and getting just shellacked.
I didn't see Julia's interview with them, but I did. I mean, during the first inning, they wouldn't stop showing his family. I'm not saying that with any contempt. Like, that's what they were doing. Like, after his first major league strikeout, first guy he gets out, they flash over to him. It was really cool. Like, I think it was his mom. It was his mom
and his girlfriend.
Yeah, she was crying the whole time during that whole first inning. Now, I am a little bit of a sadist in this way. Like, when Torres hit the grand slam to make it 7-0 or 7-1, whatever it was, I was kind of like, I think it was 7-1 because Pena hit a home run in the first inning. I'm like, I'll flash back over to him now. Let's see how they're doing. I'm an a-hole.
That would be a fun thing to do for the opponent.
Yeah.
Right? Have the home broadcast team flash over to an opponent's rookie's parents or something. Let's do that. Can we get on that, Space City?
Giving up 7 runs. It was a weird series. The teams that scored first in this series went 0-3 because Pena hit a home run right into the little tiny corner. Jeremy, nice job. It was. I'm happy with how this series went. They're the best team in the American League by record, at least. You took 2 out of 3. The game you lost was a minor leaguer starting for you, your best hitter. I know Jordan's not statistically their best hitter. He's their best hitter. He sat this game. He didn't play at all in this game. And they had chances. They left 12 guys on base, and 8 of them were in the last 4 innings of this game. Like, they had bases loaded in the 6th. They had 2 runners on in the 8th and 2 runners on. They had plenty of opportunities in this game, you know?
They had the tying run at the plate in the last 3 innings and just could do nothing with it.
Yeah.
They've had some nice little surges and spurts here and there, but they're still one of the worst offenses in baseball.
Yeah, but like it's cool. Like Jeremy Pena, like that Jeremy Pena is kind of taking to this leadoff role is again, it's only been a few games.
He had his first George Springer of his career.
Thank you.
The leadoff home run.
Yep. And so he's kind of taken to this new leadoff role. So that's been nice to see. The other big news yesterday was Lance McCullers. We've got a date, and his return is going to be Sunday. I mean, it's a pretty momentous thing, man. It's been 2.5 years since it's 900 and something days since he's pitched in a major league game. When we last saw Lance McCullers, he was giving up 5 home runs in a World Series game and trying to eat up some innings for the Astros in Game 3 of the World Series back in 2020. 22. One of the worst teams in baseball, the Chicago White Sox. Lance did a little hit with the media yesterday before the game. How's it feel to be back?
It's been a really long road for me. I thank my teammates, coaching staff, Astros organization for standing by me and supporting me. And I'm excited to just kind of get this type of stuff done with, and then just get back into the flow of pitching for this team.
Yeah, it's funny because Lance has been around for so long, and he's 100%, an aged veteran at this point. Yeah. And yet, the amount of emotion and everything that goes into something like this. My biggest fear with Lance is that he's an emotional guy. He's aged a few years by now, but that he's just kind of
hyped up
there.
Yeah.
And just I think with Lance, I would imagine that part of some of the problems with his long rehabs and setbacks are that he's just constantly pushing.
Yeah.
And I think that he's going to go out there, and I think he's going to be really good. I think that part of it, he's a guy that can handle the emotion really well, and it just don't outpitch your tendons and ligaments.
Yeah.
That's all I ask for on Sunday.
That's right. Be kind to your tendons and ligaments. I think people are very cautious about getting excited about this, and I understand. I'm very excited about this. I think the thing you need to remember is that I know Lance McCullers has rarely been healthy the last several years, but when he has been healthy, especially in the latter part, especially the last couple of years before this recent setback, he was really, really good. Like, he's got a career ERA in the mid-3s. He was 7th in the Cy Young. That was when they lost him during the postseason that year. They lost one of the best pitchers in baseball during the postseason the year they lost to the Braves. His comeback the following year in the World Series championship year, down the stretch, he started 8 games. He was 4-2 with an ERA just a little over 2. Like, when he's on the mound, he's good. These rehab starts, these last 2 or 3 rehab starts, granted, against minor leaguers, really good. Like, really good. And the pitches are doing the things he wants them to do in terms of velocity and shape and all those other things. I'm allowing myself to get excited about this, Seth. And in my mind this morning, I'm thinking, okay, I'm allowing myself to get excited. I'm going to compare this to episodic television. You know, like when Jon Snow got killed in Game of Thrones, but they brought him back to life.
Right.
You know, it would have been easy to go, well, he's just going to get killed again. That's what the McCullers people are, who are like, well, he's just going to get hurt again. You wouldn't do that if you were watching episodic television. Allow yourself to just view it as an episode of Game of Thrones. Lance McCullers even looks a little like Jon Snow. You know what I mean? Like he's now he's got the kind of the long dark hair. He's got sort of that, the tortured.
He doesn't have that dumb look on his face all the time that Jon Snow did.
No, but
he's like Jon Snow, but a lot better.
But they're both very handsome, dark-haired guys. The ladies like them both, I'm sure. And so, like this is Jon Snow getting brought. When Jon Snow got brought back to life, and you're watching Game of Thrones, you're like, he's just going to get killed again. No, you were like, oh my God, he's brought back to life. And I know this is several lives that Lance McCullers has now been. Yeah. Lance McCullers has been brought back from several lives now, but allow yourself to get Jon Snow excited about this.
Yeah, I think people are going to be amped up. That's going to be what time is that? Is that
it's noon or 1 o'clock start?
I'm clearing my schedule.
I am too
for Sunday.
Well, this is significant.
I'm not going to be. Hey, listen, sorry, starving children that I usually go out and feed.
Right.
Hey, sorry, all of the old people that I go and read books to at the old folks' home.
Yep.
And sorry to the 8 different churches I go to. I got to clear my schedule on Sunday.
Hey, homeless, you're going to have to find your own food on Sunday. Seth is busy. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be less of a hero for humanity on Sunday.
That's right.
I got to watch me some Lance.
That's it. Here's Lance McCullers on how he feels physically right now.
My last 2 outings, I've felt really good. I feel like my stuff's been pretty crisp. So obviously it's been a long layoff for me, and there's probably going to be things I have to work through and get my feet back under me and things of that nature. But I feel like I'm in as good of a spot as I can be coming out of rehab. Rehab games, I should say, and I'm excited for Sunday.
Okay, you hit the biggest thing there, Seth, is that he's got to make sure the emotions are in check. I would put the odds on somebody getting hit. A batter getting hit with a pitch in the first inning at plus 250. Somebody's dead. Remember Game 7 of the World Series back in 2017? Lance started that, and he beamed 3 guys in the first 2 innings of that game.
A part of that, those Dodgers are getting a little too comfy.
I don't care.
Squeezing the plate, and he's like, I don't care. I'm just, I'm gonna rifle this on the inside. I know I don't have control, but I will get you moving your feet a little bit.
Somebody's getting beamed on Sunday, not intentionally. I don't mean like up and in on the chin because I think Lance. This is going to be a little understandably so.
Okay, would you prefer Lance to come in back when the Astros still had a losing schedule or a losing record and things were way more uncertain to where now everything is stabilized a little bit and you feel like, okay, we can give a game up or something? I'm glad that it's under these circumstances.
That they're a couple games over, that they've straightened things out.
Pressure, as much pressure as there can or cannot be in an early regular season game.
Yeah.
I feel like the team itself, the psyche, at least of the fan base, is in a much better place.
Oh yeah,
now.
no, to answer your question, I don't have a strong. I didn't even think about that. I don't have a strong preference either way. I'd always rather, it's better that he's pitching when the team's doing well.
It doesn't feel like he needs to be a savior or something. The pitching is phenomenal so far.
Yeah.
And they're winning games with it. The pitching has been phenomenal all year long.
Yes.
But they weren't winning enough games with it early on, whereas now you've built yourself at least a little bit of a micro cushion.
No, this is a big deal. Like, if he comes back and is healthy and is in your rotation and he's starting every 6 days or whatever it is they settle on for a rotation, 5 or 6 man rotation, this is a very, very takeable American League right now. Like, the American League... you just saw the best team in the American League is the one you just played, and you beat them twice. Could have beat them 3 times if you could get a couple base hits late in this game. You're right in there with all these teams. It's the National League that has all the good teams. There's 6 elite teams in the National League. The American League has none of that. This is a very, at least right now on May 1st, this appears to be an American League that is going to be there for the taking for a team or two that can do some things on the margins, and Lance McCullers could wind up being a big deal.
Is out there yesterday instead of Blue Ball. There's a chance that the Astros are only one game behind the Mariners right now instead
That's
of
right.
2.
That's right.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah. So it's a potentially a really big deal. I understand people laying back, don't want to get excited. Lance has been hurt 5 other times in his career. Screw it. I'm going to allow myself to get excited about it. You know
where I was looking up the team batting stats earlier.
Yeah.
And there's. the Rockets are they're getting back up there. I just in terms of runs scored, the Astros are 22nd right now.
Mm-hmm.
The Rockies The Rockies are bad, but the Rockies are dead last and playing half their games at home there. That's just that is a miserable feeling.
They've won 4 games all year.
Yeah.
Like they're threatening the White Sox as to be the worst team ever.
But even if you had told me the Rockies had lost 4 games all year, you're still playing at home there. You can't possibly be dead last in offense.
That
and
team
yet there they are.
Yeah, they suck. They're horrible. Hey, we're proud to partner with the
Cubs are at the top, if anybody's curious.
Dude, Tucker and Bregman are both killing it right now. Both of them are killing it right now. The big topic in Boston is Bregman going to opt out of his contract after this year. That's the big thing.
Of course it is.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Remember those idiot Bostonians that for some reason thought it was good that he had options?
Yeah.
Because he was on a good team now.
Yeah.
And and he's got options, so he can keep it. No, that's not the option doesn't work that way.
No.
The option is a protection against if the player plays awful and then still gets paid the next year. It's his
part of the Insperity Invitational. It's happening at the Woodlands Country Club tournament course this weekend. Stephen Alker, David Duval, Ernie Els, John Daly, and more on the PGA Tour champions of the PGA Tour champions best are on the course right here in town. An incredible weekend of championship golf teeing off tomorrow. Entry to the tournament is free. For score updates, tee times, weather notes, and more, and weather notes are key. More information, head to InsperityInvitational.com. Your headlines are up next. Rockets win, Astros lose. We'll revisit both of those. And somebody is gone in the NBA playoffs. We will get to that in headlines next.
Hey, Mother's Day.
See Kinetics.
Payne and Pendergast with Today Mentee Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines. Rockets win last night, 131-116. Really no stress during that game last night. They were up by 30 in the first half of that game. The Warriors literally took their starters out with 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. Steve Kerr, and I think it was a smart thing to do. That group of starters was not coming back against that group of Rockets because the Rockets would have kept their starters into, I would imagine, if Steph Curry and Draymond Green, et cetera, are all out there. So they take the starters out. Ime Udoka was asked after the game about keeping their foot on the gas until the bench came in.
All the above. Physicality, attention to detail, focus, effort, communication, all the above. The things we talked about where we have to be consistent in those areas, we were from the start on both ends. Great defense. Had some guys that made some threes that we don't mind taking them, and other than that, we locked in on everybody and then turned our defense off and got out and ran.
Yeah, it was about as close to a perfect game, until the bench came in and coughed up 12 points of the lead in 4 minutes.
Right.
It was.
While
the starters were in, this was a perfect game by the Rockets.
I was a little bit torn, too, is that, Jabari Smith Jr. is jacking up shots like 3 seconds into the play clock when you have a lead like that. And yet, the way they got that lead was by playing very aggressively. They had a bunch of steals in the first half, and that was what was working. I remember somewhere towards the end of the first half, Whitmore just barreled into two Warriors, and I'm like, what are you doing? Then I remembered, okay, yeah, look, they've been playing aggressively like this. Even I don't know. I know you're a little bit more agitated with the fact that the Warriors were able to claw their way back into a 13-point deficit.
Yes.
I'm cool with it because I fully expected the Warriors, backups or not, to get some shooting going in the second half.
I'm agitated, not like they're going to lose the series agitated. I was just mad that I was mad because they were doing it by being stupid and by not getting rebounds. There were possessions where the Warriors were literally getting 3 and 4 shots at the basket,
If you had told me, when the Warriors had those 3 offensive rebounds in a row.
Like that's
and
it.
And they just kept missing. You're like, no, not this team. Not the Warriors. I don't care who's out on the floor.
No, and I don't want that to be the headline either. I was agitated after the game was over because it didn't have to be. It shouldn't have had to be that way. That's neither here nor there. I'm not worried. The Rockets had to bring their starters back in. Nobody got hurt. It's all good. I think to me the big takeaway, Seth, as we head to Game 6 on Saturday, is that in the games the Rockets have won, they have clearly been the better team. And I know in Game 2 there was no Jimmy Butler and Podziemski had food poisoning and he didn't score a point in that game. Whatever. They ran the Warriors off the floor in that game. They ran the Warriors off the floor in this game. The 3 games the Warriors have won, the Rockets have been in all of those games. Those have been, particularly the last one, where they had a chance to win it at the end. Now that and $5 will get you a cup of coffee. You're still losing this series 3-2. But my take stands at the beginning of this series, which is the Rockets are the better team. They're the more talented team. They're the better team. They can't shoot free throws, and that's been a big problem tonight. I think they can go to San Francisco and win this. I don't know if they're going to win the series. It's hard to win 3 in a row against anybody.
Right.
But they can go win this game on Saturday. This is a Warriors team. They're better than this Warriors team.
And the old thing, too, is I think that because you're agitated, not you, Sean, personally, but because the Rockets are not a great scoring team, the tendency is also to think, all right, they're not going to shoot 68% of the floor from the floor. Right, but they didn't have to last night. They had a 30-plus point lead.
That's right.
If you don't have to shoot 68% from the floor to have that lead. The turnover, the steals, the pressures, putting the ball. The rebounding disadvantage that the Rockets had is a little bit of an illusion because when it really mattered, the Rockets took advantage of their second chance opportunities. When the Warriors weren't scoring, the Rockets were grabbing rebounds. So all of that, when it really, really mattered in the first half, they were doing everything according to plan.
The Warriors got 8 of their rebounds on 2 possessions. Right. With the bench in there. All right, so we'll talk more about the Rockets at the top of the hour. It was a great win. It was a great win last night, and we'll talk about it more at the top of the hour here. Continuing with headlines, LeBron is gone. They lose to Minnesota last night. The Lakers do 103-96 in a game where the Timberwolves shot, Seth, 7 of 47 from 3. You lose a game by 7 at home, an elimination game where the opposition shoots barely, 15% from three, and you lose that. Now, when I heard this audio we're about to play from J.J. Redick, I saw this. This was before the game. There was a reporter questioning J.J. Redick about, hey, are you going to consult with your assistants? Well, we'll let you hear the question. The genesis of the question is that J.J. Redick basically didn't sub anybody out in the second half of the last game, and LeBron didn't score in the fourth quarter. Like, they're all sucking wind out there because he just left his starters in the whole time. Here was a question about J.J. Redick leaning on his assistants for help with the rotation.
As you watch the film, what do you recall about your thought process in the moment, sticking with the five you stuck with in the fourth quarter the other day? And is there an assistant or someone maybe that you'll lean on tonight, maybe to try to get some other guys involved if that opportunity presents itself?
Are you saying that because I'm inexperienced and that was an inexperienced decision that I made? Do you think I don't talk to my assistants about substitutions every single time out?
No, I just think there's a lot of coaches lean on their assistants in those situations.
As do I, every
on.
single time. That's a weird assumption.
That thud you heard was the mic hitting the table and J.J. Redick storming out of the interview room.
Hey, listen, I was dumb on my own accord, all right?
Dude.
I was dumb in a conventional fashion, not in a rookie coach fashion. You think I can't be dumb like a veteran NBA coach?
Right.
Go die, reporter.
Yep.
Yes.
I pounded that Timberwolves money line button after I saw that. I'm like, that's how wired he is and sensitive he is before the game, they're definitely losing the series, even though they don't win that game. J.J. Redick is so far out over his skis that I'll tell you what. I used to be a big LeBron fan. I become less of a LeBron fan through the years. I could take or leave Luka, whatever. Watching J.J. Redick lose this series in 5 is what I'm taking the most joy in out of all of it.
Yeah,
he's such a bee sometimes, man. Like he's yeah. So
he's the smartest guy in the room. He's 100%. He just gets things the way other people don't. Of course, I use my assistants.
Yeah,
and I told them all to shut up because I'm a rookie head coach.
That was one of those questions.
Doesn't know that I've got too large of an ego to actually accept the input. That should have been the follow-up question. Okay, well, you talk to them, but do you listen to them?
Yeah.
Well, why exactly did with this council of elders you have around them? Why did you leave them out?
That's
there?
right.
Yes.
That's right. So the Lakers are gone. My prediction, Seth, for today is that on the debate shows that are going to be on our TV here in studio shortly, Get Up, First Take, that there will definitely be a how does this affect LeBron's legacy question.
Oh, they love the legacy stuff.
They love the legacy stuff.
And one of them will claim that this is what people are going to remember.
Well, there's Barkley, right? Well, now Barkley, I think Barkley's a little. I think he's a little off on this take, but it's Barkley because LeBron is now losing in the first round on the regular, or he has at least a few times with the Lakers. Like this Laker run, they won a COVID title, and other than that, it's not been good. It's not been what they expected. Charles is saying LeBron in NBA history. Yeah.
No. So if he had just retired 5 years ago, then
still be a top 5 player.
He would still be a top 5 player.
Yeah.
But I know it will come up. You know what? That's going to be the most depressing thing. Is that 17 years from now, you're going to see somebody on ESPN arguing about the waning years of LeBron versus the waning years of Jordan.
Yeah.
And LeBron in his waning years was still more effective and had teams that were going to the playoffs compared to where Jordan was.
Oh, and Jordan,
that's what tips the scales.
When Jordan went to the Wizards. Yeah. The other caption, the other question that I guarantee you we will see. I guarantee the legacy one with LeBron is that's a layup. That's an easy one. Do you think we get is Nico Harrison vindicated topic on these shows today, on the national yammering at each other shows? Nico Harrison, the Mavs GM who made the Luka trade. Yeah.
No, I don't think Nico can't be vindicated until the Mavs actually finish higher than the Lakers.
Agreed.
At the very least.
Yeah.
Right? If somehow he had retained his two best players and they were healthy and they were in the playoffs and they had won this round of the playoffs, they could. But the guy that you traded Doncic for is perennially injured.
Yep.
And that's the problem. So, no. Somebody will claim that he is vindicated. And I am totally open to the possibility that 3 years from now, people have amnesia about what they said about Nico Harrison.
Yes.
It could very much happen. But, no. You cannot in good conscience say that this is vindication.
I totally agree with you. My question is, will it be a topic on those shows?
I think so.
I think so too. I mean, that's an easy one, you know.
Just as a quick roundup for what the Lakers have done since they won the COVID championship.
Okay.
Lost in the first round of the playoffs.
Yep.
Didn't make the playoffs.
Yep.
Lost the conference finals.
Yes.
Go team. And then lost in the first round.
Yeah. 3 first-round exits, 1 complete no-show in the playoffs,
Yeah.
and then a conference finals appearance.
In 4 of the last 5 seasons, they haven't made or haven't progressed past the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, just how they drew it up with LeBron there. And for sure how they drew it up when they brought Luka in with the trade. I really enjoyed that last night. I love for those of you getting in your cars, Astros lose 7-4 to the Tigers. Lance McCullers makes his return to Major League Baseball Sunday against the White Sox after 2.5 years of rehabbing an injury. All right, let's circle back to the Rockets, who are being accused of something that is perfectly within the boundaries. I loved Dylan Brooks' reply to the broadcast team on the Warriors feed about a topic that has all of a sudden become, at least in the Warriors' eyes, somewhat controversial. We'll have that for you. We head into a nice long segment. We got a lot to get to in the 7 o'clock hour. And who is the only untouchable Rocket, according to an article about a possible Rockets trade in the offseason? We'll tell you who that is as well, coming up next.
Yeah.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Not as dominant a performance as you could have with the Rockets last night. As we welcome you back in on a Thursday, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. I apologize if I said headlines on Saturday. If I accidentally said that, I got a couple texts. Game 6 is on Friday, 8 o'clock, Friday night. Be there. And
relatively early. That's nice.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Yeah, we went into this series versus the Warriors worried about two things. One, that it is the Warriors after all. And two, crap. Late nights. Last night was nice, especially the Rockets. This is when I did. You know what, Sean? When I felt comfortable, because I had the same worries that everybody else did at halftime, which is, I know it's a really, really nice lead, but it's the Warriors. And this Rockets team still has some young players on it, and they've relinquished some big leads, sometimes with only a few minutes remaining in the game before. But Kenny Smith almost said almost like it was the 11th commandment that the Rockets are going to win this game. Mm-hmm. He just said it like it was a fact of life. And I was like, oh, okay, all right. I'll set my mind at ease. Yeah, they're going to be just fine.
They didn't let up the start. I mean, they came back in. I guess reportedly, I didn't see Steve Kerr's post-game press conference, but apparently Draymond had gone to Kerr and said, look, let's see if we make a little run here in the first 5 minutes, and if we don't, then let's live to fight another day.
Look, and credit to Coach Draymond. I think that was going to be Kerr's. That was pretty much the consensus for what you would think Kerr would do anyway. You go out and you see if Curry hits 4 threes right off the bat or something, then we're going to keep it in. But then you make the decision that midway through, which he did midway through the third quarter, he yanks everybody.
Yeah, Kerr brought it up. That's why. Yeah, and so
he tried to give a little love to Draymond. He's like, hey, Draymond came up. I'm just go ahead and make him feel good about it.
Well, it is funny like that Steve Kerr, and I know Steve Kerr's not necessarily like saying that the Rockets. The topic that we teased into this was this notion that the Rockets are going after Steph Curry's thumb on his shooting hand. He's been wearing a brace on it. He's had thumb issues in a few of these games this series. It has not hindered him even a tiny little bit. Like he's still Steph Curry. It is kind of funny to hear Steve Kerr like just even talking about like the frustration of teams doing it, even though if it's still within the boundaries of the rule. Kerr is expressing a frustration about it. Anytime Steve Kerr expresses frustration about anything that has to do with physicality or officiating or things that are on the edge, I'm like, dude, Draymond is on your team. Draymond Green is on your team. Just stop it already.
He was okay. So in Kerr's defense, I guess they asked him specifically about that, and I felt like he said it kind of matter-of-factly that he doesn't like they've been doing it all year. It's within the rules that you can hit a guy's hand after he shoots after the ball is gone, and that they'll probably change it in the offseason. So I didn't think he was particularly criticizing the Rockets. He was saying, hey, this has been happening all year. And they're doing it. It's within the rules.
God.
Don't play with an injured thumb if you don't want your thumb knocked around.
I hope they don't change it in the offseason. That getting a bunch of calls about the hands hitting each other after the ball is away. Ugh.
Yeah, people will stop doing it though. I think is the thing. That's true because then it'll be a judgment call whether it was incidental or intentional.
Yeah,
or whatever.
Like if it were any other player whose thumb is but the greatest shooter in the history of the game, and his coach is a chronic complainer.
Speaking of fouls, were you surprised that Udoka challenged that Şengün foul?
Maybe a little bit. A little bit.
I thought it was pretty. I thought it was a foul, but at the very least, I thought it was just very close enough and negligible enough that you don't necessarily have to challenge that. The
only reason I was surprised he challenged it is the analytics of the situation, which is the only thing that you're getting out of is it was an and one. So the two was still going to count. Like you're only getting out of you're not getting out of a 2 or a 3. You're getting out of one free throw. Like the math doesn't add up there.
A point in the game where you've got a nice margin, and that all right. If the worst possible thing happens in the second half, save all of those as much as you can.
I wasn't surprised. Like put it this way, Seth. If it was the fourth quarter and it was a closer game, I would have said yes, definitely challenge that. Like it was a marginal foul. It looked like there was more physicality than there actually was because Şengün didn't even really touch Butler until after he had released the ball, and he hit him on his off arm. He didn't even hit him on the shoot. Like his body hit Butler's off arm. So when I saw the replay, I'm like, he's probably not going to win this challenge. I don't even know why he's doing this, because all you're doing is, if you win it, all you're preventing is a free throw. And I guess a foul on Şengün if you're worried about Şengün getting into foul trouble, but whatever. Like, Şengün hasn't even been, like, Şengün's been decent in this series. I don't think, he's not been as good as some think he's been in this series. But to answer your question, I was a little surprised only because it was just for the and one part of that thing. Like, it wasn't going to negate.
The ball hadn't gone in. I mean, also, Şengün touched the rim while the ball was in the air.
Oh, did he? I didn't see that.
I thought maybe I saw it wrong, but anyway.
I didn't see that.
So Brooks is not shying away from anybody suggesting that he's intentionally hitting Steph Curry's hand.
He's not. Here's Dylan Brooks when he was asked about it after the game last night.
Dylan, one of the Warriors broadcasters tonight said he thought you were intentionally trying to swipe down on Curry's thumb, and Kerr was asked about it and said it happens around the league, that it's allowed by the rules, so players throughout the league do that. What do you think about that?
No, I've been playing the game. Shoot. If you're gonna come play the game injured or whatever you got, it's all about the game. You know, if I had an injured ankle, I would attack that ankle every single time. So, whatever they're saying on the broadcast, they can keep saying it.
Yeah, I poke thumbs. That's what he just said. Back away. I'm Dylan Brooks, and I poke thumbs.
I poke bears and thumbs.
Those two things, yes.
Can we get a video at some point of Dylan Brooks going around poking things that he's not supposed to poke?
Completely innocuous things, yes.
Or that you're allowed to go on one of the guards at the things you can and can't poke.
Right.
And then he goes and does one of the guards at the palace there, Buckingham Palace. Then he gets hit with the butt of a rifle.
I was going to say, be careful. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, so Dylan Brooks last night, like, he's going to keep doing it, and they know that. You know, Steve Kerr knows that.
It's I don't know. It's a little bit more of a touching people on their foreheads, you know? You're being a constant annoyance. Hey, if Steph Curry had a bruise on his forehead, Shane Battier is not going to stop touching the bruise on his forehead as he shoots.
His hand in your face. Someone points out on the text page here, 713-572-4610, what about back when the Rockets were playing the Warriors in the 2017 playoffs? They didn't play the Warriors in 2017, but whatever. Back in the playoffs, and James Harden had a hurt wrist on his shooting hand. I believe Draymond chopped at it, got a technical foul for doing it, and after the game admitted he did it on purpose. That's true. I saw several people pointing that out on social media last night. Like, yeah, right, this is something the Warriors have done before, too, yes.
Yeah, the Warriors are not allowed to argue about ticky-tack stuff like this or getting away on the fringes of the rule book. This is the Warriors have been really good at that, and they've got one of the most egregiously violent and illegal defenders in NBA history in Draymond Green. Yeah. So there's nobody – listen, trust me, Northern Californians, nobody around the world or within NBA league offices or anything are saying, oh, those poor Warriors.
Right.
Oh, well, yeah, actually, maybe in the NBA league.
Well, no, and this is funny, too. I saw Adam Spillane tweet this. He must have tweeted it last night. I saw it this morning after I woke up. And it's an interesting point that the Minnesota Timberwolves winning that series against the Lakers, that's clearly the less of the two marquee teams in that series, right? Like, it's, like the LeBron and Luka. Obviously, the Lakers are the marquee team. Spillane's point was that the winner of the Rockets-Warriors series is going to face the Timberwolves on the short end of the stick when it comes to the officiating in these upcoming games, because the league wants the Warriors. The Warriors are with Steph Curry and all these titles, are a more marquee team than the Rockets. I don't know that they're more fun to watch play. Like, the Rockets are chippy and they run and they're young and they defend and all these things. But the Warriors draw the casual viewer more so than the Rockets do. It's an interesting theory. Spillane even said if they have to put Scott Foster in a wheelchair to get him to San Francisco, they will get him there to officiate that game. I thought that was funny.
I don't
buy that?
No, 100% in terms of ratings and what have you. Yeah, the Warriors are going to draw way more than the Rockets would. The very thing that make the Rockets competitive is that the fact that nobody knows who their good shooters are because there really aren't any. That at any point, like last night, all the starters scored in the double digits.
Yep.
Jalen Green just squeaked his way into it with 11 points. But I'll credit Jalen Green for first and foremost not turning the ball over. And he made some good decisions. That kick out to Eason for the corner three was very, very nice. He did what he needed to do for a complete team effort. And Amen Thompson was the best version of Amen Thompson.
That was the big thing. Amen Thompson being the best version of himself. Like if you're Jalen, just stay within yourself, man. Like if you feel the game, if you feel the tide starting to turn on your team, or if you feel like the team's getting snowed under, I think there is this pressure on Jalen to feel like he's got to be the guy. And I think that's the hope in the building there, is that he becomes that guy. So I think there's junctures in the game where he feels like, well, I got to go be that. And so what's happened in these losses when Jalen's been so bad is that he takes it upon himself and he's trying to create something that just is not there, and he's turning the ball over.
In a similar vein, we talked about it yesterday, where I feel like in some ways, man, if Jalen Green had been a 20th pick overall, that might have been the best thing for his development, because instead of just trying to be everything all at once, you got to focus on the things you're good at, get better at those, kind of do it brick by brick by brick. We talked about this with Forrest Whitley, and this was before he got injured again. But when Forrest Whitley came in, had his good appearance that he did this year, if you could go back in time and make Forrest Whitley a 5th-round pick or something, he would be this nice story of a guy who's been kicking around in the minors, and now he's 28 years old and he's getting his shot. Like so many other guys, like Ronell Blanco or others, have finally gotten their shot when they're 28, 29 years old. That it would be all right, But you got to somehow divorce yourself from the expectations, and that's what I'm trying to do with Jalen Green. Is that I 100% do not look at him as untouchable anymore, but if they were to bring in Antetokounmpo or Durant or somebody else, and you look at Jalen Green as not a guy who is ever going to be the alpha or the lead dude on your team, he can be a really nice complementary piece on this basketball team. It's just that you just got to abandon your expectations of being a high pick.
Yeah. Along those lines, Tim McMahon of ESPN had a really good piece, long-form piece on the Rockets and what the offseason today before they won that game. This piece would have been really poignant had the Rockets lost that game last night. If they'd lost that game last night, Seth, and lose that series in 5, and especially getting eliminated on their home floor, we would be coming in here today, and Kevin Durant and Giannis Antetokounmpo and Zion Williamson's name got mixed into this article, Ja Morant. Those would be the names you and I would, and we may be talking about them on Monday, like if the Rockets get knocked out in 6 or 7 games. But Tim McMahon has a long piece about the Rockets still looking for that star. Like Şengün is an all-star, but not a superstar. Jalen Green has done some good things. And it's a really interesting piece because Patrick Fertitta, Tillman Fertitta's son, who is, he is basically ownership's representation in the day-to-day operation of the Rockets. Patrick's 30 years old. He is a big part of this interview and this piece. He did a long conversation, and it's very clear that from the Fertittas to Udoka to Rafael Stone, the GM, it's very clear, at least outwardly, that their hope is to get to a championship level with this group. They don't want to have to bring in reinforcements or bring in a hired gun to get them there. They might need to. They're still teetering on the brink here, down 3-2. To me, I thought the most interesting revelation in this article was this paragraph here. The evaluation of the initial playoff experience for the Rockets' rising young stars will be an important element of those internal discussions. So how the playoffs go, that's going to be a big deal. A blockbuster trade would to other front offices that Amen Thompson is considered untouchable, which I think you asked me that question. Like you asked me to kind of power rank the Rockets' young assets last week when we were talking about Kevin Durant. And that was my take, was that Amen Thompson's not getting traded. Everybody else is in some degree of the conversation. Apparently the Rockets front office agrees with that. And, Amen Thompson has a chance to be a super-duper star. He's already elite. He's already one of the 5 best players in the league on one half of the court. He's already an elite defensive player. And it feels like he shows more and more offensively. He knocked down a 3 last night. Like if Amen Thompson starts to develop a consistent outside shot, like, look the hell out. Like,
well, and if you look at where the strengths of this team are right now, like they were the number 5 defensive rating team in the league this year, but they're going up against a team that once Jimmy Butler was added became one of the very best defenses in the league. Also, the Warriors finished like ranked 7th or 8th in defense, but they were top 3 after Jimmy Butler got there. And you just, when you're going up against another team with a good defense and you don't have shooters on the floor, it's great. You still got that strength. And by and large, you've still limited the Warriors in this series enough you could have the lead right now.
Yeah.
They got to bring in shooters. So I don't want to relinquish Amen Thompson.
No.
Whereas with Jalen Green on the offensive side of things, he's just not putting up what he needs to be putting up in comparison to what you expect out of
names they threw out there in this article. And again, a lot of it comes down to what do you have to give up to get him. Kevin Durant, a lot of the people have spoken on that. I'm curious what people think. Text in 713-572-4610. I'm okay with Kevin Durant. Again, as long as the package makes sense. Like, they'd have to give up less to get Kevin Durant than they would have to give up to get Giannis. Giannis is 7 years younger and playing at an MVP level. But Giannis's name gets mixed in. I'm curious what people think about Giannis because he's obviously a great player, but doesn't address what this team is worst at, which is shooting. He's a bad foul shooter. He's a bad three-point shooter. He's obviously a freak when it comes to everything else. I have zero appetite for Zion Williamson, who has a great appetite for lots of foods.
Especially in Houston.
Yeah.
You can't go from one fat city to another fat city.
No.
That's not what's he needs to go somewhere where there's sparse. I don't know.
Portland.
Maybe somewhere on the West Coast where people eat super. If you don't eat super healthy, you're kind of an outcast.
Right.
Yeah.
I think like Portland or somewhere like that.
He needs a
Sacramento.
culture change.
He needs to go to Sacramento, middle of nowhere, California.
Sacramento feels like the least West Coast of all the West Coast cities,
which is probably okay. Like he's just, it's just
but still, no. He needs to go to a place where people are like trendily emaciated.
A lot of kale.
Yeah.
A lot of kale.
Yeah.
And a lot of
where at any given
sprouts.
if you just duck in somewhere, there's a place that is few actual barbecue joints and everything is possible.
There you go. John Morant's name gets mixed into this. I got no appetite for John Morant on this team either. If I had to power rank those 4, I would go KD, because I don't think you have to give up as much to get him, and I think he fills a need here. I'd go KD, Giannis, Ja, and Zion. Zion's the one I have the least. Like, Zion gets hurt all the time, and he's fat. And even when you watch him play, like, he scores like 26 or 27 a game, but it's not like a super efficient and very, like, inclusive 26 or 7 where he's making everybody better around him. Like, no. He's just driving to the rim, making you wonder, how does a guy that fat get up that high? That's amazing.
He doesn't have the ability of a Charles Barkley to be overweight but still realize your potential greatness.
Yes, yeah. No, he's always going to be overweight. Charles at least got in somewhat decent shape from time to time. Devin Booker, someone's saying, give me Devin Booker, he fixes the problem. I'm surprised his name didn't get mentioned in that article, but I think Devin Booker is absolutely in play for this team.
Devin Booker or Kevin Durant, who do you like?
I would have said Kevin Durant a couple of weeks ago, but Jalen's performance in the playoffs has me a little concerned, so Devin Booker has moved back up the board for me. That's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, and a proven playoff performer versus whatever the hell it is Jalen's doing.
Who can go get you baskets? Who's going to do it in a smart way? And, just people saying Giannis greater than Kevin Durant. Text message, another one. Give me Giannis. Thought about it long and hard and would prefer to give up Şengün, but I would do whatever it takes, minus Amen Thompson. I think that's something we all sort of agree on, is that, like, all right, whatever the trade is, don't include Amen Thompson in it. Yeah.
Giannis, imagine, I know he doesn't like playing center and whatnot, but if last night the big man lineup, yet again, yielded man lineup plus Giannis.
Oh, geez.
How do you feel about that?
Giannis? Yeah. Well, they got to bring back old Stevie Ray Adams, because he's a free agent after this. You bring him back, you trade for Giannis, and you stick him out there with Jabari. That's Steven Adams, a Celtic New Zealand warrior, and 2 just freakish praying mantises out there with their big long arms. That would be fun, man.
You know, it was weird. It was the last. I don't know why it took me this long to make the comparison, but I was as I was watching Şengün lumber around the court in his very unique lumbering style, where he just still gets to where he needs to get, just so straight-legged. I feel like Ursary, the offensive tackle for the Texans, there's a little bit of there's a connection there where, man, I've never liked the way it looks with Şengün. I think that's partly the reason that a lot of people were really reluctant to latch onto Şengün. Is that I just want his heels to leave the court more often than we do. He's so incredibly flat-footed, even when he's making great shots and what have you. But Ursary is a little bit like that. It doesn't look pretty. It's very stiff-legged, and yet he gets done what he needs to get done.
Yeah.
Those two need to start a podcast together.
A podcast, the
flat-footed, stiff-legged, high
Gravity Feet podcast. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, Şengün's game is tough to watch sometimes, man. Got bailed out a couple times by the refs last night, I thought. All right, keep weighing in, 713-572-4610. If you give up Şengün, it's another team. You cannot give him up. Okay, I think this texter's trying to say don't trade Şengün. He's not untouchable to me. There's no other than Amen Thompson, and I said this last week before this, Tim McMahon, other than Amen Thompson, he's going to be a star. He already is. All right, we'll circle back to this. Give us your takes, Payne and Pendergast. More follow-up to the Texans draft class. Getting good reviews. This was actually before the draft. This was James Palmer and Steve Smith. Steve Smith, former Pro Bowl wide receiver. They were high on Jaden Higgins before the draft even started. This was the two of them talking about new Texan Jaden Higgins, and people around the league saying, hey, can you guys settle down on talking about him, please, so you don't give up the secret?
We are in love with Jaden Higgins. There are people that I talk to in the league that said, I do not want you guys telling everybody what we're seeing, because I want him to slide to us.
We've been seeing a lot of comments in here and say, hey, this is my sleeper. This is my sleeper. This is my sleeper, because I'm wide awake watching his film. Woo! Great job of separation. Can get in and out of breaks, can drop his weight, has ability physical at the line of scrimmage. He fights through contact. When we compare him to T-Mac, this is what I would love to see T-Mac do, some of these things on a consistent basis where he can fight through getting pressed up. With Higgins, I think that's the difference.
I think somebody's going to sneak into the first round and take him, and everybody else is going to be going, oh.
Okay, that was obviously before the draft.
And he was T-Mac is Ted McMillan, so the one of the first-round wide receivers. And the physicality part of it is definitely, Steve Smith has talked about that several times. And James Palmer is one of those guys that genuinely talks to a lot of people in front offices. And it's funny when he said people had told him to shut up and stop talking about Jaden Higgins. The other guy that people said that about was Josh Connerly. Josh Connerly, the offensive tackle, was similarly, some of these guys that do podcasts and actually watch film and everything, people were saying, hey, shut up, I kind of like him. That's interesting just because yesterday on Texans All Access with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer, Caserio did confirm Albert Breer's report that the Texans were trying to trade back up into the first round.
Yeah.
And Albert Breer had said that the target they thought was Josh Connerly. So there were a couple guys there that had a lot of buzz before the draft, Josh Connerly and Jaden Higgins, that might actually sneak into the first round. And it appears that the Texans were probably in on both of those guys. It is interesting, though, that Nick has a staunch philosophy of not falling in love with individuals. When the Giants came up with that trade proposal at 25, the Texans liked Josh Connerly, most likely. They definitely liked Jaden Higgins. They took the deal because it was a good deal.
Yeah.
The Giants overpaid, which you're allowed to do for a quarterback, but by the chart value, they overpaid. Nick took the picks and then tried to get back up into the first round. By his words, they thought about getting back up into the first round, but they just played it cool and waited until 34.
Yeah. We'll have some of that Caserio for you later in the show. By the way, Nick is going to join us next week. A day nailed down yet, but he's going to join us next week in advance of rookie minicamp.
And he asked in one of his press conferences for somebody to define best player available, so I will define best player.
Need.
Drafting for need.
Yeah.
I will define drafting for need.
For Nick,
yes.
You're going to do that?
Yes.
You're going to define drafting for need.
He asked somebody to define it for him, so I said, well, I can do that.
You're the hero he needs.
I can have I can have artificial intelligence give me a definition and then give it to him.
I think you can even outdo AI on that one.
Actually, let's do it that way. We'll have artificial intelligence's definition, and then we'll have the Seth Payne definition.
There you go.
And see if he gets angry about either of them.
Okay, there you go. There you go. All right, that'll be next week. When we know what day it's going to be, we will let you all know. Here's more positive feedback on the Texans draft class. Here's Chris Sims. Former quarterback. We all know Chris Sims, works with Mike Florio on NBC and on the NBC broadcasts on Sunday night. This is Chris Sims on the 2 rookie wide receivers the Texans are bringing in.
I like what they did. I did. I mean, I think first off, you couple Jaden Higgins along with Nico Collins on the outside. I mean, Jaden Higgins, he's not as fast and big play as Nico Collins, but can run routes, and, of course, the size is real and all that. I love Noel. Jalen Noel, to me, is one of my favorites in the whole draft. I like it.
So he likes those 2 receivers right there. Noel is the one, Seth, there's all these report cards out, and you and I talked about that, the grades that the Texans have gotten. In a lot of these articles, they give a grade, but they say, our favorite pick. Who's the best pick?
Right.
And I feel like if there was some sort of way to tabulate the votes on that, on who the best pick is for the Texans, is the favorite pick of a lot of people in kind of a runaway, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, Matt Miller had said that he actually thought Jalen Noel could be a first-rounder, so he was very high on him. I would say the Jalen Noel pick is the one that the Texans are getting the most love for, because there's a lot of people that felt like that was a real bargain to get him in the 3rd round. I think that the 2 that they're getting the most criticism for from those same draft nicks are Jalen Smith, actually Woody Marks. They're getting more criticism for Woody Marks,
and both
the
of those
running back
guys
in the 4th round.
Yeah.
A lot of people had a lot of other running backs. And the fact that the Texans traded up for Woody Marks, people are criticizing them for that.
Yeah, I think the 2 USC kids. Jalen Smith, a lot of the experts had him like a 6th, 7th rounder. They take him in the 3rd. And Woody, and definitely, you're right, definitely Woody Marks as well. And I think the 3rd thing would be that if you're going to take a quarterback in the 6th round, maybe Graham Mertz wasn't everybody's cup of tea there.
Right.
If you're a quarterback prospect, but whatever.
Quibbling over 6th and 7th round quarterbacks is always interesting because it's like, listen, the chance of any of them actually making it in the league is infinitesimally small. So what makes this guy so much definitively better than that guy?
That's right.
I don't know.
That's right. I finally saw the video of Jalen Reed running around screaming, "Let's do it! Let's do it!" So you got the video. We've heard the phone call to D'Amico and Nick and Cal where he's just screaming,
"Let's do it!"
like 15 times like this. So Ben's doing here. Like just doing it while everybody's trying to talk to him. Like, exactly that. Exactly that around his house. I don't know if you've seen the video. Like he's
he was
upstairs.
super excited.
Yeah, he's walking across the catwalk. He got the part where he goes, "Give me the Texans hat. Give me the Texans hat." You can hear him say that. This is the first I've ever seen this. We know that this is the case because nobody knows where they're getting drafted, but they all seem to magically have the correct hat when they get drafted. Well, it's because they've got all 32 hats. The table of hats is pretty cool to see that these guys have. Like the table, he had the table with all 32 hats spread out on it there. I'm like, oh yeah, peek behind the curtain.
Getting invited to the draft is one thing, but then whether or not they send you a hat, that's probably another little bit of a notch on like whether there's a lot of guys out there. There's a lot of guys out there that didn't get sent a hat.
Yeah.
Now maybe Jalen, maybe somebody went out and bought all those for him, or he bought them himself. I don't know.
That's like I want to ask somebody in the league how many people do they send a box full of 32 hats to? Do they send it to he's a.
I got. It's fun. It was sometimes when you go on the visit or when you meet, sometimes they'll give you a hat just when you meet with them, so you hold on to the hat.
Oh, I got you.
Or they give you apparel. I remember when I was a rookie, Sean. Mm-hmm. So I was a young, innocent, naive, stupid Seth Payne, and when the Jaguars D-line coach had come to work me out on campus, he said, "Oh, you know what? I was supposed to have some gear for you, and I forgot it here." And he took off his own. He had like a really cool pullover that he had on. Like he gave that to me, and he's like, "Here, take this." So no big deal, whatever. And I get drafted by the Jaguars, and cool. The D-line coach wasn't quite my size.
Okay.
I gave it to my stepfather. So my stepfather's at camp watching my rookie year, and I don't know anything about anything. And as he's standing as all the players are walking in one day after practice, and the equipment manager stopped stopped and said, "Oh, it's a cool pullover. Where'd you get that?" This is Bobby Monica, old Italian guy that had been in the NFL forever and was like a hardcore badass, like kind of a like everything you'd think about like a tough old equipment manager who's Italian and maybe like, I don't know, maybe had some mob connections somewhere back in the day.
Yeah.
He just was like, "Hey, where'd you get that?" And my stepfather says, "Oh, my son, Seth Payne, gave it to me." And cool, he says.
Okay.
So I know nothing of this. I'm sitting I'm just getting changed at my locker, and Bobby Monica comes up to me, and he was like, "You little son of a bitch, who the hell do you think you are? You're giving away team gear? You're giving away team gear? Like, you think you made it? You think you made it?" I was like, whoa. And I thought, like, I didn't know what the hell was going on.
Wow.
And I was like, John Pease gave it to me. I was like,
all of a sudden, we're a corporation. Seth showed up.
Yeah.
You need to listen to the show to know that reference.
Yeah.
That's funny. That's wild, dude. So you were a rookie just trying to make the
team gear
team.
that wasn't. Yeah, it was like actual team gear that wasn't available for sale
in the store. Yeah, like it was internal team gear. That's cool. You gave it to your stepfather.
I thought he was going to break my thumbs. Man,
that would stress team. Like, the equipment.
Right, and the way he was talking about it, it was like I just slept with the owner's daughter or something.
Right, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that's one of those things, like the opinion of the longtime equipment manager. Now, it couldn't have been that long because the Jags were only 3 years old at that point, but, like, still probably a guy who knew a lot of people.
No, but he'd been in the league forever.
Yeah,
he was like he was Dan Marino's guy.
Yeah,
you know?
So he's a respected voice around the league. Like
he was a made man.
A made guy, yeah. So all of a sudden, they got this rookie trying to make the team who's just giving away team gear to his dad.
And you don't know. It's like when you're new to any organization, you don't know what the norms are, and you just you say something that you're never supposed to say or something. Yeah, I thought I'd really screwed up. I was stressed about that for like 3 days.
Did you?
And then like 3 days later, Bobby Monica came up to me and was like, "Hey, kid, don't worry about that." You know, and I was mistaken.
But he let you twist for 3 days. You know, like that's
Oh, he had to go confirm with John Pease. I think.
Yeah.
Bobby was the kind of guy that could flip out on you and have no memory of it whatsoever.
Right.
You know, he's like, "Oh, what? You got sensitive about that? Oh, sorry, I didn't realize."
Okay, he's Bill O'Brien, is what I hear you say right there. Yeah. Let's see. A lot of people weighing in on what they want the Rockets to do if indeed they're not able to complete this comeback. Big step in the right direction last night. A lot of Booker over KD. I'd rather have Booker than KD. I want Booker as a catch-and-shoot player, willing to trade Jalen and Şengün for Booker. Are you willing to trade both Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün in a deal? That's interesting. Those are the two guys they have that are.
That's where I'd much rather.
There'll be draft compensation too.
Right.
Yeah.
It's one thing to say that a guy isn't untouchable, but it's another thing to act like he's got no value at all.
Yeah.
So that would feel like, no, you're giving away too much young talent that's on the roster already for yes, a guy that you really want, but you don't need to.
Yeah.
When you've got all this draft compensation sitting there in your gunpowder pile, then I don't need to give up both those guys.
Şengün, this is a text. Şengün should be untouchable. He's averaging a double-double. He's our second leading scorer. Leads the team in rebounds, assists. Şengün also has more steals and blocks than Jalen Green. He's our most valuable player. He's a better player than Jalen Green. Alperen Şengün is. At least he's a more productive player and consistent player than Jalen Green. He's not untouchable. He's not untouchable. He's close.
Yeah, people attach untouchable to way too many people, man.
Yeah.
I just I don't. It's I'm no. Untouchable is a special designation.
Yeah, and
I agree with everything you said about how his value and everything, but it's there's a limit.
Yep. Okay, if you text something like this, and you're gonna need to be more specific. Don't listen to that texter. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Right,
we
right.
read a lot of texts. You're going to need to be more specific when you that's just a little advice if you choose to text the show.
We don't see the texts in real time usually.
Right.
Sometimes if we don't know we might not know what topic you're talking about or anything when you reference it.
That's correct.
And I get it. We should do a better job of explaining that. Yeah. A lot of times we're not seeing your text until like 5 minutes later.
Yeah. Text message, heck no. Jalen's going to play the big man role. He is skillful. I think Şengün, it becomes more of a topic of conversation if the trade is for Giannis. Because,
right.
Giannis is, and I'm not saying they're similar players in terms of their style. They're very different in terms of their style. But they would be playing in a similar area of the floor, Şengün and Giannis. Not that you couldn't have them both out there at the same time. You got Steven Adams and Şengün out there. I think Alperen's game is versatile enough to where he can play with a lot of different type of big men out there. But he's expendable. Not expendable is probably, but he's not untouchable. Is what we're saying. Şengün untouchable. Ask Luka about untouchable. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we've got more fallout from Prankgate in the NFL. Punishment handed down yesterday to the Falcons and to Jeff Ulbrich, their defensive coordinator, for their roles in the prank call that his son instigated to Shedeur Sanders. And there was an apology as well. We'll grade Jeff Ulbrich's apology on the Payne and Pendergast apology scale coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. Thank you. I'm going to the Men's Tea Clinic. Actually going today to the Men's Tea.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne.
Asked you, way too early 2026 mock draft from Jordan Reed on ESPN.com. We're not going to go through it. I am bookmarking it. Anything that says way too early on it, bookmark on Sean T. Pendergast Twitter timeline. I will take my bow right now, at least on Get Up. Coming up next, Luka Doncic exposed. Was Nico Harrison right about Doncic? Yes.
Damn.
Yes. All we need is a LeBron legacy, and I can close out my bingo card. Yes.
I hope so. And I think too many people forget this very simple thing in life is that both sides can be wrong at times. Okay? Yeah. There is room to both just love that both the Mavericks and the Lakers are potentially just disastrous. Yeah, it's 100% possible.
That's a fun. Well, now you can have that conversation about that deal. Like, would the Lakers have been better? They definitely would have been better served in this series to have had Anthony Davis on that team than Luka Doncic.
Except that he probably wouldn't be available anyway.
Well, maybe not. He was at the end of the year.
Butterfly effect. It doesn't mean he gets injured if he had remained, but he does. He gets injured every year.
He does. He conceding the fact that he might get injured, but if he were healthy, which he was when Dallas played in the play-in game there. He was healthy at the end of the season and playing well. They might have been better served, at least in this series. That was a bad matchup for them because they got no size on that team, and the Timberwolves have all kinds of size with Rudy Gobert, etc. So anyways, Lakers lose, and so I've got one headline I've got out of the way. All I need is a LeBron ESPN this morning, and I cashed my ticket. So Prankgate. It's not really a gate because we know who the culprit was, but the prank call, amongst several prank calls that were made, not all of them were by Jeff Ulbrich, the Falcons defensive coordinator's son and his buddies at Ole Miss.
Yeah.
That's the most infamous one because they idiotically filmed themselves doing it. But if you know the story by now, Shedeur Sanders got a prank call during day 2 of the draft. It was from a couple of kids from Ole Miss who had Shedeur Sanders' phone number. Turns out one of them was the defensive coordinator of the Falcons, Jeff Ulbrich's son, Jax, who literally took the number off his dad's iPad and wrote it down and used it to call Shedeur Sanders.
This was confidential information and numbers that the NFL gives out to players that are only supposed to be available to NFL personnel. So before anybody gets up in arms about what Sean's about to say, just remember it was a security breach first and foremost.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised by this. We never got to it yesterday, but I had in the rundown to ask you: do you think that Jeff Ulbrich should be punished in some way over this?
Yeah, I think that it's his son shouldn't have done. I know a lot of people are defending his son or various other people for, hey, it's just a prank phone call. No, this was his son grabbed confidential information off of his dad's iPad or tablet, and Ulbrich is guilty of just being too free and loose and trusting of his family.
Leaving it out there, right, be in your house. You know, like you do it at a Starbucks or something like that, definitely on you. You would think that in your own house you could leave it there. Now, that said, the protocol, I'm sure, with the NFL is anytime you walk away from your, I'm just going to say iPad, it's a tablet, anytime you walk away from it, you log off or you close it. You make so that nobody can look at it. Even in your own house, the punishment that was handed down by the league was the Falcons, poor Arthur Blank, like, what the hell? I'm getting fined. Falcons are getting fined $250K, and Jeff Ulbrich himself is getting fined $100,000. Here was his apology, Jeff Ulbrich's apology yesterday at his media session to Shedeur Sanders.
To publicly apologize to Shedeur and the Sanders family for what occurred. Second of all, I want to publicly apologize to Mr. Blaine, Terry Fontenot, Raheem Morris, and the entire Falcons organization. My actions of not protecting confidential data were inexcusable. My son's actions were absolutely inexcusable. And for that, we are both deeply sorry. The NFL has taken action, and I fully respect the punishment. We take full responsibility, my son and myself, and we will not be appealing the fine in any way. Okay. Going forward, I promise my son and I will work hard to demonstrate We are better than this. Again, I'm deeply sorry for our actions.
This is about this. Seth hits the apology on the screws.
Yeah, he didn't make excuses
on the screws. I've got the elements right here.
Okay.
Say you're sorry. He said the word "I'm sorry." Yeah. Say what it is you're apologizing for. Be specific. I don't know if he mentioned the tablet or anything. He
mentioned the left. It was the transgression was exposing confidential information.
So he mentioned that. Yeah. Show you understand why it was bad. Take ownership and show that you understand why you caused hurt.
Mm-hmm.
I think he did that.
Did he? I don't know if he didn't really. He did. Did he really say like, "Hey, Shedeur, I understand what it must be like"?
No.
Okay. I feel that I ruined your day. I didn't mean to be any part of ruining your weekend or whatever.
I guess I'm probably overweighting the take own. I thought he took ownership of it.
Yeah, he totally took ownership.
Yeah.
But to be the perfect apology.
You're right.
We
can't be Chad Reuter on this. We have to grade difficult. Don't make excuses. He didn't do that, so he's ding for that. Say why it won't happen again, what steps you are taking. He wasn't specific, but he did talk about moving forward, ... Do we give him credit for that?
It'd be hard in this situation because exactly how is he going to not do this again to Shedeur Sanders?
Right.
I promise that as long as you're in the NFL, I'll never expose any other confidential information I have about you. Yeah.
If it's relevant... If it's last one, if it's relevant, make reparations. I don't think it's relevant. There's nothing you can do.
Well, the reparations might be that if he faces Shedeur Sanders as a quarterback, he goes ahead and gives a little. Okay. Shedeur, these are the blitzes that we're game planning for you this week.
What's our grade for this apology?
I give it it's hard. Like I would say a B+.
Yeah,
it was well enough. I don't think he didn't show as much empathy as he might have, could have, I guess. Yeah.
Can you imagine? I know it's the NFL, and once you start finding people, it's really funny money. Like $250K to Arthur Blank is a speeding ticket. Now Jeff Ulbricht, I would imagine, made good money in his career. He's been a defensive coordinator in the NFL. That's a high six-figure, if not seven-figure job.
Well, no, they're usually making seven figures.
Yeah. So he's made a bunch of money. I don't care how much money you've made. If your kid makes a mistake where you're scratching a check for $100,000, that hurts,
dude. That's honestly, I did the math.
$100,000,
Sean. If you're gonna make, and not to mention your employer, $250,000.
Right.
So if you're gonna do one of the classic things you do when your kid screws up, make them work it off.
Yeah.
Your kid breaks the neighbor's window. Like, all right, well, you're gonna go mow his lawn for X number of hours or something to work that off.
Yeah.
Ulbricht's kid. If the average lawn worker makes $19 an hour, he's going to have to work 18,421 hours to make up that $350,000.
Wait, say that again. Hold on. Say that again. How many?
The average lawn worker makes $19 an hour.
Okay.
And he's an adult, so he's actually out there doing the work of an adult.
21 years old, yeah.
Yeah, so that's 18,421 hours of labor.
It's going to take a while,
make up for it.
That's going to take a while.
The Falcons facilities are going
to the shrubbery.
Have him out there working 16 hours a day trying to work up to that.
Yeah.
They might have to just garnish his wages from whenever he's probably a junior or senior in college. Wherever he gets his job, just garnish 10% of his paycheck until he pays it off.
Here's my question. He's 38 years old, still getting his wages garnished.
The kid probably doesn't have school loans, right? Sorry. Welcome to the real world.
That's
everybody else, you're gonna have to work off your school loans.
Got to pay the piper.
Slash punitive measures from the NFL.
Got to pay the piper, man. This question is for the audience and for you, Seth, if you've got a good answer to it. But, what's the most expensive mistake that you made as a kid, for your parents? I would imagine for, 90% of the people out there, it's going to be some form of a car accident, of, a fender bender, right? That was probably mine. I got into an accident when I was 16. I was in a parking lot. I was, we didn't even have cell phones back there to distract me. I don't know why, but I pulled out of a parking spot, blammo, right into a guy, and that cost my parents a lot of money that eventually I kind of worked off doing different things.
Yeah, honestly, I had to pay for all my car stuff, so I got in a few accidents, but I had to pay for everything with my car.
Yeah.
So I don't honestly, I don't think I ever did. I was just so terrified of my parents that I don't think I ever had some kind of misstep to where they had to cough up big money for something.
The most embarrassing thing I think I may have done to my parents, because they made me apologize. There was a cookout going on at our neighbor's house, and I had to go to the bathroom. I had to pee really, really bad. I was like 6. So I went to the driveway of our neighbor's house where I thought nobody could see me, and I peed in between the cars in the driveway there. And I think my mom or dad walked up and like, "What are you doing? Like, what do you?" Like, they were the only ones that saw me. They made me go over the next day and apologize to the owners of the house that I was peeing behind the cars in their driveway. I had to go. Can you imagine being a 6-year-old having to go apologize for peeing in somebody's driveway? How traumatizing!
A 6-year-old peeing is never a big deal. It's cute.
Was it? Yeah.
So your neighbors were upset about it?
No, my parents were upset about it. My neighbors didn't even know.
It's not like you peed on the car and ate away
I just
the
had to
enamel
go,
or something
man.
like
I wasn't doing it as a prank. I was doing it because I had to pee.
Kids are allowed to pee wherever they want, right? What's the age at which you're not allowed? I feel like as long as you're 10 or under, you're allowed to pee wherever you want. I mean, within reason. Like, not in the middle of the shopping mall, but outside.
Yeah,
go pee over there.
I feel like it was back at a time where the rules were a little more forgiving with that kind of stuff too. It was 1975,
I had no idea you grew up in such a draconian household.
That's the weird thing. My parents were not super strict, but for whatever reason, they're like, "You're going to go apologize to the Selhoffers tomorrow that you peed in their driveway." I'm like, "But Mom, they don't even know."
This is why I don't have a good answer for you, Sean. Yeah. All right? Let me tell you me coughing up some of my hard-earned money for other people's mistakes when I was a kid. The most ironic thing that ever happened with me and my very interesting relationship with my father was when I was 19 years firms in the summer. I had cash, like I wasn't, but I worked really hard for my money. It was when I had to go bail my dad out of jail because he'd been arrested for, wait for it, delinquent child support. So he called up his oldest son, he called up his second oldest child to have his child come bail him out of jail for delinquent child support from his second wife.
I need a documentary on your dad so bad, man. Oh my God! All right.
Oh no! The other time, real quick.
Be real quick.
Okay, we'll do it after the break.
Okay,
we'll do it after. This one's hilarious.
Okay, we'll save that. That's a good tease. We'll also get to Nick Caserio on Texans All Access, talking about he was revealing on this about some of the things the Texans were looking to do in the draft last week. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. Oh, but first, get to Academy Sports and Outdoors, please. Whether it's your licensed Astros gear.
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. An Aussie sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the Jeff Ulbrich, defensive coordinator for the Falcons, apology and the story about his son prank calling Shedeur Sanders, which still has legs today because Ulbrich apologized yesterday after the league fined him $100,000 and his employer $250,000. Led to the question. His kid cost Arthur Blank $250,000.
He cost two entities a combined $350,000.
And one of them's his dad. Here's the crazy thing is like Jeff Ulbrich was the Jets interim coach last year. So he's new to the Falcons. Like can you imagine being a brand new employee and you're costing your owner $250,000 because your kid's an idiot?
And the kid, like, it's one thing to screw your dad over, but then to screw your dad's employer over, that's just such a double whammy.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I tell you, it's a real hit to the birth rate, man. There's a lot of people looking at this story and be like, no, I'm not having kids.
Yeah.
What, this is the kind of crap? Oh, great. No, you don't need these kinds of headaches and hassles.
That's right.
Trust me, kid. Trust me, it's worth it, everybody. As long as you do it appropriately. I'm not saying don't go be teen mom out there.
No,
but just find somebody you love, marry him, spit out a bunch of chillins.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
I need daddy's Social Security needs some buffering.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. No kidding. So a lot of people are texting, and we posed the question: What's the thing you've done idiotically that's cost your parents the most money? And a lot of them are car accidents, but there's a couple, and I know you've got another story.
These are better. Yeah.
Okay, so someone says, let's see here. Crashed into a girl skiing in high school. My dad got sued for $50,000, settled for
him
$10,000.
Crashing into the girl?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, she should have gotten out of the way. I'm suing you because my daughter's a horrible skier. I'm guessing he was skiing recklessly.
Got $10,000 out of it. Yeah, probably. It's.
Oh, you got $10,000 out of it because they sued.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right, fine. Here's $10,000. I'm going to pay the same in legal fees. Yeah.
Dude, $10,000, but whatever age.
That's a lot. Yeah,
that's a lot.
If you were skiing recklessly, that was your fault. Shame on you. Shame on you, kid who is rich enough to be skiing. But that's neither here nor there.
The age where you would be recklessly skiing was probably the age where I was at my poorest, like getting into radio. Like you're probably doing that when you're early teen years.
Yeah.
Things are better now, but like $10,000 would have really been a sweet wet bite out of my butt when I had like $178 in my checking account.
You weren't making much money at all, and your kids were teenagers.
I'm lucky I got good kids, man. My friends and I.
Luckily, Sammy was very small as a child, so he wouldn't have done much damage if he had run into somebody. James would have been your problem.
Yeah, James is more of a barrel. Let's see. My friends and I spent $600 on 1-900 sex numbers in junior high. That's from Chasing the Woodlands. $600.
Hey, brother. Hey, listen, man. There, but by the grace of God go I. My social anxiety would never allow me to call one of those things.
No.
I'd love to say I was too pious as a child. Yeah, that was. We don't need to explain this to kids who don't understand. The 1-900 numbers, man, those were dangerous.
Yeah.
And there was it was few and far between the excuses you could make when your parents see a 1-900 number charge on there. Like it was only for gambling, lustful pursuits, and that was about it.
Yep.
And maybe astrology. You could have said I was calling Miss Cleo.
You, as recently as like 30 years ago, as like the mid-90s, before the internet and iPhones were a thing, if you wanted scores of games that were going on, you had to call a 1-900 number that ESPN had to get up-to-date scores.
You know what, though? Celebrities would have their own 1-900 numbers sometimes. Like, you could call up and find out what – it was even before Justin Bieber probably. Yeah. But let's say Justin Bieber. Like, you'd get – that was the social media back then is, oh, wow, it's like he's talking hey, this is Justin Bieber, and I just want to know I'm thinking about you guys.
Yeah. And $1.99 a minute. It was just that they would just rake in the money. I'll tell you the thing about this is not from personal experience. This is from experience of a buddy of mine who called the 1-900 numbers.
Yeah.
From his parents' phone, his house phone.
Yeah.
Is that some of them were associated with publications. And so they would be able to tie the number to a physical address, and then guess what started showing up in the mail? Little pamphlets of 1-900 advertisements, ads for sex toys, things like that, like catalogs.
Yeah.
You would all of a sudden get on that mailing list. So that was like all of a sudden, like, why? You know, your mom goes to the mailbox. Why are we getting these?
Well, remember the time, the story about when I had to tell the angry caller who was demanding to know whether we were fraudulent as a business or not, and I said, we're a corporation.
Yes.
When I was 15 years old working for my dad, he was selling 1-900 numbers. He was a broker for 1-900 numbers. He was pitching it to people, like going, no, he wasn't. He was trying to do it for more legitimate. To my dad's credit, it wasn't for smut. It was for other stuff.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. There was a time, man, where that business incredibly profitable. The 1-900.
It's like $3 a minute.
Yeah. Besides a car wreck, these are texts, and then we'll get to Caserio here in a minute. Besides a car wreck, I tried doing donuts with my dad's golf cart and cost him like $5,000 for body work and batteries. LOL.
Donuts are a big one. If you grew up north, donuts on the ice are a big one for causing really stupid accidents. My brother crashed my dad's Ford Ranger into a post in a parking lot because he was doing donuts at 5 a.m. in January before wrestling practice.
Yeah, donuts. The not-so-silent killer. When I was about 5, I thought the checkout aisles that had candy were free, and I took some Tic Tacs. My dad made me go back in and tell the manager what I did, LOL. I guess that's their response to my peeing story that I told.
I remember that. I bet a lot of kids have stories like that. I can remember. It's one of my earliest memories. I was definitely younger than 5 years old. I was standing, in the checkout line with my mom, and I saw some, and I didn't know to hide it or anything because I was but my mom was mortified. She had to run back into the store and apologize and everything.
Yeah. Had to call my parents at 2 a.m. to pick me up from jail for a DUI 2 weeks before my 21st birthday. So not only are you drinking illegally, but you're drinking and driving.
And you got a DUI right before. Oh boy! Did your parents? Well, the jail. Okay, so a lot of parents will have the rule like, hey, if you ever need us to come pick you up, because you're drinking, you don't get in trouble. We just want you to be safe.
Yep.
And you gotta. It's hard as a parent to abide by that, but you gotta. First and foremost, you gotta be sure that you can go pick them up. But the DUI kind of erases all that.
Yeah.
That's okay. No, now that's we're totally gonna. And you didn't call us before you got in the car.
Correct. You called us from jail. Yeah, you called us from jail. All right, we'll get to more of these. 713-572-4610. All right, Seth, you and I both watched this Caserio interview. I'm going to let you set this up because you just talked about this topic a couple segments ago.
Yeah, so there was a report on day 2 of the draft, and it came from Albert Breer that the Texans had tried to trade back up into the first round after they had traded out of it, and that they were targeting Josh Connerly, the offensive tackle out of Oregon. And I just didn't know. I was a little bit skeptical of it just because, man, it seems like you're just trying to get way too cute, trading out and then trying to trade back in. Caserio addressed at least part of that when he was on with John and Mark yesterday.
Once we made the move, I mean, there was an opportunity or two where if we can get back in maybe in the bottom a little bit worse. If it didn't, no worries. Then we'd be prepared to pick really. We felt we were probably going to pick that second pick on Friday at 34, which is the second pick. Cleveland was going to pick first, more than likely, and then we were more than likely going to pick. And then after that, then it was an amalgam of like a lot of different things that could happen.
I think it was honestly, in Josh Connerly, I would totally understand why they would have liked Josh Connerly. I thought he was worth a late first-round pick. But I thought it spoke to, I think there is very much a part of Nick when he's in the draft. It really is about the points for him. And they try not to fall in love with individual players. They're just like, hey, if it makes sense and the value is there, they're sitting there at 25. The Giants gave them a good offer. The Texans won that trade. You don't criticize the Giants when they're trading up for a quarterback. They're going to overspend for a quarterback.
Yep.
So it made sense. And my first knee-jerk was, man, you're getting too cute trading back out and then trying to get back in. I don't think he was all that desperate to get back into it. I think, as he said that night on Thursday night, there was a group of players there that they liked. And if you take them, you do. If you don't, it's on to the next one. I know in the moment it's tempting because we want our candy now. and we just want to grab it off the shelf like I did as a young shoplifter. But I kind of respect the fact that Caserio really he tries not to get emotionally attached to these guys. And he spoke about not getting emotionally attached when Vandermeer asked him about that dynamic, like not falling in love with individual players.
Yeah. You try not to get emotionally tied to one particular player. You understand the player. You've graded the player. He has a certain role or value for your team. Draft him, great. If you don't, then you just kind of move on to the next thing. And we were doing that really Thursday, Friday, and even into Saturday as well.
Yeah, that's the way you take emotion out of it is to go by numbers. These trades are worth this. This player has this numeric grade. Like, you just don't stray away from that, as hard as it might be at times to do that.
I think it's probably the biggest gap between the way GMs operate and how we as fans operate.
No doubt.
We fall in love with individual prospects, and we think about how this guy could help out right now immediately.
Yeah.
I much prefer – it's not as entertaining, but I much prefer the GM who's got that cold-hearted and calculating side that just tries not to fall in love with anybody. The exception that might prove the rule here, or test the rule at least – is in Caserio explaining why they traded up to draft Woody Marks.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me how I'm supposed to take this if you're not supposed to be falling in love with individual players, and yet the Texans traded up to draft Woody Marks in what a lot of people think was overly aggressive on the part of the Texans.
We didn't have a fourth. We didn't have a fifth. By the time we picked in the sixth round, there was probably a good chance that Woody was not going to be there. So it's trying to figure out, where do we have to go? Are we willing to give up the compensation associated with that? So I would say that was part of the rationale behind the Woody decision.
Okay. You're right.
It feels like they really, really like Woody Marks.
Yeah. They really...
And the trade up for a specific player, to me, maybe I'm reading into too much. I feel like it's almost acknowledgement that, like, okay, we can trade up for him because there's a good chance he doesn't go until a little bit later.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that there were also still players, though, that they also liked.
Yes.
He likes to go into bands of players.
Right.
So if Woody Marks was gone at within a pick or two after they traded up, that maybe, or as they were trading up, that if they just missed out on him, that maybe they would have gone with somebody
there was
else.
a plan B probably. I mean, he's talking about Woody there because they actually did draft him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think too, roles play into it as well. Like, there's a specific skill set Woody Marks has that I think, that maybe that's why you talk about him with some specificity, or why they may feel like. Now, that would play into a need. The need of a third down back and someone to catch the ball out of a backfield,
that does feel a little bit like you're drafting for a need there. We'll bring this up to him. I promise everybody we'll bring this up to him. I'm gonna give him my definition of drafting for need because he asked for a definition in the press conference. And we'll talk about trading up for Woody Marks, or it seems like he was trading up for a specific player.
Yeah.
I do think where I kind of rationalize it, or I think trying to put myself in their shoes, is Nick had also said before the draft that their draft board is probably smaller than a lot of other teams. And I think at that point, they didn't have a fourth or a fifth round pick. And the number of players that they felt really good about might have been dwindling.
Mm-hmm.
So they felt like if they're going to make it, if they want to get a guy that they feel good about, they don't want to sit around and wait 2 rounds for him to potentially be gone. That might have been one of the last remaining, or there might have only been a few guys left that they felt really good about in drafting.
Yep, for sure. A lot of people still weighing in. Circle back to the Rockets for a minute here, because we brought up the article by Tim McMahon that talked about who's untouchable, who's not in a trade, and it feels a little dirty doing this the day after a win. We'll talk plenty about the game between now and the end of the show too, but it was a good article in which they said Amen Thompson is untouchable. That's the one guy they won't trade. Text message: I do like Amen. I just think he's a bit overhyped when he's compared to Kawhi, etc., superstar. I don't know, man. Go look at Kawhi's first couple years and look at where Amen Thompson. I don't think he's overhyped at all. Like, it took a while for Kawhi to become the Kawhi that there is now. Like, he was a supporting cast guy on those. I know he was an MVP of the finals in, I think, 2014 it was, but he came in the league in 2011. He was
right. Yeah, I guess it's premature if you forecast that. It'd be like if you forecast that James Harden was going to become what he became when he was the sixth man.
Yeah.
Nobody could do that. Daryl Morey will be the first to tell you we didn't know it was going to be like this.
Yeah.
You know, we knew he was really good and it was promising, but we didn't know he was going to be like this. As far as Alperen Şengün, where we had a few of our listeners are saying, hey, no, he's totally untouchable. It is worth noting that Şengün joins Luka Doncic, Derek Coleman, and Oscar Robertson as the only player in NBA history to average at least 20, 10, and 5 through their first 5 career playoff games.
Oh, there you go. A little Derek Coleman sighting, huh? How about that? Former number 1 overall pick. Who was it?
That's from Brado NBA on Twitter.
Yeah, that's Brado's
local
cool.
Houston guy.
Yeah, Brad's a good dude, man. Who was it again? Oscar Robertson, Derek Coleman. Who was it?
Doncic.
Doncic. Oh, okay, Doncic.
They probably take in the same total calories per day.
They probably do.
That's the similarity between those two.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Thursday. All right, I was waiting all day yesterday, or all day 2 days ago for this. It finally dropped yesterday. The statement from Team Belichick on the CBS interview that was done. We got
and a rebuttal from CBS.
Yes. Statement wars. Yes. We'll do that coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. Prize Picks.
for tickets.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Some of these answers are great on what's the most you've ever cost your parents making a mistake, in the spirit of Jax Ulbrich costing his old man $100K fine for the prank call. $3,000 cell phone bill back in 1999. That was probably roaming charges, if I had to guess. Remember roaming charges, Seth?
Roaming was the worst.
Yeah. That was probably roaming. It was probably, dude was probably outside the city limits and got banged for a bunch of roaming charges back in 1999. Yeah. Oh, that sucks. All right, let's get to this here.
Long distance charges in general on your landline.
LD,
that used
man.
Some of the times people bring up stuff that you completely even forget existed.
Yeah.
There was a time where, you wanted to call after 9 p.m. at night because long distance charges were less.
Off peak. Yes, off peak. So Bill Belichick has responded to all of the smoke going on about his CBS Sunday Morning, where his girlfriend Jordan Hudson reportedly interrupted the interview many, many times, stormed out of the room because of the questions that were being asked, delayed the interview for 30 minutes. And Camp Belichick has said, Seth, that we'll read Belichick's statement here in a second, but the bottom line is they feel like they were mistreated by CBS in this whole thing.
They feel like they were mistreated by CBS. And before we even get into this, I'm gonna deliver a word of caution to our dear listeners. Remember here, these are two entities that are very easy and tempting to pile on to, either Bill Belichick or big media.
Yeah.
So you try to separate, like, however you might, because it's you want to jump on big media. You know, like, those stupid networks. But by the same token, you're like, Belichick and his controlling ways, screw him. Just try to keep an open mind about all of this.
That's right.
Because there's a couple things that make me feel like Belichick and his girlfriend are still in the wrong here.
Okay, so we'll get to that. So I'm going to read the statement. I feel like, Ben, thank you, Ben, I need music underneath while I read this, much the same way Jordan Hudson had Look What You Made Me Do by Taylor Swift. This is Look What You Made Me Do, the karaoke version, so that Taylor doesn't drown out my words here. So this kind of puts me in the mood to read this.
And altered just enough that we don't get pegged with copyright or with royalties.
Karaoke prevents that, I think, as long as there's no lyrics. This is Bill Belichick to the masses. I agreed to speak with CBS Sunday Morning to promote my book, The Art of Winning. Prior to this interview, I clearly communicated with my publicist that Simon & Schuster that anyone would agree to focus solely on the contents of the book. Unfortunately, that expectation was not honored during the interview. I was surprised when unrelated topics were introduced, and I repeatedly expressed to the reporter, Tony Docapil, and the producers that I preferred to keep the conversation centered on the book. After this occurred several times, Jordan, with whom I share both a personal and professional relationship, stepped in to reiterate that point to help refocus the discussion. She was not deflecting any specific question or topic, but simply doing her job to ensure the interview stayed on track. Some of the clips make it appear as though we were avoiding the question of how we met. But we've been open about the fact that Jordan and I met on a flight to Palm Beach in 2021. So that means they met. The relationship, Seth, has been reportedly 10 months, but they met several years ago, it sounds like.
Right, right around when the Patriots started really stinking it up.
Right around when Belichick's decision-making became very, very questionable.
He went haywire in free agency for the first time in his life.
Hired Joe Judge and Matt Patricia to be his offensive coordinators. Yeah.
Just after he met his creative muse, as he calls her.
The muse. Yeah. Last paragraph. The final 8-minute segment, the interview, does not reflect the productive 35-minute conversation we had, which covered a wide range of topics related to my career. Instead, it presents selectively edited clips and stills from just a few minutes of the interview to suggest a false narrative that Jordan was attempting, which is simply not true. End of statement. Bam.
End of statement.
Yeah.
One thing that's important there in that the statement that I didn't catch the first time around was he had made his desire to only talk about the book topic, he made those desires known to his publisher.
Yeah.
He did not say that CBS had assured him that they wouldn't ask specific questions.
Yeah,
and
that's a good point.
Like, Belichick's no babe in the woods. He
Right.
knows that you go in to talk to a news organization that they're not going to shy away from certain things. To somebody like Jordan Hudson, who might not actually know what she's doing and has zero experience, she might not realize that.
Correct.
So that's a lot of people are using that as like a slam dunk to say, like, look, CBS was dirty. Like, dude, no, when you go to talk to an actual news organization, not a podcaster. Podcasters will tell you all types of things. They're like, we don't have to talk about that. We don't have to talk about that.
Right.
A news organization, very, very rarely, like I think the old school journalistic ethics are, no, we don't allow you to control what we ask you about and whatnot.
This is
and Belichick should know that.
This is CBS News. Like, this is This is the organization. This is the organization who the guy who leads up 60 Minutes quit because of some of the things that were happening.
And I know, and as we say that, I get it. I understand that there's issues with journalism these days and everything. That still is like a pretty standard thing.
Yeah.
That when you're talking to a network news organization, they shouldn't be agreeing to not address certain topics.
When we agreed to speak, this is CBS's statement. When it was for a wide-ranging interview, there were no preconditions or limitations to this conversation. This was confirmed repeatedly with his publisher before the interview took place and after it was completed. You nailed it. The issue that Belichick should have is with Simon & Schuster, not with CBS.
Right. Yeah.
Belichick either said, I only want to talk about the book, and they said, sure, no problem, and either didn't convey that to CBS or conveyed it to CBS, and CBS said, no.
Belichick's statement, if indeed he wrote that statement, basically saying, hey, I told Entity A that I didn't want to talk about these things. Entity B asked me a bunch of questions that I didn't want to be asked.
Yeah.
All right, I feel like your issue is with Entity A, not Entity B.
Yes, that's a great point.
And Belichick should know better.
Right.
Like Belichick's acting like he's some guy that just won the lottery and didn't realize that Connie Chung was going to be asking all these probing questions or what have you.
That's right. This is funny. So Julian Edelman did a piece on it. He talked about this topic on his podcast. A clip wound up on Instagram where he was taking up for Belichick and Jordan Hudson. Edelman was, which I guess shouldn't be a huge surprise just based on what Belichick meant to his career, maybe. I don't know. Whatever it was.
Well, Edelman will admit to still being terrified of Bill Belichick.
Yes, he will. Yeah. So I don't have the clip. I just have the comments of the clip. And Nikki Glaser, the comedian who probably best known recently for being part of the Amazon broadcasts on Thursday Night Football, doing some comedy on there. And she killed it at the Brady roast as well, which Belichick agrees with Edelman on this and says 100% this. She's acting as his publicist. Publicists do this during interviews. People are out for blood. Well, guess who had thoughts on that? Steve Belichick's wife. Steve Belichick, son of Bill Belichick, who I believe is the defensive coordinator on his staff at North Carolina. His wife, Jenny, replies to Nikki Glaser and says, now keep in mind, this is Belichick's daughter-in-law, wife of the son who's on his staff right now, says publicists act in a professional manager and don't storm off set delaying an interview. This is getting juicy, man. This is getting so saucy.
Are we positive that that's actually Steve Belichick's wife?
No, of course I'm not positive of anything. A few people on Twitter pointed it out and said that was his wife. I'll look it up during the break.
You know what I've noticed is people in New England, a lot of sports radio listeners are irate about some are irate about this in the same way that whenever we talk about Deshaun Watson, we get several people, and it's always the same several people who are really upset that we're even talking about Deshaun Watson anymore. Yeah. There's a lot of people in Boston that just flat out don't want to hear this stuff.
Oh, really? Yeah, because
the other report was that his girlfriend stormed off. Belichick's girlfriend stormed off set for 30 minutes.
Right.
And I maybe it wasn't clear whether she thought that Belichick was going to join her or not, but Belichick didn't. I don't know.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is the last thing that you want your college coach. If you're a UNC alum, well, I would say this is the last thing you want swirling around your college coach. And yet, in the day of NIL, I don't know, maybe any publicity is good publicity, especially if you're a lesser program.
I don't know. I would just be worried. Like, this is a very different version of Belichick than the one that won all these Super Bowls, it feels like. You know, like I would be worried he's just not going to be a winning football coach, you know?
Is this any different a version of Belichick than the Belichick who thought that Jack Easterby just had a way with people and he was this special dude?
Was Easterby like this is the Jordan Hudson is more the Texans version of Easterby, I think. Like
right.
did Easterby have
No.
Go ahead.
Easterby didn't have the control in New England that he did here. But it was always funny to me because the way they would describe Easterby in New England was, oh, he's this awesome player programs guy because the players really like him and he has a rapport with him. And Belichick valued him. The way I read it, it sounded like because Easterby would then go tell Belichick everything.
Maybe.
So that it was like, wait a second, this guy's okay, so he's really good at buddying up to the players and then going and telling everything to Belichick. I think because Belichick acknowledged that he doesn't understand the personal side of things sometimes.
Yep.
So he wants somebody to hit the easy button for on the personal side of things. And I think on the PR side of things, he just trusts this woman way too much. Way too much.
Jenny __BEEEE is indeed Jen Belichick.
This is 100% Belichick's
100% Belichick.
son's wife. It's his daughter-in-law.
Yeah.
Well, so they don't. At least one doesn't sound like she's a huge fan of Belichick.
Jordan Hudson. Yeah. Do you think the text message? Do you think this is exactly what Belichick wanted? Publicity. I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know if Belichick doesn't even seem all that excited about his book when he talks about it. You know, like I'm not even sure he wanted to write this book. I'm not even sure he did write this book. It's probably got a ghostwriter, I would imagine. Thanksgiving's going to be awesome at the Belichick house. Yes, it will be. It will be. This is Belichick's way of selling books without words. Grunt, grunt, grunt.
I'll tell you what, I've heard various celebrities I know have said that, man, you just don't quite know what you're getting into when you write an autobiographical type book or a memoir, because it's a whole different deal. It opens everything up and it's there in print forever. Mm-hmm. I mean, everything these days is out there forever on podcasts and what have you. But that it's just a whole different universe, and you got to be really, really careful about writing a book and then the publicity that comes with it.
Oh boy, no doubt about that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll circle back to the Texans in the next segment. We'll get back to the Rockets at the top of the hour. They get a big win. We'll talk about the Astros in the 9 o'clock hour as well. Lance McCullers returning on Sunday. I think that's big, but we'll see. What do you guys think about that? 713-572-4610 if you want to weigh in on the text page here on Payne and Pendergast. Up next, where do the Texans stack up by position group among teams in the AFC South right now? All the position groups, are the Texans the one winning the battle? Through that from Nick Caserio as well as we head towards the top of the hour. But first, daily.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Good to be with you. Rockets win. We'll get back to them at the top of the hour. Saw a graphic.
I feel disgusted about the conversation you and I were having off air.
What about?
Like a couple of 17-year-olds talking about how to
get our social media following up. I know.
I feel so dirty.
Hey, man,
it's like the first time I bought a ring light. I'm like, what has my life become?
I don't know. Hey, man, there's gold in them there hills, you know? Just saying.
Yeah.
Just saying. I saw this graphic yesterday, and I have no idea who the tier maker graphic where they put things into tiers.
Yeah.
But I thought the gist of this was very interesting. They took the AFC South and took all four teams and went by position group and put them into tiers, first, second, third, and fourth best groups at each of those positions. And I just looking at this visually, there's 5 groups on offense and 5 groups on defense.
Yeah.
And this graphic gets me both excited and nervous. The nervous one is the only position group where the Texans are not top 2 in the division. Now, keep in mind, it is a somewhat dilapidated division. But
it's what the matter is, where a large portion of your schedule comes from.
That's right. No, this is why. But the one nervous thing, and I'll get to the really exciting part in a second, the one nervous thing, 4th best offensive line room in the division. Still, even after the draft, which makes sense. They only drafted one guy. It's a second-round rookie. You don't expect him to all of a sudden shoot them up to second or anything like that.
Yeah.
They probably were the worst offensive line in this division last year. They were really bad. So still, though, 4th in this division offensive line. Like, I don't know. Like, is that off base right now, Seth?
No. I don't think it's off base at all, especially if you plug in, if they're going by PFF scores or what have you. The interior offensive line right now is not a group of stalwarts. Depending on where you put Titus Howard, it's not like Titus didn't have his best year either.
Mm-hmm.
And it was promising, some of the stuff he showed when he was at left guard, but you didn't get the best version of Titus Howard. Cam Robinson's the one guy that I feel like I need to take up for Cam Robinson, in that a lot of people are judging him based on the half season he spent in Minnesota, and it wasn't his best football. But by and large, he's been a steady and consistent left offensive tackle for the Jaguars. He goes to a new environment, new offense, new scheme, and he didn't play as well. And people are acting like that's the stone-cold version of Cam Robinson. I think that's where people are a little bit too critical of them. But by and large, yeah, you've got a lot of unknowns on the offensive line right now.
Yeah. If you had an offseason for stuff like this, where it's just people rating it based on the eye test and names and things like that, if you had an offseason like the Bears did for their offensive line, where they went out and made aggressive moves. They paid Dahlman, the highest paid center. They went out and got Joe Thuney. Like, if they had made moves like that, then that probably pushes them up. They're second right now in the division. Okay, the part QB. This had to be a Jacksonville person that made this graphic or that generated it. The Texans QB room is second in the division behind the Jacksonville Jaguars right now on this graphic. Stop it already. Stop it. C.J. Stroud behind Trevor Lawrence on this graphic. I will not tolerate that.
I feel like that somebody succumbed to the magical showmanship of the Magnificent
the old
Gladstone.
Maggie G. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They forget that, wait a second, the Jaguars have actually done impressive things to help Trevor Lawrence in each of the last 3 years.
Yes.
They signed Chris Kirk, came in and had a career year. He had over 1,100 yards receiving. The next year, they go out and they get Calvin Ridley.
Yep.
Okay, so maybe Calvin Ridley's the guy. Nope. Okay. Then they bring in Brian Thomas, and Brian Thomas did really, really well as a rookie. It's not like they haven't helped out Trevor Lawrence.
No.
But now because they draft Travis Hunter, this is the deal. Now this is when you see the true Trevor Lawrence. And with Liam Cohen calling the shots, it's all going to be different.
Second in running back room, Joe Mixon versus Jonathan Taylor. The Colts are first. I can live with that. Second wide receiver room behind the Jags. I guess I can live with that because the Texans are relying quite a bit on a couple of rookies and somebody the Jags got rid of to boost the Nico Collins-led room. Like Brian Thomas and Travis Hunter is probably going to be really, really good. Tight end, whatever. The Dalton Schultz the Texans are second in the tight end room. I guess says more about the rest of the division than it does about the Texans. Defense is what gets me excited. Best cornerback room, best safety room, best linebacker room in the division, and coaching, they're the best as well in the division. The only place along the defense or with coaching where they fall short is with D-line, which would, by the way, include Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, two of the best defensive ends in football. This, again, has the Jags with the best defensive line group in the division.
Yeah, that's this is definitely this is propaganda.
This is Jacksonville propaganda. Yes.
Realistically, though, I'm trying to be objective here. How much of a homer am I being? I think that C.J. Stroud, by and large, has still shown way more of an ability to be a genuinely veteran NFL quarterback than Trevor Lawrence
100%.
has. Trevor Lawrence has had some nice stretches and some nice runs. For whatever it's worth, though, I mean, Trevor Lawrence did grade out better in various things like QBR than C.J. Stroud did last year. So I'm not going to get overly PO'd about that, but I think that in being able to actually play NFL quarterback, C.J. Stroud is already way more advanced than Trevor Lawrence when it comes to the mental side of the game, when it comes to some of the higher level stuff. It's just you can only do so much to overcome your environment and your youth. I think if you polled a lot of people around the league, they would still feel that way. There's way more upside and potential still with C.J. Stroud than Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah. If you Twitter polled that thing of all the 32 teams, C.J. runs away with that, I think.
Yeah, not one of our Twitter polls where 90% of our followers
Texans
are Texans fans.
Right. An unbiased Twitter poll.
Yeah.
The most fun room on this team is probably going to be the defensive backs room, especially with the addition of C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Kay Adams, Nick Caserio was on with Kay Adams yesterday and talked about that, said the defensive back room could be a good reality show.
Your DB room is so fun. Like if I could have a camera in that room, I just think it's so great.
That would be a great reality show in and of itself. I mean, it would be incredible. A lot of personality, a lot of juice, a lot of back and forth, a lot of good-natured fun, going to bring out the best in one another and going to bring out the best on the other. Talking about guys like Lassiter, Petrie, CJ, Kalen Bullock. I mean, Sting probably says the least amount of all that group, but he kind of lets his play. Oh, Sting doesn't talk, so it's not his personality. He lets his play do the talking. So, but there's a lot of juice in that room, and you see it on the field. You see that energy, you see that emotion, which is how we want to play, which kind of reps our style, and which is what D'Amico wants to have on that side of the ball.
This is why defensive back rooms are typically the most entertaining position group in football, or maybe in all of sports. Mm-hmm. It's because of that rare thing that you have to have where you have genuine confidence, where you not only believe that you're the best guy out there, but also you are, no matter how good you are at various times, exposed on a grand stage screwing up.
Yeah.
And so you have to have genuine confidence to the point where you really blow it on a play. No matter how good you are, you're going to get torched sometime or another, and you got to bounce back from it. So that extends over into them insulting each other. Yes. And that like they can take a burn. The defensive backs can take a sick verbal burn better than anybody else in the business.
Thick skin, man. Yeah.
You got to have incredibly thick skin, and so because of that, they have a great ability to have each other's back, but B, also point out any little flaw you might have in your dentistry, your hygiene, your actual play on the field, whatever it might be. Yeah.
You could be corn on the dude, training camp is going to be so fun, man. Between the offensive line competition, which didn't exist last year, and this new. They like bringing guys like Gardner-Johnson in where the trash talk is going to be at a premium. This is going to be great.
No. If you want to see really good competition between the defensive backs and the wide receivers, what you have to wish for first and foremost, honestly, is that the O-line is actually better.
Right.
Because last year, it was really, really hard at various times during training camp for CJ to even get a play off.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just way too much of – and then in training camp, it's annoying because – the quarterback can scramble, but nobody's allowed to touch him.
Yeah, I
so
hate those
every
plays.
broken play, you're like, all right, it was a great play 7 seconds after the snap.
Yeah.
It just, all right, yeah, great throw, but in real life, that throw, that pass attempt doesn't even occur.
Yeah, we track the would have been sacks in those 11-on-11s, and there were a lot of them last year.
And there were just too many times where Mario Edwards and Foley Fatukasi looked like large versions of Aaron Donald because they were in the back, they were in CJ's face 0.5 seconds after the snap.
Yep. Quick text here, Jim Adler, Texas Hammer. The UNC alum here even won ESPN's Fan of the Year contest with a buddy in either 2014 or 2015. I feel no better or worse about our odds this season. Either going to be a dumpster fire or he's still got it, not expecting anything in between. This is the best point of this whole thing, Seth. That's the kind of risk profile a program like UNC should be shooting for, though. High variance, either go for it. This particular texter sounds like he ain't going 6-6 or 7-5.
I very much approve of UNC, even the way everything is folded on the PR side of things right now. I very much approve of them going after Belichick.
Mm-hmm.
That's because especially in college football where, USC, just go ahead and poach Lincoln Riley.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. I mean, look at the Aggies.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and poach. You don't know which college coach is going to work out no matter what they've done in college.
Yeah.
It's the same reason I thought it was a good move for the Jaguars to take a flyer on Urban Meyer.
Mm-hmm.
It should be, it's just a huge X factor. You just don't know. But it's either going to be boom or bust.
Yep.
And with Belichick, they still haven't played any football games yet. We don't know how it's going to play out on the football field. I think it was a really smart move by UNC.
Yep.
And in this day of NIL and transfer portal and everything else, I don't know if this is a good or a bad thing that there's all this non-football PR around them. It's putting UNC's name out there a lot more in the media at large and on social media than they ever were before.
The biggest thing from last night that gives me confidence for Game 6 on Friday. Friday night, 8 o'clock for the Rockets and the Warriors. We'll have that. We'll talk about that game. It was a big night last night for the Rockets. We'll do that coming up next.
The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit rolls on tomorrow.
Why?
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the Rockets win last night, 131-116. This was just a complete annihilation. The only time the Warriors ever got anything going was when it was backup on backup violence at the beginning of the fourth quarter. Rockets brought their starters back in. They were able to steer the ship into the shore and bring home a win, in which at their peak they were up by 30 points in this game. And that was in the first half. They were up by 30 in the first half of this game. Seth, the two wins in this series, now they've both been at home, so they've still got to win one here in San Francisco, obviously. But this is a very basic reason why I'm bullish on their chances to take this thing to a seventh game. They have proven, it sounds weird to say this because they're trailing 3-2, but the two games that they've won, I will grant that it was an undermanned Warriors team in Game 2. There was no Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler wasn't great last night either. But in Game 2, Podziemski had some sort of food poisoning, so they were without. They were without for most of the game because that's when Butler got hurt, or without for most of the game because of illness. Two of their rotational key guys. Still, the Rockets blew them out. It wasn't like it was a close game with the Rockets beat them by 15 points. They were clearly the better team. Last night, they were clearly the better team. In the other three games, it's been more the Rockets shooting themselves in the foot. In Game 1, they had 16 turnovers. Throughout the three losses, it's been an inability to knock down free throws. The three-point shooting has not been great at times, but we knew that going in. That's who they are. Jalen Green disappearing for those three games and scoring. He only scored 11 last night, but he wasn't doing bad things.
He wasn't hurting them.
Yeah, that's why I am optimistic about their chances tomorrow night. Because to me, even though they're trailing 3-2, and the Warriors have won 60% of the games and the Rockets have won 40, I feel like if you just watch the overall play in this series, the Rockets have had the much higher ceiling in this series of a team.
They've got if things are clicking the way they're capable of clicking, then it was like last night when on the night the Warriors actually out-rebound the Rockets, but in the first half when it really, really mattered, the Rockets took advantage of their offensive rebounds. There was that stretch where they were getting offensive rebounds, and in the same time the Warriors were 8 of 23.
Yeah,
and you piled on. I'm trying to be just relieve all of my fears and everything else about the second half, because by and large, if at any point in the game versus the Warriors you think you're going to just keep a 30-point lead for the entire duration, whether their backups are in or not, no, you're not going to. That 30-point lead is going to evaporate at some point. So, yes, the Warriors were able to make a push there and eventually get within 13. But by and large, the Rockets did what they needed to do. It was that version of the Rockets in the first half where they were aggressive as hell. They were able to push the pace because they were stealing the ball and do all of those things that they need to be doing. Yes, that was exactly the version of the Rockets. It's completely and totally capable of beating the Warriors.
You know how, you and I sit in the press box at the Texans games together. You and I both been in plenty of press boxes. Like when a game is over, they've got one of those interns that walks around and hands the sheet to you with the box score on it and all the stats after the game is over. And you get to look at what the final stats were and formulate some opinions or do some box score forensics. They should have just started walking around the press box last night when the Warriors took all their starters out of the game. That was the final score. I know the Rockets had to bring their starters back in because the bench was screwing up. But in terms of when this game was won with the guys that matter for both teams, it was when so that's the final score to me. And I'm guessing the Rockets were out rebounding them, out shooting them, had fewer turnovers. I'm guessing they were beating them in every facet of the box score when they. You know what I mean?
I mean, ultimately, they were at one point there in the first half. They were 69% from three or whatever.
They were. I got the numbers right here. They were 69% from the field, 60% from three, and 85% from the line.
Yeah, and from the line, your starters were really good. Amongst the starters, they missed a total of, I think, 3 free throws amongst the starters. Like that part of it was which I'm willing to accept. Like, hey, that's not going to be like that every night.
No.
But they were shooting they were shooting 50% from the line as a team in some of these losses.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they were much closer to what their average free throw shooting was in the regular season last night, and that's enough to be part of scoring the most points that the Rockets have ever scored against the Warriors in the playoffs. That was nice to see.
Yeah, it was nice to see. They shot 84% from the line last night as a team. They were 32 of 38 for the game. They were 32 of 38. Part of me is like, I just wish they hadn't wasted it on this game. The game where they're up by 30 and they're like, they can't miss. They could have used those in a game where it's like, it's a 3-point margin down the stretch. That kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm a hell of a putter when I don't have a gallery of people watching me and $1 million on the line.
Yeah.
It's amazing how easy it is for me to make a 3-foot putt.
Right. Yeah,
when I don't have to do it with any pressure on me whatsoever.
Amazing putter with a 15-stroke lead. I'm not overconfident or uber confident in this, but I think they're going to go in. I think they're going to fight on Friday night, and I think if they hit their free throws at that rate, that might be the difference. If not missing 11 free throws, if they're missing like they did last night, they shot a ton of them last night. 38 free throws is a lot in a game. It might be something as simple as that, and the fact that Amen Thompson seems to have figured some things out as well.
And Steph Curry's thumb.
Yes.
Steph Curry's thumb is a factor. All right, what's going to bail you out in a game like that last night is Steph Curry. We all know. We've seen Steph Curry score 0 points in the first half and then go off into the extreme double digits in the second half.
Mm-hmm.
But his thumb is bothering him, and Dylan Brooks is not helping that thumb out at all.
Yeah,
Dylan Brooks is like that evil nurse in a movie that comes in to the coma patient and just screws up the
Nurse
IV
Ratchet.
or something.
Yeah, Nurse Ratchet.
That's what he is.
Yeah, man. Kids, go see One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, an Academy Award winner when your parents were a kid.
Read the book. The movie's okay. Go ahead.
Sounds like a lot of work, man. Here's Dylan Brooks on the very phenomenon Seth is talking about. Dylan Brooks, they're defending Steph Curry. He's got a thumb brace, so when he's shooting the basketball, they're making a point to try to hit him on the thumb.
No, I've been playing the game. If you're gonna come play the game injured or whenever you got, it's all about the game. If I had an injured ankle, I would attack that ankle every single time. So, whatever they're saying on the broadcast, they can keep saying it.
Yeah, and what he's referring to is the broadcast for the local broadcast for the Warriors were bringing this up last night.
Whereas you look Draymond Green just viciously hacking at people's injuries before. So the Warriors are the last team that I want to hear a sob story from.
Draymond will go after uninjured parts of people, and I cite various nut shots to players. I don't think
are scrotums ever in an invulnerable position. They don't wear cups on the basketball court.
But I've never seen an injury report in which Steven Adams' scrotum was on the injury report, and Draymond still goes after that in every game. It seems like. Who was it? It was Tari Eason the other night that Draymond basically did a leg drop on his head, or was that Ahmed? I can't remember. Maybe
that was Tari.
Was it Tari? Yeah, it just comes down and just Hulk Hogan leg drop right on his face. I didn't check the injury report before the game and see that Tari Eason's face was something that should be gone after. And that
was one thing. People were upset. That was a play where Reggie Miller seemed to be describing something completely different than what he was seeing on the replay screen. Right? Yeah, that was for if the people who were watching the national broadcast were not happy with Reggie Miller in that moment.
Yeah. Tomorrow. Did they happen to talk about on the national? I watched the local broadcast. Vanessa had a little, not feature, but one of the little mini vignettes when they come back from break and they go, hey, let's go down to Vanessa Richardson. And apparently the Thompson parents, they've got 2 sons in the playoff right now. They've got Amen in the playoffs and his twin brother who was drafted by the Pistons with the very next pick a couple of years ago, Osar, is in the playoffs as well. So Detroit's playing, and apparently the Thompson parents have been just to all games. They've gone from April 20th through tonight through today. They're going to Detroit today because Detroit plays the Knicks tonight in Detroit. It's like 1,400, a minimum of 1,400 miles a day. like on the
that's a good problem to have. Yeah, like they're traveling a lot. It's not like they're traveling a lot because their boss just doesn't respect their family work, their life work balance or anything.
No, they're going to see their kids.
That's a bonanza of fun travel.
I think it's
just
awesome.
Going around watching your sons play basketball.
I think it's awesome, and to watch them, and the fact that the teams are kind of similar. And that they were really down in the dumps. There's a reason they were picking first and second a few years ago when they took Cade Cunningham and Jalen Green back to back, and that the Rockets were probably a little ahead of the Pistons last year in getting back to 500. But the Pistons have been one of the better stories in the league this year. That's really cool, man. That they're able to. If Amen keeps playing the way that he's playing, they won't have to worry about frequent flyer miles or anything like that, man. Like they'll be PJ everywhere.
I'm sure they're. I'm sure they're not flying on Spirit right now. So there's that part of it too.
You never know,
the biggest
man.
thing when you have a hellacious travel schedule like that is it's amazing how much more resilient you are as long as you abstain from alcohol. Once you introduce alcohol into the mix, man, it becomes a slog. That is a slog.
I know, it's so fun getting drunk on planes and in airports, though.
But the getting drunk on a plane, it's 8 times more damaging than any other. Other than if you're like drinking at work or something. Yeah. It just the altitude and everything else and the dehydration combines to just mess everything. And your sleep schedule is going to be screwed up because you're crossing time zones. Yeah.
I don't know, man. That all just gets you drunk faster the next time you start drinking. I don't know.
Who feels more like they got drunk on an airplane right now? If let's say hypothetically, if the Rockets lost this series, Lakers fans or Rockets fans, who feels better?
Rocket fans. Rocket fans for sure.
I just wanted to confirm it and revel in it.
No, Rocket fans for sure. The topic they're doing now, I didn't think about this one. The Lakers. I said earlier they're going to be talking about this, or this with the Lakers on TV. Did J.J. Redick let the Lakers down? That's a good one.
Totally did.
That's a good one. But to answer your question, definitely Rockets, because I feel like there is a big faction of Rocket fans that feel like whatever happened in this playoffs, the regular season unto itself was enough improvement where we at least feel good about the direction, Yeah. Maybe the expectations change when you become the 2 seed. You're like, all right, we at least need to win one of these series. They are getting fed a team that's not a normal 7 seed in pedigree, and with the fact that you bring this up quite a bit, that since they got Jimmy Butler, this is not the same Warriors. The Warriors team that got them this 7 seed is the team that they had before Jimmy Butler. The team that after they got Jimmy Butler was the one that fished them out of being in the play-in. They're like a 55-win team with Jimmy Butler on their team.
They've been one of the best defenses in the league, and that's where the matchup playoffs going up when you don't have good shooters on your team and you're going up against a top 3 defense with Jimmy Butler. It's a tougher matchup than your typical 7 seed. Yeah. So and as far as Redick, I as much as I hate to do this, I'll stand up for Redick because the criticism is that he left the starters in too long in the previous game, and that those guys should look. You're telling me with your backs against the wall that Redick playing the starters too long in the previous blowout loss was the reason that you couldn't just somehow try to salvage this series?
Yeah.
No, you got bigger fish to fry, Lakers fans.
Yep.
You're not a good basketball team anymore. You really haven't been for 5 years.
Yeah.
You're not the Lakers. This is not the Showtime Lakers. This is not the Kobe Lakers.
Yep.
This is the aging LeBron Lakers and fat Doncic Lakers.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Yeah, absolutely. That's that's a good question for the listeners, I guess. Like, if the Rockets end up losing this series, they lose on Friday night, we come in here on Monday, and how are you feeling about it if they lose? I mean, we're obviously hoping they win, but if they lose this series, is this season still considered a success to you, or are the things that led to them losing the series something that you feel are problems that are going to be awfully difficult to overcome with this group? Because if it's going to be awfully difficult to overcome with this group, then you got to change the group in some way. I
think the funniest thing would be is almost if you look at it like the Texans' offensive line.
Yep.
It's that, all right, so far by and large, the Texans have not been particularly aggressive in improving the offensive line. They've tried to take a more methodical approach. So if the Rockets feel like, yep, we definitely need to tweak things, but by and large, they make a bunch of marginal moves.
Yeah.
I think that's where some of the some of the dread will start to seep in a little bit. Like, wait a second, you guys have been teasing me with Devin Booker and Kevin Durant and Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Yeah.
And instead I get, wait a second, I'm getting a bunch of sharpshooters who aren't great overall basketball players or what have you.
Yep. For sure. Text message, Golden State's 25 offensive rebounds was a concern. I will say this.
Yeah.
I'm more concerned about the Rockets' 8 offensive rebounds than I am concerned about 18 of the 25 Golden State offensive rebounds were from the bench, which were guys in there when the game was out of hand. Like I'm more worried that and this is something that goes back to the last couple of games. They just haven't been. The Rockets average more offensive rebounds than anybody in the league during the regular season, nearly 15 offensive rebounds a game. They had 8 last night. Now, there weren't that many misses to offensive rebound. They were making a lot of their shots. That factors in too. But they have not been, as this series has gone on, they have not been as good on the offensive glass as they were early in the series and during the season.
Well, it's interesting, if you look at the offensive rebounds for the starters for the Warriors, they had 7 offensive rebounds.
That's it. Yeah.
Rocket starters had 5 offensive rebounds. They're not putting in their typical performance. Steven Adams had 3.
Yeah.
Now, obviously the minutes are skewed, but that part. And again, you're going against a team that the Warriors are a much scrappier team in a lot of ways than you want to acknowledge or give them credit for.
Yep. All right, Payne here in 9 o'clock hour. Keep texting 713-572-4610. I think what's happening on Sunday could be huge for the Houston Astros, especially in a mucked up American League. We'll tell you what that is coming up next.
Emeritus, you know what you want? You want to get into
investment advisor.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610.
There's another topic. I'm looking at the TV that I ignored from this Lakers Timberwolves. I tried to guess what topics they'd be talking about on First Take. Is this Anthony Edwards league now?
Ooh.
They love.
You know what, dude? You wanting to be a producer for ESPN has never been more obviously out of reach than you failing to anticipate the topics.
My open campaign to become a producer. I missed on the. Is this? You're right. Like if you're trying to guess the topics after a big, especially the NBA is very conducive to this because of the nature of the league. I said that how does this affect LeBron's legacy will be a topic, and it still may be. It hasn't yet. Is Nico Harrison vindicated for the trade? That happened earlier. I got that one right. The one I missed was, is J.J. Redick to blame? And now this Anthony Edwards, is it his league? Face of the league, legacy, who to blame?
Face of the league is a huge one.
Big one for the NBA.
Ideally, ESPN hopes that it's a foreign-born player because then that's when they get the maximum controversy. It's like when Stephen A. Smith says that Shohei Ohtani can't be the face of the league, this, that, the other. So they miss out on that a little bit, but that's you should know that there's a grab bag of ESPN topics that are legacy. There will be Jordan at some point. This will be would Jordan have gone out like this?
Yeah. Jordan and MJ, or Jordan and LeBron. Yes, There's like this. They have this box and they open it up and there's just all these gimmicks inside of it. And they're like, oh yeah, we got to do legacy here. Lance McCullers on Sunday.
How will this affect his legacy?
I'll tell you what.
It is actually very legitimate.
It's a legitimate question. Here's Lance McCullers. He met with the media yesterday. How's it feel to be back this Sunday?
It's been a really long road for me. I thank my teammates, coaching staff, Astros organization for standing by me and supporting me. And I'm excited to just kind of get this type of stuff done with, and then just get back into the flow of pitching for this team.
I think, Seth, we'll talk about what this could mean to the Astros in just a second. It could be big. If you're getting the Lance McCullers back that pitched in 2021 and at the end of 2022, the World Series game where he got shelled notwithstanding, I'm talking regular season. He was a really good pitcher, 7th in the Cy Young voting in 2021, and then he had a 2.27 ERA and 8 starts at the end of the season, the year they won the World Series. Undeniably, those statistics are really, really good. If you get that, that's a game changer. Just purely on an emotional level, I think it's really cool that he's making this comeback. It would have been really easy. He signed a fully guaranteed $85 million contract extension after the COVID season in 2020 that runs all the way through, I think, 2027.
Yeah.
He could have really easily just said, you know what, I'll just take my $85 million and I'll go, be a dad to my daughter and a husband to my wife and move on with my life. And this was a grueling rehab. This is a 2.5-year rehab to come back with all kinds of fits and starts with it. My respect has grown.
The two things I think people forget about Lance that he deserves more credit for is, A, just his performance versus the Yankees in the 2017 ALCS when he threw 24 straight curveballs, for one. I'll just do that. But then the other is that he pitched through a partially torn UCL that would later require Tommy John surgery back in 2018.
Yep.
Yeah. He's been an absolute warrior in a sports context when it comes to fighting through injuries, sometimes to his detriment and against probably what everybody was advising him to do. He's played through a lot of injuries, and that this flexor tendon, he gave an answer yesterday that I know it sounded kind of confusing. It almost made it sound like he'd gotten a second Tommy John surgery. I think it was when he had that flexor tendon, they weren't sure if he was going to need Tommy John surgery as well. And the report afterwards was that he wasn't going to need it.
Yeah.
So I think when he was speaking yesterday, I think he was more talking about like the fear of having a potential second Tommy John.
Yeah.
But the flexor tendon surgery was obviously still a very big deal.
Yep.
So he's really battled through a lot of stuff. And I just, man, if he could play the complete season and on into the playoffs this year, I think all of those ESPN type topics would be totally valid and accurate, but you'd feel really good talking about it. Okay, what's Lance McCullers' legacy? Was Lance McCullers this? Was Lance McCullers that?
Yeah.
It's we're still in the middle of it for now.
Here's how he is talking about how he feels.
I felt really good. I felt like my stuff's been pretty crisp. So obviously it's been a long layoff for me, and there's probably going to be things I have to work through and kind of get my feet back under me and things of that nature. But I feel like I'm in as good of a spot as I can be coming out of rehab games, I should say, and I'm excited for Sunday.
This is what I need to remind everybody of. That I know it's been a while, and I haven't really seen him much since 2021. And when you saw him in the World Series, it was him just battling through a bad performance to try to save the rest of the staff for the next game against the Phillies. But that Lance does have a habit of coming out and really struggling through the first inning and then pulling it back in. He's really good. He's really good at scaring the hell out of you in the first inning and then reeling it right back in.
Yeah.
So just save your thumbs. Don't just don't give up after the first inning. There's a good chance that he might not have the best inning. His worst inning might be the first inning.
Maybe.
And then just see what happens after that.
I've already called it. He will bean somebody, not with malice in his heart, but he will hit a batter in the first inning on Sunday. That's my prediction. He's gonna be amped up, man. He'll
have no regrets about it, though, either.
No, of course not.
He likes owning the plate,
Of course
He's old
not.
school in that regard.
Man, I hope he comes back. I'm telling you.
He grew up with Goose Gossage as his godfather,
That's
basically.
right.
He's not afraid to piss people off.
No. If you get back a version of Lance McCullers that's anywhere close to the 2021 and 2022 healthy versions of him, a huge factor that I don't think odds makers were looking at that. I think quite frankly, a lot of Astro fans still aren't letting themselves get to a place where they're factoring in Lance McCullers. But this is an American League right now that is just a swamp of average to a slightly above average and slightly below average baseball teams. There is not a runaway. Forget about the AL West. The AL as a whole, there's not a team that's a runaway team like there are in the National League. There's 5 or 6 of those teams that are really, really good and elite in the National League. You get a Lance McCullers who gives you 25 starts, and they're good starts, you're winning the division, and that all of a sudden gives you, in the playoffs, assuming Framber, I think Framber's going to be fine, but Hunter Brown, Framber, McCullers, and then whatever else you got as your number 4, that's enough to win the American League if he's good.
Look, and the big thing with Lance, too, is he's adamant that he's a starting pitcher, and that's what he is. And he's not getting knocked off of that. That's what his approach is in the regular season. He's a career 3.5 ERA guy. And, there's highlights and lowlights along the way there. But I think his value in the postseason and his ability to piggyback start or to come in relief or to be an opener or whatever it might be, that's something he's proven. And it still does have all that playoff experience.
Yep.
But he also, look, I know he hasn't played in the last couple of years, but he's also 30 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be a more mature version of himself.
Mm-hmm.
And he was always very professional and very mature, but I think maybe that fiery side of him where sometimes it might have been his detriment.
Yeah.
It may be a little bit more of a calm, cool, and collected and consistent Lance McCullers. Probably helps him out in coming back from the injury.
That type of thing harnessed at 22 or 23 is different than when you're a little older like he is, for sure.
Actually, this is his 31-year-old season, isn't it?
Yeah.
Boy, where does the time fly, Sean Pendergast?
It's crazy. Well, he came into the league in 2015, and he's only won 49 games. But he's pitched well when he's been out there. It's just he's missed multiple full seasons. It's a wild back of the baseball card for him, man. It really is. Rooting hard for him on Sunday. Some text messages coming in. Going to be in Chicago this weekend. Was only going to go to Saturday's game. Definitely going to Sunday as well now with Lance starting. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head earlier, Seth. For me, if you're an Astros fan, this is whatever you had planned for Sunday. Clear the deck. You're watching this. This is a big deal on Sunday. I think it's a big deal.
Well, the other thing about Lance too is that it's just tough. That I know, and I understand, and I get why people are frustrated with him, obviously. But it's not because he had personality issues or off-field issues or anything like that. It's simply been injuries. But he was also probably the guy who most embraced Houston in the golden era side of things. He had his H-Town tattoo from all about it, really embracing the city. That it's hard to watch sometimes how much vitriol there is by some people towards him when really he's had really bad luck with injuries.
Yep, no doubt. If text message, if Lance comes back healthy and strong, does that increase the likelihood of Framber being traded? No. Framber, the determination to trade Framber will be based on where this team is come July, and I fully expect Framber to be on the team for the entire season. I think this team would have to be way out of it for them to move Framber Valdez potentially to a team that they could see in the postseason to get a few prospects. Like that die was cast when they could have traded him, presumably back when they traded Kyle Tucker.
The only way Framber also gets traded if the Astros are very much in playoff contention is it's got to be a player-for-player deal. It's not going to be for the future, I don't think.
They're not going to weaken this team.
There's not going to be a Cam Smith out there is the thing that entices them. I think it'll be that there's a stud hitter out there and available. Please don't delude yourselves into thinking it's Mike Trout.
That would be interesting. You don't see deals like that. That'd be really intriguing.
Like it would be a crazy deal. It would be awesome.
Like a deadline trade where you get a high-level pitcher traded for a high-level hitter between two playoff teams.
The reason I brought up Mike Trout, by the way, is just because I hadn't really been paying attention, and I just saw because Mike Trout was off to a ferocious start early this year. He is now back down to batting 179 with a 727.
And he left the game a couple days ago.
He did? He got injured?
Yeah, I think he got hurt again. Yes.
Sean, he hasn't played in the last four regular seasons. He hasn't played in a regular season's equivalent of games.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, you look right. Like if you add up
21 through 24.
Yeah, adds up to what?
He's played. Oh wait, no, I apologize. He's played 266 games.
Okay, all right.
So 4 seasons.
In 4 seasons, right. All right.
I forget. 2022, he played a whole season. Yeah.
All right.
Well, no, I mean 100 by his standards, 119 games.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, are you kidding me? That's combat pay right there. That's heavy lifting for Mike Trout. 119 games.
So let's say in the last 5 seasons before this year, he had played 320 games.
Okay.
So he's averaging about 60 games a year.
There you go. We're proud to partner with the Insperity Invitational happening at the Woodlands Country Club tournament course this weekend. Stephen Alker, David Duval, Ernie Els, John Daly, and more of the PGA Tour champions best are on the course right here in town. An incredible weekend of championship golf. It tees off tomorrow. Entry to the tournament is free, so just head on out there, and you can check out all these great pros. For score updates, tee times, weather notes, and more information, head to InsperityInvitational.com. What's the biggest difference between the draft room that Nick Caserio came into the league with New England back in the early part of the 21st century and the draft room now? He mentioned that on his chat with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. We'll let you hear what the Texans GM had to say coming up next.
Hey, Mokaram Injury Lawyers, if
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610.
Pendergast, we'll get to Caserio here in a second. I was in the other studio, Seth, talking to Brandon Scott and Figgy and Reggie Atatula, and they brought up one thing that we had not talked about yet. Cam Whitmore still sitting on the bench with like 3 minutes to go in the game, didn't come in with the backups during that period of time. Like Cam Whitmore, who people have been clamoring for throughout this series on the text page to get more time. Hell, there were people yesterday before this game saying, put Cam Whitmore in the starting lineup. I don't know. He got in like the last minute of the game where they took the starters out for the second time. But he was sitting there right next to the coaches with his sweats on with a big sourpuss on his face. So something must be going on with Cam Whitmore, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I know, and he's not happy.
No.
He hasn't said anything publicly, at least, I guess.
He rarely
or at
seems
least anything
happy.
that's been picked up.
Yeah, he rarely seems happy. So that was a
he's not on the untouchable list.
No, I think he's a lock to be included in whatever trade they make, because with whatever team I think can easily sell themselves on he's going to get minutes with us. And we've seen when he does get – Cam Whitmore scored 39 points in a game towards the end of the season this year. He can put it in the basket.
We should have our list. We'll do this maybe tomorrow, is the power ranking of least touchable. Almost like your Marcellus Wallace's wife. Which one of these guys is the mobster's wife versus which one is his Gumar.
Yeah, the girlfriend.
There's the Gumar ranking, which is most touchable.
Yeah.
But least touchable is Marcellus
Mia
Wallace.
Yeah, Mia Wallace. Played by who played her again? What was the name?
Uma Thurman.
Uma Thurman. Yeah, that's it.
Who's in all those.
Uma Thurman. Yeah. All those Tarantino movies. Biggest difference now with the draft room, according to Nick Caserio. He's asked this on Texans All Access this week. How has the draft room changed over the years?
So I'd say the technology is a big thing. We went away from the tags this year on the board begrudgingly. So I was like the last of the Mohicans on that, but we survived, adapt and adjust.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think everything's becoming very digitized and very technologically based.
I felt him on that one, man. I really,
the madness with the names.
Yeah, and honestly, man, when you're trying to keep track of things like organizationally, and things are changing and everything, there's just something about being able to either touch or write or make an X on a piece of paper that it's just so hard for people our age to just completely go digital. Dude. So I give Nick credit for something that he's been doing for 20 plus years a certain way. And man, it's hard. It's hard. Kids, I know you don't understand what we're talking about here.
No.
But it's really, really hard to feel good about anything important or serious when you can't touch it. And I that's why I have 3 computer monitors at any given time, because I need to pretend at least like I have a piece of paper out in front of me.
Yes. I've got 4 surfaces, open stuff, handwritten to-do list. I bet Nick, we'll have to ask him when we have him on next week. Not that he goes to a lot of concerts or sporting events. He goes to some sporting events, actually. But I bet he's a big fan of the paper ticket. I'm a big fan of the paper ticket as opposed to the digital ticket is easier to transfer nowadays if you're looking to buy and sell on the secondary market. You don't have to wait for the tickets to get sent to you. But, man, I have a big shoebox full of tickets to stuff I went to back in the day. I bought
a ticket, not an NFT.
Right.
What is this, COVID?
Thank you.
Yeah, give me something physical that I can hold on to.
Yeah. Hey, by the way,
it's easily counterfeitable. Yes.
By the way, and we'll get to this here. Actually, Caserio talking about D'Amico here is actually pretty funny. We'll get to it in a second. Did you see where D'Amico was sitting at the game last night, at the Rockets game?
It's up like in the 3rd row or so?
Right behind the bench in the 3rd row, yeah.
Is that where he was? Okay,
right behind the Rockets bench. I tweeted out a picture of it, and I said, D'Amico Ryans, swarm consultant for the Rockets.
D'Amico was a baseball player. Do we know if he played basketball?
I would bet he did, man. He's probably just an athlete.
Yeah, and he went to his school wasn't that.
Bessemer, Alabama. He's probably the greatest athlete in the history of the city, possibly. We don't know. Here was Caserio on Texans All Access on how he and D'Amico settled disagreements over players in the draft.
How do you settle a disagreement if you have one in the room?
We've had very few, so we usually come to, and if we do, he'll beat my So we'll probably go with the selection that he covets.
Whichever one the pugilist D'Amico Ryans wants.
Right.
Beat my ass. Yeah.
I do believe that they probably have had very few disagreements. And especially like a lot of teams, they try to stick to their draft board as much as possible. So the disagreements happened before the draft.
Yeah.
Draft day is the extreme version of what goes on in draft rooms, although there is a lot of dysfunction on a lot of teams.
You talking about the movie draft day? Yeah.
Yeah, the movie draft day, yeah. So I think the biggest thing is, and this is where people are always uncomfortable, at various times in Texans history, people have had huge ongoing arguments about who has final say. Does the GM have final say, or is it the head coach? Mm-hmm. Is it Bill O'Brien, or is it Rick Smith?
Yeah.
And I never like it because there are a lot of really successful NFL teams where they genuinely don't have it written out in stone or in contracts or anywhere else who has final say on what. Because by and large, in a smaller organization, if you've got a good culture, you can figure out ways to work through your disagreements.
Mm-hmm.
The Ravens have been like that forever. That the head coach and the GM can pretty much just battle with each other. They have their opinions or whatever, but you figure out a way to work it out. And an NFL team is a small enough organization that, much like a family business, you don't need a board of directors in a small family business. If you got a few dozen employees or what have you, you got a couple of brothers that own it, and they'll get in knockdown drag arguments at times, but they don't need to go have moms settle it for them.
No.
They figure it out. No. And that's hard to do in the NFL, where you're putting a bunch of people that didn't know each other previously together as an organization. But when it's done right, you really genuinely don't have to have a hierarchy. And maybe even if you don't, if D'Amico doesn't agree with Caserio, maybe in this instance he's like, okay, I don't agree with you, but you just go ahead, it's cool. And then there's another time where Caserio bends or what have you.
Yep.
And it feels very much like D'Amico and Nick have that type of relationship.
Yeah, it's been working pretty good, I would say. Here is one more from Caserio, and then we'll talk to the guys from In the Loop. They'll be in here in a couple of minutes. This is Caserio on the blur of – you want to set this one up, Seth?
This was him talking about some of the draft day trades they made, or draft weekend trades they made. And John Harris had asked the question of, do you kind of approach this like a game when you're going into it, where you're just going to see where the chips fall and then you got to shoot? But there's one specific thing Caserio had said in here that I always find entertaining and I think is very genuine.
Let's start with that team. They're not interested. Go to the next team. I think we ended up trading with Vegas at 48, whatever that was. So for some reason they didn't do it, then you go to the next team and try to figure out. Then if you lose that player, all right, do you want to continue to trade and go back in? Maybe there's a different entry point. So those are all things that you weigh. But to your point, John, it's very much like a game. You're prepared. You think it's going to happen a certain way. While something changes, then you have to adjust in turn as well.
The part where he said, I think it was the Raiders at 48, I don't, some people could hear that and think, what the hell, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. You hear this from GMs all over the place. You hear from coaches after games. It's that, the actual entity he's even trading with at that point wasn't looming all that large in his mind. We do this, and you're doing it so often that he doesn't even have the immediate recall afterwards, because we're fixated on that trade with the Raiders, and we can dial in on that, whereas he might have had 20 other conversations right around that same time, and it just becomes kind of like shooting ducks at an arcade game.
Yeah, well,
you're not thinking too much about the individual entity.
He even said, I think in that interview and in other interviews he's done, Nick's been out there this week. He was on Jim Rome. He was on Kay Adams yesterday. He'll be on with us next week. He talked about the process of moving down from 25. We looked at the teens and read about when it got into the high teens is when those talks had started to really coalesce. And when 25 came up, when it was apparent they were going to trade, they had 3 different deals they were looking at that point. And nobody trades more than him. It would be very logical that it would be kind of blurry for Nick Caserio in those instances.
He trades so much. He's kind of like a guy who's an infamous coxman who just can't even remember any of his sexual conquests. He's just like, oh, I've met you before. We spent a weekend in Nantucket. And he's like, I don't know. I was coaching the Patriots at the time. I don't really.
He was okay. We're wondering if the word you used was.
Yeah, you're allowed to say coxman.
You are? Okay.
That's in the dictionary.
It is?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, I got you. I just remember the last time you said it.
Did I get in trouble?
Ben freaked out. No, I don't know if you got in trouble. I think Ben dumped it last time you said it. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. Either way, to the audio we just heard from Nick, I know you saw this, Seth, where John Harris asked him, hey, what happens when you're on the phone with a team and another team's calling in? Like, is a call waiting or like, what's the deal? Yeah. And that's where Nick outlined, like, that was one where it really took you inside the war room. He's like, no, pretty much like everybody involved in this process has a phone. And and everybody's there's like a bunch of conversations going on. Like Lipford's talking to the equivalent of whoever the Lipford is for some other team. Like there's a lot of moving parts in this.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah,
I just putting myself in that situation. That's a lot to keep track of.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would
be the GM. It was like, hold on, everybody. Will everybody just hold on
that
for a
was
minute?
Sonny Weaver. Remember, like Sonny Weaver. Like, can I just do my job? He had a lot of useless people in that war room. A lot of people just sitting around doing nothing but eating pizza in that movie, man.
Yeah, and looking at prospects' girlfriends on
Instagram.
Yeah.
Remember that scene? Yeah, I kind of felt for him with that. Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop. It looks like one of those guys today is B. Scott in for one John Lopez. Hello, my friend.
That's right.
It doesn't just look like that. It is. That'd be hilarious.
The case?
That'd be hilarious if Lopez somehow got extensive plastic surgery to look like B. Scott.
That would be one day.
If one of us could disguise as the other, that would be a feat that would make us way beyond radio.
Give the station a lot of buzz. I will say that.
That part. It
you guys are
wonders for our YouTube and Twitch.
Yes.
You guys are very brightly attired today.
Thanks, man.
Like bright green and bright yellow. I feel do something. Thank you. You've inspired me.
I like that rocket shirt you got on.
A little change of pace, man. Brighten it up a little bit. You guys bring one tone, we bring the next, and we kind of do a little yin and yang here. It's pretty
B.
good.
Scott's got a ketchup and mustard Rockets T-shirt on with the. Which finals is that?
This is commemorative, so it's obviously I don't have to tell you, Sean.
Yeah.
It's 30 years.
30 years,
since
man.
the championship, the back-to-back championship. So when you go to Toyota Center these days, they're doing a lot of merch from 30 years ago or 30 years commemorative sales, and that's been their City Connect jerseys and all of that kind of tapping into that. So, I got the fever at one point when I was up there.
Yeah.
It's cool because from a distance I thought it was like an EPL jersey.
Like he out here going up for Watford, I'm guessing.
Oh, and he's got the sponsors on the sleeve and everything else.
So it's a cool look.
Yeah, they definitely mixed ideas here. Kind of a basketball theme with a kind of a soccer sort of style shirt. Yeah.
Hey, do you guys have a story? We posed this question earlier. Kind of stole your gimmick a little bit with it did turn into a
asking questions on the radio.
Yeah,
I love that I can. Should I copyright this?
Hey, you
guys are innovative.
Well, this has really put a crimp in our show. We can't ask questions of the audience anymore. But you guys do such a good job with it. And I'll ask what your question of the day is in just a second. But with this Ulbrich, Jeff Ulbrich, the defensive coordinator, with his son costing him $100,000.
That's right.
In a fine, because that happened towards the end of end of our show yesterday. While you guys were still on the air. We were asking people, what's the most you've cost your parents in making a mistake?
Oh, that's such a good question.
And we got some great answers. Like, we had one guy who said he and his buddies cost his parents like $700 on phone back in like the late 80s or early 90s.
So, sub-question, I don't know if you guys got this answer from that particular person.
Yeah.
Was it, I was too young to realize it cost something, or was it I'm old enough where I just feel like I can make this shake?
Didn't get the answer.
See, because that's exactly where I was like, is this the 5-year-old dialing 911 not realizing there's repercussions, or is this the 17-year-old being like, I don't care?
Yeah.
I know at least once I knew my parents were gone for a long weekend, and I ordered a pay-per-view movie that I knew I was going to get in a lot of trouble for.
I see you, Seth. Okay.
When the hormones are coursing through you at that age, you just you know you're wrong, and you just can't help it.
It did not show up as a discrete title on the cable bill. Well,
the title can be discrete all you want. There's only one for 29. They're not. You're not watching Braveheart for $29.99. You know, it's
not back in 1989. No.
Hey, the kids
like
these
back in the
days.
hotel charges, they'd be like, "Don't worry, the title's discreet." Back in the day when
Yeah.
you do pay-per-view,
Yeah,
and it was like, okay, but the only ones that cost $20 for the movie are a certain type of movie.
Yes.
And
That
the
clerk's
kids-
gonna give me the eye.
Yep.
The kids cannot relate to this story at all because they're like, "You paid $20 for porn?"
Porn, like, yeah, I can get it for free in 8 seconds on my phone. Yeah.
Wait until they find out how much it costs to buy just a normal VHS tape.
Oh
in
my!
the
Oh,
1980s.
dude.
Like $99 if you wanted to buy a
Yes,
feature film.
if you wanted to buy a movie, it's like you were buying the whole theater with it. Like it was crazy.
Hence the magic of taping over the little hole on the VHS tape and dubbing it.
Yeah. Not the best quality. TV is going to become
That's
a
right.
thing eventually.
So listen, I'm just trying to screenshot Jamie Lee Curtis for a few minutes. I don't need high fidelity, okay?
Right.
That's such a hilarious thought just because I immediately thought of modern Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah.
And that made it even funnier
Not
for me.
screen grabbable these days.
Okay. So you guys are probably too even young to appreciate this. In the early days of the internet, where I did you don't even know what the internet actually is. I just knew it was something like, okay, cool. For a long, long time, when young men would be trying to get the illicit images on their screen, there were no movies. It was a picture that downloaded line by line.
That's right.
Line by line by line.
And it was worth every second.
It
I love that
was
you
so
think
much
I was
better.
too young to get into that because I am remembering the image as I
You
speak.
were born into high-speed videos like that, man. We had to muck it with magazines and slow-speed dial-up.
Molded by
One
it, yes.
pixel at a time.
Yeah.
Like, ooh, I'm waiting for this next pixel to load.
This is going to feel so good in 25 minutes.
Is that a change in color on that particular
Yes,
portion of
exactly
screen?
right.
Oh, okay, excellent.
What's a nipple? Oh, there it is. What's the question of the day, fellas?
What are you shameless about that you probably should not be?
My
shameless
love
about?
for late 90s slow download porn on AOL.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Obviously. Okay, so what is like a guilty pleasure kind of thing?
Well, I was thinking more just, there's a couple of things from this Rockets-Warriors Game 5 where individuals were being incredibly shameless. The one that immediately came to mind for me was after the game, and I know you guys played this audio, Dylan Brooks being asked about,
he don't care.
Hey, over there, they were talking about this man's thumb and basically giving him the opportunity to clear it up. And he was like, no, I did it.
Yeah.
Like, if it was me, I'd expect that, so. And he just left that there, and I was like, you could have just said no.
Oh, yeah, that's a good topic.
I guess for me, wishing death upon people.
Yeah,
I don't have any. I'm just like, all right.
Seth will tell you to go die.
I feel like mine is going to be even more controversial than that.
Oh, I can't wait.
1040. That's a tease right there.
Cannot wait.
I love that.
And I don't want to get in trouble, but it's the question, and I'm going to answer it honestly.
I love it.
And I'm shameless about it.
Okay. Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Did I tell you, everybody, that Crosstalk is sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing? Yes, I did.
You love to hear it.
Yes, I did. All right, gentlemen. Well, the floor is yours. Seth, antibodies to you. I will see you for a Friday edition tomorrow, my friend.
Antibodies and the faster than dial-up internet modem speed to you.
56K, baby.
Yeah.
56 kbps.
Please save that. Please save them making those noises so we can drop those at some point.
Old men noises. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, B. Scott, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop. They start now.
I will always be appreciative for D&M Auto Leasing that I get to have that 5 minutes a day.
Yeah.
And that's why sometimes I just want to stretch it out to 10 minutes if they'll let me.
Hey, what a great thing that D&M Auto Leasing does. Allowing us to just play around nonsensical for 5 minutes with Payne and Pendergast.
Before we play around nonsensical for 4 hours here in the loop. That's right.
I said that not to interrupt. I said that to Seth yesterday after we got done doing our segment on the 100 people that some online guy picked to fight the gorilla.
That's right.
I said to Seth, I'm like, we're cheating life so bad. Like,
Yes.
we just got paid to talk about a gorilla going up against 100 men for 15 minutes.
That's right.
Yeah, the thing that apparently everybody is talking about, and we just so happen to, get the cash check.
Yeah, Scott Hole.
Yeah.
I don't want to make it seem like we're not doing work. We're definitely doing some work, Parker.
Yeah.
Don't come in.
Yeah.
Don't talk to me about this work.
That's sweat right there on my brow.
Yeah,
you see.
we had to think. We had to think a lot about that 100 men versus the gorilla. All right, let's get to actual work here on a Thursday in the loop.
Yeah.
Before somebody come and pull me out this chair, I am Reginald Atatula. That's B. Scott in for the OG John Lopez. Figgy Fig still here with the hair up, tied all nice. Let's get it going on a Thursday. As you can tell, the vibes are high.
Yeah.
And that's just because we generally like to have a good time. It's good people here at Sports Radio 610, but also, who am I kidding? The Rockets have staved off elimination, baby.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It is on to Game 6 as the series rolls on. A victory for your Rockets. Can I call it an emphatic victory considering how it kind of finished up there?
Yeah,
Scott?
Just the fact that you were in position for it to finish the way it did, that you were standing around kind of scratching your head like, why is the 30-point lead now 15, 13, 14? Like, what's going on? But just the fact that you were in that position and in that position for so long, Reggie, they waved that white flag midway through the third quarter.
That's right.
Like, there are people on the other side of this wondering if he punted on a chance to close out this series, either with his starters late after they, the bench guys came and got them back in the game, or simply just taking those guys out as early as he did. So, I mean, yeah, it's obvious and an obvious emphatic victory when the opposing coach is making business decisions like that midway through the third quarter.
Well, I feel like I know someone who agrees with that particular sentiment that you put up there, and his name is Steph Curry. You saw him on the bench, and he looked like he was upset. Like he looked like he was tapping his foot, trying to stop himself from going over to Steve Kerr and telling him about himself.
As he should, as a competitor. You would expect that, right? Like, this is one of those moments, Reggie, where I would expect the coach and the player to perhaps have different either motivations or different strategies on how to achieve the same goal. Whereas the player is competitive in a different way, the coach has to be more strategic and more cognizant of the long view, which I think is what Steve Kerr was at least trying to do, whether you agree with the decision or not, whereas Steph Curry is just ready to go out there and play.
Yeah, well, I think actually, starting out here just talking about this Rockets game, I think for me that's definitely one of the answers to this question, which is what was the thing that impressed you most about that huge Game 5 victory for the Rockets? It was a 131-116 win for the Rockets in which they shot fairly lights out. And, of course, these numbers got skewed by an entire fourth quarter that was at one point garbage time and then at another point garbage in a different way. But the idea that you could force a Golden State Warriors team to wave the flag is considering how close all of these games, or I guess outside of that other one that they won, right, how close all of these games had been throughout the course of the series, like, and the ways in which there was conversations in a 3-1 series that had a tenor and a tone as if you were ready to, get done with the season and, memorialize it in some ways. And they went out there and they played like, bats out of hell, like their hairs were on fire, and they shot the ball incredibly well. There were so many things in that game that felt like they were encouraging, especially in the idea that you put the Warriors in a place where they had to start considering their mortality. Yeah. And I say that very intentionally because you were talking about the Steve Kerr decision to bench guys. We're in a point in this series where you're getting games every other day, as opposed to earlier on in the series where you had every 3 days you would have a game, and that is a huge check mark in the benefit of the Rockets to the point where I know Steve Kerr was like, "Hey, I got heavy legs, I got hurt thumbs over here. Like, I got to give them the rest of this quarter and see if that maybe helps us close it out in 6."
Yeah. So the most impressive thing that I saw from the Rockets last night as a team would be the decisiveness on offense, the fact that the big criticism we have with them is it doesn't seem like they always have a plan or like they always stick to the plan, whatever it might be. So the ball doesn't move enough. They don't move enough. Therefore, their offense gets stagnant. Their spacing gets clunky, and they're over-reliant on either Alperen Şengün in some sort of ISO post situation or on, say, one of the Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Amen Thompson in some cases, what have you. It's like Şengün or bailout. But what else are we going? What are we hanging our hats on beyond just our best player and like a hope and a prayer, so to speak? They were much better in this way. I thought it was similar to Game 2 where you saw Jalen Green, who is not going to get a lot of credit for this game because he gets hurt early in the game. And statistically, he gives you the least sort of output and production of anybody in the starting lineup. And so you think about Amen Thompson and Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks and what those guys gave you. But I thought early on to set the tone, Jalen Green amongst the rest of the starters did a really good job of staying connected, making the right basketball play, moving the ball around. And so I thought that set the tone for them offensively, and just the simple fact that they were able to knock down their shots. I would say the other thing that was most impressive, and this would be more of on an individual standpoint, Amen Thompson. Defense. Like, we've talked about it all year, and it became like a really fun talking point for basketball talking heads about Amen Thompson emerging as an all-NBA defensive type of guy, perhaps a defensive player of the year type of candidate. But, and I think that really started happening at the end of the year after he had that performance against Steph Curry, which was probably a little bit overhyped for what it was. It was more of a team performance than I think it was given credit for.
Yeah.
But let's not lose sight of how special this young man is and has been defensively, stripping Steph Curry no less than I've counted 4, 5, maybe 6 times over the last couple of games. He had his defense on Steph Curry. Like, it was no accident to me that Steph and Jimmy Butler were something like 3 of 17 or something like that off memory in the first half. Like, it was bad in the first half, and they were just overall not productive. And it had a lot to do, that number may be off, but it was something to that effect. And it had a lot to do with, I think, the tone set by Amen Thompson on Steph Curry, and then don't want to lose sight of this, Dylan Brooks on Jimmy Butler. Those two specific matchups one-on-one, and then them overall as a team defensively has been nothing short of spectacular, especially last night. But I thought even in stretches in Golden State, it was the same way. So those are the things that have impressed me most about the Rockets so far.
Yeah, I think Amen Thompson one is massive because defensively, like, he is going to take the strongest assignment, obviously, primarily. We know in the modern NBA, it's going to be a team dynamic. There's going to have to be an entire system of what you're trying to do versus that other team that allows you to be successful, but you need the guys who are going to at least start that and force teams to go to the pick and roll and try and look for different matchups and stuff. And Amen absolutely has gotten to that place. Like, we talked a lot, and I know me personally, spent a lot. I took a lot of time talking about the youth that the Rockets come into in the playoffs and how playoff basketball is different than regular season basketball. And it's funny because over the last couple of years, it felt like that was starting to get to a place where playoff basketball wasn't as far away from regular season basketball.
Yeah.
And then this year, they decided, no, we are going to restore the feeling. We're going to allow all this physicality. And you see that on regular season basketball this year, and it seemed like it took a minute. And Amen has even copped to that. You were there last night at Toyota Center. Like, Amen copped to that hey, he felt like he was starting to get back to how he feels in Game 4. And then Game 5, it was a continuation. I think that's the very encouraging thing that gets me to the place where I go, oh, Amen Thompson, as we have come to appreciate him, as we've come to understand him in this point of his career, he's arrived for these playoffs, and that's really encouraging. Not just defensively, but offensively. That was the big thing for me. Like, him being somewhat effective on offense, getting downhill, attacking the basket. And I know he scored 25 points. I need to go back and check how many of that was in the time periods where the game was still contested. I know he had 14 in the first half, and I know he added some in the I guess more garbage time fourth quarter type portions of this. But man, but getting him going,
it's more of the style though, right? It's
yes.
Like it's him, it's the confidence, it's him getting downhill, it's him forcing the issue and realizing that he is athletically superior to the next guy. More than likely, whoever's going to be guarding him, it's him shooting the ball. He hit a 3 early in one of those. It was a 3 early in the game.
Hey, pull up 3,
kind of a little hezzy pull up 3, like with a little style on it. You're
yes.
Like, hey man, that's for offensive players, not for you, young man. Like don't let that. And I even made this point at the time. Don't let him start hitting shots like that with any kind of regularity, or let that irrational confidence in any way start to be validated by like actual results, because he's taking it more and he's doing it more. So I think for me, it was like a thing that I was not ready to account for until the game happened. Like going into the game, I was not yet ready to account for the growth of Amen Thompson, or the adjustment that Amen Thompson had made from game 1 up until that point, and just having to figure out playoff basketball a little bit. Like we talked about it a little bit more, I think, with Şengün and Jalen Green. And I think Jalen Green's up and down nature was just a lot easier to fixate on. Of course, you had the Fred VanVleet moments too. So you're talking about, hey, your starting backcourt is giving you this. One of them gave you a 38-point game, and then the rest of the way is giving you single digits. the other one feels like, hey, that's your leader, and he's shooting you out of the game. He's shooting the ball that poorly, to where we were kind of like ignoring Amen Thompson because we don't expect a lot from him offensively.
Right.
And, we'll take whatever we'll take his defensive performance because we know how good he is, and he's been fine. But it's like, hey, when you think back on it, slowly it's getting better and better, and it seems like he's getting more confident, or maybe just more comfortable is the better word, with his role and what he's supposed to be doing out there. And again, that's something that I wasn't ready to account for until this game actually happened, and I saw it throughout the entirety of a game or through a stretch of like carryover from the previous game. And now it's got me thinking, okay, is this the mismatch or the matchup that I'm not thinking about enough in terms of what works for the Rockets and what works against the Warriors? Because, like, defensively, we get it. Steph Curry can be loose with the ball in your pocket.
Right.
But what if Amen Thompson is getting downhill, shooting middies with confidence and with conviction, and is forcing the issue athletically against a Warriors team that is not all that athletic?
Yeah, and I think that's going to be an intriguing proposition going into game 6 on Friday in San Francisco. Like, because how much of that is home, like the home cooking of this all, right? The opportunity to be in the familiar confines and have that feeling compared to being on the road at the Chase Center. We'll see how much that is. You mentioned one of the things for me that was incredibly impressive, and one of the things that I could see the difference in this was the impact that Fred VanVleet's shooting and how scary that clearly is for a Golden State Warriors defense, how it was paying dividends, right? Because obviously he knocked down 8 3-pointers last game. You saw immediately early on, they go to the pick and roll, the Rockets do, and the Warriors had to respect it. And what that did was that got the Rockets back to moving the basketball.
Yeah.
You hit Alperen Sengun on the short roll, and now that ball can find its way around, right? Like the ball starts moving, the ball isn't static. The Warriors have to react and play active defense, and that drains them some more. Plus, that involves more back cutting, more movement for an offensive team that does not have like focal points. They don't have guys that are just like, hey, you offensively, you're going to go beat your man and then beat the second man and go get a bucket. Right now, this becomes more of an offensive proposition where the ball moves around, the ball movement generates opportunity, and you get, guys knocking down open shots. You get Amen Thompson on backdoor cuts and 45-degree cuts, and you get something that enjoyed quite a bit, the secondary portion of this, the clear intentionality with Jabari Smith Jr. to get him the ball on those kickouts. Because me and you have talked about this.
Can we get some more of it?
I think so.
Can we get some more of it?
I hope so. At the very least,
I saw it a time or two, but it's not like I'm seeing it still enough. Like, and when you see it, it works. When you see it, it makes so much sense. So I'm right there with you. Like, the ball movement, right? It does. Yes. It does so much. First of all, it's just flat out better offense. Okay, so check there. But then also the idea of making the Warriors work on defense, since they do all of these things that we're talking about on offense, setting these screens, running around, moving the ball, moving themselves. Okay, you make them do that sort of work on the defensive end. I think it helps you on the other end of the floor, on top of the fact that it's better offense.
Yeah, I agree. And I saw them run a specific play for Jabari Smith Jr.
Yes.
To get him the basketball. We saw Jabari Smith Jr. It seemed like there was a clear edict that, hey, yes, you're going to look to attack, but when you're trying to kick out, right, when that ball is moving, hey, Jabari's over there, right? Get him the basketball. He had 3 shots in the first 11 minutes, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's more than what he was getting in the way that the flow of the game, and I hope that they keep that going because he's been fantastic in the small workload that he's gotten. And in this series, it feels like the margins matter a good amount, and that could be a place where you can get a marginal victory.
It is one of my frustrations and one of my criticisms. One of the few that I've had throughout the season. It's like they will tell you, hey, we don't really run plays for Jabari. He's a good enough player to kind of feel the game. Hey, you don't run plays for Jabari? Why not? Draw him up. Start doing that. I get that that's what you're telling me, but stop doing that. Stop not doing that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, he's a good offensive player, a good catch and shoot player. We saw even on the play that you're talking about, he puts the ball on the ground for a couple of dribbles to ease into that shot. So let's involve him more in the offense, and I think that the offense is going to look a lot better.
Yeah, maybe I guess a bow on all of this, because a lot of these things tie back to, I think that there was a level of confirmation of what Ime brings to this series. Because I think that and don't get me wrong, there were questions in that game, right? Yeah. The ways in which you go to the bench, or maybe you refuse to go to the bench, and then when you did go to the bench, the way that the bench came out,
never mind.
Your decision to challenge a particular foul at the time that you do early on in the game for Ime Udoka, but I still think there were so many things that you look at as a hoop fan from Ime Udoka and go, okay, cool. Those are the things that I know that my coach is bringing to this series, and that was encouraging. As the Rockets win Game 5, push the series to 3-2, still in favor of the Warriors, and stave off elimination to go to Game 6 on Friday at a reasonable time, mind you.
Thank God for that.
Yes, God bless. Yes. And we'll talk more about that as we go along. It is a Thursday here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. B. Scott in for the OG John Lopez. Coming up next, let's get to the Texans. We are a week away from just about a week away from rookie minicamp getting going for these Texans. Who are you most excited to see in rookie minicamp? 713-572-4610. That's the number to text. We'll do that next.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Happy Victory Thursday to you. You are indeed in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atatula, B. Scott in for the OG John Lopez today. Figgy Fig in for Figgy Fig, as always, doing the damn thing. And you rocking with us and rolling with us. Appreciate you listening, however you're listening on this Thursday, especially a big birthday shout out to Cornelius on the YouTube page. Appreciate you hanging out with us, and hope you enjoy your day. You can always get involved with the program a number of ways. There is the text line, 713-572-4610. But also, always appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for giving us the live stream.
100.
My bad. I didn't mean to step on that. But the live stream's both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch page, 610 Houston. B. Scott, we are, and I have to apologize because I didn't trust your guidance here. You were like, we're a week away from minicamp. And I was like, we're about a week. No. It's next Thursday is when rookie minicamp gets going. Yes, the calendar is already moved like that. We are getting to them activities for real. And, I mean, with that being the case and with you having a 9-person rookie class, like, what are you most excited for? Who are you most excited for a week out? Or are you excited at all? Because, I mean, it is rookie minicamp.
No, so what's funny about it is that, and you probably remember this because I tempered my excitement going into the draft.
Yeah.
I wasn't like too, and I'm typically like this just personally going into drafts, not too excited about the pre-draft process. I usually wait until after the draft to get excited about, or not excited, critical, I would say, about whatever it is that they do. And once we finished up with the draft, and honestly, after the first day for them, the second day of the draft, which was the first day for the Texans, I felt pretty good about what they had going on, and I'm pretty high on this draft class. I am probably different from others who are like super disappointed about not getting that offensive lineman. I'm disappointed overall with how the offensive line has been addressed as a whole, starting with free agency, the trade market, all the way up until the draft. But once they made these picks, and considering the disappointment in the overall offensive line, I'm most excited about watching the one offensive lineman that they did draft. And it's not like we're going to watch him do a whole bunch of offensive lineman things at rookie minicamp, or for that matter, watch them do much of anything at rookie minicamp. But here's why I'm excited.
Okay, please.
We're trying to figure out how they're going to address issue in the interior offensive line.
Correct.
Whether this guy, Ariante Ursary, the second-round pick out of Minnesota, who's a tackle, who's only played tackle.
Not just only played left tackle, only played left tackle at the college
only
level.
played tackle and only played left tackle at the college level. But again, as we talked about, is big as a mofo. Is a massive, massive, massive human being.
6'6", 330, right?
And moves well, and so is athletic for that moves well for that size, and is 6'6", 330 plus. So you're telling me that, hey, we've got a tackle, perhaps a surplus at tackle. Don't necessarily need him to play tackle, but he's humongous, and can he play guard? Well, this is where they start to ask that question. Like, I'm sure they've asked the question before. Like, they've probably batted it around before they drafted the guy. But when you get them to rookie minicamp, and this is important, I think, because we've heard Nick Caserio talk about this specifically. How do you know about this whole positional flexibility thing, whether a guy can do more than the position that you necessarily drafted him at, or the position that you necessarily signed or traded for him at? Well, you bring them into the building, and for rookies in particular, that starts with rookie minicamp. That's where they decide and figure out how much can this guy handle right now physically. Since what he's been going through so far has been preparation for the draft, it's been more football workout type of stuff and not necessarily football, actual football training. It's from exactly what they're going to have them doing with the team. So what can they handle physically? And then what can they handle mentally? Can they even make the mental adjustment of going from tackle to guard, much less the physical one? This is when those questions start to get asked. And I feel like the offensive line is going to be one of the, if not the most concentrated position group and talked about position group of training camp and going into the season and probably throughout the season until they answer those questions. And as far as rookie minicamp goes, I want to know if the guy that they drafted to play tackle that they don't necessarily need to play tackle yet could be their answer at guard, where I feel they have been deficient at figuring that part out so far.
Dude, we are in lockstep. I feel exactly the same, and I think you're right. I don't know that we're going to have definitive answers. Well,
we won't. But this is where the questions will start to get asked.
Fair. No, I think the thing that I would actually say is if we do have a definitive answer, I think you're significantly more likely, if not just entirely, in the place where if you have an answer by the end of rookie minicamp, it is no, right? It is not yes, right? If you have it, it's just like, oh, no, we can't do this. And so, yeah, because especially, like, he is a big boy, as we've talked about already, 6'6", 330. Like, that size is evident to the point where John Harris on Texans All Access yesterday, I believe, was like, walking around the building, you're like, oh, you notice he's a different size. And it's not like they had small boys in that building. Right. He is a big boy amongst big boys. But then on top of that, like, one of the things that makes him, like, that made Ariante, a little bit further down from that top class of the tackles in this was just he gets a little upright, sometimes trusts on his athleticism too much. Yeah. And that is cool maybe on the edge for a tackle, especially with the size that you have. You are strong, and I typically associate that with being in the guard, like being in that guard spot. You don't have to necessarily move as much as you lean on your strength, but you also need to lean on your leverage. And if your technique especially get you upright, let one of these pro defensive tackles get into you and get under you, and it's a problem. So like early on, what is his what does the technique look like early? But then can you see that athletic bend from him in order to kind of apply his leverage in a proper way early on? I'll be interested to see what we get from that. So yeah, I'm with you on Ariante. Are there any other rookies that catch your attention? Because that one, I think you're right. They have not addressed interior offensive line all that strong, at least not to my liking, right? You got some guys that have played, that have started. However, when they've played recently, they ain't been all that good. And then you got Titus Howard who might slide in. That's what we're talking about interior.
Well, I do want to say, the things that you point out, if you're able to identify those things and all of the draft analysts are able to identify those things, then the switch that you made at offensive line coach and changing this offense, bringing in a new offensive coordinator, that's where coaching comes into play, and that's where I want to see that show up. And it's not like I'm going to be able to necessarily see that show up at rookie minicamp, but this is where I see them sowing the seeds, so to speak. Right now, you can identify that Cam Robinson's probably their left tackle. They paid him to be that.
Not really a better option.
Their right tackle is going to be either Blake Fisher or Titus Howard, a combination of one of those two guys. You feel confident that one of those two guys is probably going to be the guy, no matter how confident you actually are in that guy, is probably going to be that guy.
Fair enough.
Who are the guards? We think it's Ed Ingram and Laken Tomlinson. If I had to bet, that's who it is.
I can't give you solid books. I might be nail bidding here, brother. I got a whole bunch of possibles here.
It's tough. It is a rough look. So that's why I'm so fixated on that. Now, the other guys that I'm excited about, I don't need rookie minicamp to get excited about them. I just think that they are I don't know if Ursary is going to contribute in year one. I think he is a plan and a bet on the future.
Agreed. Strong agree.
These other guys that I'm excited about, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Knoll.
Yeah, that just feels like, can I get video? Are we going to get video from rookie minicamp? Just can I get video of him doing something fun right quick? That's what I'm looking for from those cats.
Yeah, Woody. So these guys, I think, are going to contribute right away. Just not necessarily, hey, you're looking at stars, but C.J. Stroud needed more weapons. I think C.J. Stroud got 3 more weapons that are going to contribute right away. I don't need rookie minicamp to convince me. It would have to, something bad would have to happen for me to think otherwise. These guys aren't in shape, or they're not the workers that they expected that they were. Something off like that, and I don't anticipate anything like that. So I'm excited about those guys. I don't need rookie minicamp for that. I'm more intrigued by, and this is where a lot of the journalism and the question asking will come into play, because you'll want to know, hey, how are they drafted him to be a left tackle at some point, but as a rookie, could he be somebody that they are coaching up to address the very things that you just talked about, the issues in his game that make him maybe not an ideal candidate to play guard, but the fact that he is such a talented prospect and, again, a mammoth of a man.
Yeah, and if I can throw a little bit more out here at you when it comes to rookie minicamp, assuming that we get anything of this sort, I've just continued looking at the name Keontae Hamilton, the defensive tackle that they took in the 7th round, and he seems like an upside play. Like, he is just, hey, there's some nice raw materials here, but it is relatively raw. Can you put him in a defensive room with, Matt Burke in there and obviously D'Amico Ryans in there with what they've been able to do bringing players along and find you a nice little defensive tackle in there? I kind of want to see what the baseline is, like what the starting point is for him. Like, how far along is he in this raw talent? Like, is he just real raw? Or is this like, actually, it's a little bit closer than you might expect, and with the right spit shine, you can get him into doing things? Because that interior of the defensive line was something that you wanted to address, and you did it in the 7th round, if you even want to call that addressing, right? I do wonder, is he capable of getting into this rotation, or is this going to be one of those things that's cool, and we'll circle back around to this at a later date, whether it's next year or what have you.
Yeah, and I can't pretend to know right now what he's capable of, but I will say that I like the idea of give me a defensive player, and the closer you make him to the line of scrimmage, give me a defensive player who's a project. The close experiment with D'Amico Ryans, because they do wonders with linebackers, and obviously the defensive line is the heart of what they do defensively. For as much confidence as we lack with them with offensive linemen, I would say it's the opposite on the defensive line. We trust them to sort of develop prospects, and if this is somebody that doesn't work out, obviously it's a late round pick and it's okay.
Right, exactly. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Someone said, have hope that Ursery is the left tackle of the future after Cam leaves. And it does feel like they've situated themselves for that, because if it's not Ursery that you're looking at to be the left tackle of the future, who is, right? Cam Robinson's got a 1-year deal right here, right?
Yeah, and 2nd round pick. That is the feel and the hope. Now, if it doesn't work out, that's its own thing, but that definitely feels like the intention.
Yeah. All right. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. We were watching that Rockets game last night. It was fun. They got a victory. There was a few moments where somebody was just like real shameless. So we'll talk about those. But the question of the day, what is something that you are just shameless about? What are you most shameless about that maybe you probably shouldn't be shameless about? 713-572-4610. That's the number to text. Text in and we'll talk about it next.
All right, perfect time to get in with Underdog, guys.
1-855-ELOQUIS.
SaberCats won again, folks. Next home game is May 17th. HoustonSaberCats.com for tickets.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Sorry, Mr. Big Voice Man. John Lopez out there fishing somewhere. But we got maybe the next best thing, maybe a better thing. I don't know. I'll let you guys determine that. His name is Brandon K. Scott B. Scott in the building. What's happening, bro?
Man, I appreciate it. Hey, but look, it must be nice out there. You can just be out there fishing.
Bro, he just got a new boat.
Got a new boat?
New boat to fish with, too.
I'm out here grinding.
You know what I'm saying?
Trying to get a new car, trying to save up for a house, as we say. And my man has got a new boat.
New boat money.
Man. Hey, it must be nice. Hey, you where we trying to get to, Lopez?
That's right.
Yeah.
And also, you could also tie this in. We're getting to the question of the day, 713-572-4610. And it's kind of a shame Lopez ain't here because he has a lot of shameless to him. He got a lot of, I just do this. You're just going to have to deal with it. Where are you the most shameless in your life? 713-572-4610. Because we saw, and we have seen kind of during this series, Rockets, Warriors, a good amount of a deficit of shame, so to say, with various people. Obviously, the first thing that comes to mind is Draymond bleeping Green.
Yeah.
But funny enough, he was not a culprit, at least for me, in this game 5 yesterday. There were two folks that I thought were fairly shameless. One of them was Dylan Brooks. And it was, I mean, it really started from the Warriors broadcast. You know, in the first round, the home broadcast get to continue going. In the NBA, shout out to Awful Announcing. The Golden State Warriors broadcast there, I believe it's on NBC Sports.
Yeah, they got their own
Bay.
NBC Sports Bay Area network. They were ranked. I don't think I saw that part. I know we talked about the Rockets being, their broadcast crew being ranked there in the middle, but the Warriors were the last ranked crew?
Right. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. I just wanted to remind y'all of that. And I'm not saying nothing. I'm just saying. But they were out there like, oh, man, Dylan Brooks is clearly swiping at Steph Curry's, wrapped up thumb, the thumb that was injured late in the season that, he was dealing with getting, into the play-in games. And obviously he's been dealing with through this series. It's like, oh man, he's trying to intentionally hit that and stuff. And I mean, is it Brad O? Is that my boy's name on Twitter?
Brad O on Twitter. Yeah.
He did a good job of highlighting how that's kind of how Dylan Brooks contests. He's contests with that high five kind of mentality, trying to, because that's not going to be called as a foul.
Right.
You can get a little contact, maybe throw him off the rhythm, but not get it called as a foul.
Hand is part of the ball.
Right. Dylan Brooks was asked about this after the game, and you were here for that. You were at Toyota Center when this was asked. Dylan Brooks. Media is saying that you were targeting Curry's thumb. Is that right?
No, I've been playing the game. If you're gonna come play the game injured or whatever you got, it's all about the game. If I had an injured ankle, I would attack that ankle every single time. So, whatever they're saying on the broadcast, they can keep saying it.
You could just be like, nah.
You play to win the game.
Thank you, Herman.
Hello. He was spitting when he said that. Like, you actually literally played to win the game. So what are we out here for? What are we out here doing?
Hey, let me not touch his thumb.
Right.
And I don't want to hurt him.
And we're not talking about scrapping for the ball, getting on the floor, and then taking a cheap shot at the thumb.
Is that the Brian Bosworth where he be in there in that huddle?
Oh, and he's just one. I mean, that's kind of a common theme for football play. Like the stories that you'll hear at the bottom of a scrum.
Especially like in the 80s and stuff or 70s in football. They was menacing.
And then bringing it to basketball, like you could find a lot worse stories than this in the old school game that people claim to love and miss so much. Like Larry Bird, who's still alive, by the way, is rolling over in his metaphorical grave. Like the Bad Boys Pistons are rolling
Bill
over.
Laimbeer is sick right now.
Is sick in his metaphorical grave. Rick Mahorn, who is on the sidelines for these Detroit Pistons games right now, is rolling over in his metaphorical grave at the idea that you can't even contest a shot and tap a thumb that just so happens to be a little hurt or a little injured. What's he supposed to do? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Curry, that your thumb is injured. Let me stay away from that. Well, as I try to play to win the game, the hell out of here with that.
So that was one shameless, and the shamelessness was not the contesting in the way that he does, even if he was trying to hit people's thumb, which he did not do anything to dissuade.
Yeah.
Also, Park Ranger Pat, as I've come to call him, Pat Shepard actually got in this game in garbage time. Is it Spencer?
Yeah.
One of them. Y'all know who I'm talking about.
You mixed Pat Spencer.
Oh boy, wow. I'm
yeah,
gonna have to write. The notes apology is coming. I'll let you know that right now. I did not mean nothing by that. I have many white friends myself.
We apologize to the white community.
100%. I love you folks and all of your culture and your contributions. But Pat Spencer.
61.
That's right.
We're gonna start calling him by his odd number.
Hell,
That's right.
I was gonna call him Pat McAfee. He looked a little like Pat McAfee a little
Sheriff
bit.
Pat was out here headbutting Alperen Sengun. So a lot of shamelessness. Where does your shamelessness show up? 713-572-4610, where the 832 said, or sorry, the 713 said in high school, their boy got hurt during his JV game. The opposing team's varsity was in the stands laughing. So the next night, varsity night, unabashedly broke a DB's arm. Ooh. All right, you a little different.
Yeah.
You a little different.
That is one that you definitely should have. And when I know we asked the question, something that you're shameless about that you should have
we listen
shame.
And we don't judge.
That is one that you definitely should have shame for. Mine I have a couple of basic ones. It's sneaking food or snacks into places where you're not, like the movies, or honestly just anywhere where you're not supposed to bring it.
Where else? Because I always think about the movies, sneaking in some candies, dollar store candy or something.
At the risk of putting myself out there, even in some of these games, like with the press pass, we're allowed to bring in a bag, right?
Okay.
In places where you're not allowed to bring in a bag. So, and some of these places do charge for the food. So if you want to put some food in your bag, they're not going to stop you.
Hypothetically, of course.
Hypothetically speaking. So if I were to do it,
I would do. He went full OJ.
If I were to do it, okay, I would do it with no shame.
If I did it.
If I did it, I would do it with no shame.
Oh, that's great.
That's all I'm saying. So that taking the lotion and shampoo away from the hotel,
yes.
Even though that stuff is not made for black people, and I wouldn't really use it as a matter of preference, but only as a matter of desperation. But taking it just in case and taking it just because you can, no shame in that. So yeah, those would be two of my top ones. My biggest one though is watching bullies get beat up. I think Figgy put it the best way, kind of in the break when we were talking about this. I don't care who you are, how you're shaped, what your makeup is. If you're a bully, I have no shame in watching you get yours. Man, woman, boy, girl, old, young, I do not care.
Oh, you didn't do the tried and true black, white, yellow, green, purple?
But there you go. And I have not met no green and purple people, or yellow for that matter. But don't have no shame in watching you get yours if you got it coming.
From the 832, getting a refill strawberry lemonade to go at restaurants. Yeah. Oh, I always love
that's a good one.
That was actually going to be mine. I don't know if y'all been to
Are you water cup guy, or are you just extra refill guy?
I'm actually not doing that. No, I'm not the water cup guy. But whenever I go to My Pizza, they have a blackberry lemonade or something like that.
Yeah.
I drink as much as I can while I'm there, and then put no ice in it because I save it for later.
That's how they get you. The ice is how they get you.
You're one of those no ice guys.
Yeah,
I got this already cold.
Let me fill this up to the brim.
Also a no ice guy. I'm with you.
Yeah. No, so I'm that for sure. That's a good one because I'll go. Jack in the Box has a specific piece. It's a peace tea or a sweet peace tea or something like that. That's like a zero sugar tea, and it's hard to find. I'll go in there with the cup that, and they know me in there now. I'll go in there with the cup that I bought the day before. Now, I won't go 2 days because that's kind of nasty, but the cup from the day before I think is still good enough. I'll go in there with the cup the day before, get the free refill as if I just bought it that day, and they not even tripping.
You want to know my shameless?
No shame in that.
You want to know my shameless? I did this on Tuesday.
Okay.
If I'm at a spot having an adult beverage, give me the fruitiest, tastiest one on the menu.
Oh, see, that's one I hate. Like
I am shameless about it.
I hate that you even would have to have shame. Like Lopez is one of these that tries to like man shame you into liking fruity drinks.
Yeah, he tried to man shame. I think it was us or Ron about having a freaking daiquiri in New Orleans.
To me, if you drink juice, Kool-Aid, or anything sweet, then what's the difference in just spiking it and putting some alcohol in it? Like, I don't see what's so not manly. Like, is it not manly to drink Kool-Aid?
I took this to another.
Can I have apple juice? I'm just saying.
Some people won't let you have apple
juice.
juice.
Can I have orange juice? You know what I'm saying?
At breakfast, apparently.
So you saying I can't have a mimosa, but I can drink orange juice? Get out of here, man.
Yeah. champagne. Something called a Pink Panther on Tuesday. And what's funny is they gave it to me in that big old martini glass, like the big one. And then old girl, she was about to hand it to me. She was like, actually, you want me to put this in a regular glass? And I was like, no. Why would I do that?
I like this pretty glass.
Yeah.
Ain't got no shame.
I want people to know I'm drinking this.
Get out of here.
Enjoying it. Somebody said, now taking a cup when you haven't bought anything that day and getting a refill, that's something you should feel shame for.
Yeah.
They coming for you, B. Scott.
Hey, that's the purpose of the segment.
They are coming for you.
No shame where it should be.
All right, and this one, I did say I listen and don't judge. I'm having trouble here. From the 832, they said they'll pick their nose whenever, wherever, no shame.
It's their nose. All right, man. See yourself out. See yourself out.
I'm trying.
Keep listening to the show, but metaphorically speaking, see yourself out, bro.
Oh, no. Y'all going to have to fight with B. Scott. We don't have to break on this one from the 281. It is, in fact, not manly to drink Kool-Aid. I don't know if that's a Two Americas moment. I don't know what's happening there, but
brother probably don't mix no liquor at all, just straight rubbing alcohol.
I got this Adam's apple. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? You can hear the manly here. You know what I'm saying? Go and give me my martini, my margarita.
Wait, hold
on.
My
daiquiri.
Excuse me. Pardon me. I'm doing personal business now. From the 832, let me put you on that Blackberry Crown Royal and lemonade. It's something serious. Okay. Me and you gonna have to talk.
No, that Blackberry Crown is good.
That sounds
I was drinking that
delicious.
Straight.
Okay.
I was drinking that straight.
It is a Tuesday at 10:58 p.m. or a.m. rather, and I am talking about drinks. All right. Anyways, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Good thing Lopez is in there. He'd fill the entire show. Coming up next,
so true.
It is true, and I appreciate it about him. He's like, y'all not gonna bully me. All right, coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including. Is this something that could really? Is this something that the NFL is considering that could cripple the pregame shows that they have with their partners? I'll tell you more about it next.
The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in loop on Sports Radio 610. B. Scott in for the OG, John Lopez, which served us pretty well last segment in our question of the day, asking about what are you most shameless about? And I do love that everybody has jumped in here. I do want to circle back around to the varsity high school football player who said that they broke an opponent's arm because the opponent or their opponents were laughing at a teammate. It was their brother.
A little insane. Oh, okay.
They did it for their brother, like their literal brother.
Okay.
So that adds a different level. It wasn't just like my teammate, my brother as a teammate. You know how we do in football? No,
this
he's
was
like
my brother's keeper type.
This is my blood.
Okay, I got you.
Like ain't nobody laughing at my brother except for me. So there was that, and then also I want you to understand I have great personal appreciation for all the folks that are trying to put me onto delicious drinks. Because that is what I'm here for. The last thing I want is to pay all this money for alcohol, sometimes I'll call it, for it to be scrunching my face up. You know what I mean? Like
we accept the unintended consequences of the question of the day.
Yes.
We do accept it.
That's right.
If it means we get better drinks, better Rolodex of go-tos, then we'll take it.
Nothing makes me more mad than when I get an old-fashioned and it tastes like it's made with 86 octane.
Oh.
That kills me. So anyways. Let's go around the NFL.
But shout out to that question of the day, not being inspired by John Lopez, but very much having a John Lopez feel. What are you most shameless about?
That's right.
Yeah. Like that could have easily been me here today.
Sure.
So I love that.
That's not where it came from at all. All right, let's go around the NFL now, where I want to jump right to this because I just have this as a fascinating kind of thing for me. Peter Schrager, now with the ESPN, was kind of talking about the NFL and their endless growth in a roundabout way because it's been kind of hypothesized that the NFL is looking to possibly, with all of the international games that they're having, whether it's Brazil and Spain and Germany and finding more and more places to play football games. Don't we have Australia on the docket here?
I believe so.
Like, they are going everywhere, man. Name a country and it feels like they have a possibility of playing a football game there at some point. And with all these international games, it feels like they're moving towards a place where they're going to get themselves an international package of games, sell that off as its own entity, and, bring more revenue in to the National Football League, what is the biggest sports league in America. Except the international package, it feels reasonable to think that would be in that space where we're seeing a lot of these international games, right? That's 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock a.m. that leads into that time period, and it flows kind of nicely into what has been our typical noon schedule, late afternoon, early afternoon, late or in evening, what have you.
It gives you all-day football.
But what it would do also is that it would step upon your broadcast partners that you already have in their pregame shows. Now, it's worth remembering that Peter Schrager, before he moved to ESPN, he also worked on Fox's pregame show and that type of stuff. And I found it to be interesting. He pointed to the idea that you'd rather watch any football game than a pregame show talking about other games. That would absolutely hamper that. Do you think that would be something that would be an issue for these partners, the CBSs, the Foxes of the world, because they put a lot of money into that, and they make a lot of money, especially advertising-wise, in those periods of the pregame shows that last for, a few hours every Sunday?
Yeah, so it's a conundrum because it's an obvious issue in stepping on the pregame show or on the other broadcast partners' time, if you will. I will say, so from a business standpoint, that's something that they would have to figure out, and I'm not exactly sure what the answer is for them. That's a true conundrum. I will say from a fan perspective, I think the point that Peter Schrager is making is the correct one. And I would even go further to say, even without this conflict, if you will, that sometimes these pregame shows and all of this pre-gaming of the game is a little much. And I'm saying this as somebody who's in media and 100% loves both the sport and the media around the sport.
Sure.
I am personally here for all of it. And even with that, I feel like it's a little bit overkill. I feel like it's overkill with the NFL. I feel like it's overkill with college football. just with even with the NBA right now.
Take that, Pat McAfee.
I don't feel like we need
whole lot, Reese Davis.
2 hours, 3 hours necessarily worth of pregame. Now, does it help you get in the spirit, help you get in the flow? Do a lot of these places do a bang-up job with the production and the quality of these pregame shows? 100%. But is it necessary? Do we need it? Like, what I'm wondering is, do they at some point, aside from or these business decisions are that they're going to have to make, at one point do they decide how much of this is fat? And at what point do we cut the fat? How much fat are we cutting? That's going to be an interesting sort of thought exercise for them.
Inexact science, but or inexact poll of sorts on the YouTube page, on the text line. Multiple people saying, I don't mind. I'd much rather watch a game than watch, people talking about the games, which I think Schrager, you're right. Like, Schrager's probably spot on that. One of the things I do wonder is, have we reached so much of a media mass where those pregame shows aren't necessary, or do we still have a relatively casual fan base still within there that you don't want to ignore that probably gets a majority of their NFL news going into the game right then? And are you losing that? Or also, and this is me personally, as somebody who also loves the sport and the media around it, it could just be too much on the, we are here all day. Like, I'm already here from noon to 11, basically. Like, what does it change if we now have that consistent 8 to 11 feel? And I ain't talking about 3 hours, right? What does that do? I don't know. But those are kind of some of the things I thought around the international.
It just feels like you're going up against that thing that a lot of us, even in our own industry, where attention is divided and the options are just way more plentiful of things that you can do with your time. So let's say you are interested. I can even personalize this in a way. I'm interested in a game. I want to watch this game, but there's only so many hours in the day. And I'll also say want to watch this show, right? And I've got all this more access to different shows, whether it's HBO Max, Netflix, Peacock, whatever it is. As opposed to watching the pregame show, I feel like I'm already prepped for the game, and even if I'm not, I'm going to watch the game anyway. Let me take this extra 30 minutes, this extra hour and a half of time that I've got, this extra 2 hours of time that I've got to knock out a Righteous Gemstones before this game starts, to knock out this documentary that I'm watching on Twitter before this. Like, whatever it is, I got time to do that. So I think between having more options and attention being divided, at some point, like, even if what you're saying is true and you still got a casual enough fan base to where there's some utility to the pregame show, I feel like you got more options to where you don't necessarily need it.
I appreciate there being one more person with me who's like, I'm really not trying to get up any earlier on Sunday for a pointless game. I imagine that the game would not be pointless, especially as you get more and more from international. We can't just outsource only bad ones, right? Like, eventually we have to outsource some good ones,
that's
too.
Going to depend on the game, right? Like, that's going to, like, what if it's your team that's playing in the game? What if it's one of your division opponents that's playing in the game that's either right on your heels or you're right on theirs, and you want to see what if that's your opponent the next week, and you want to school yourself a little bit on what that team did the week before? Like, there are a lot of reasons to watch a game at a time, at a time frame that you don't want to. So they'll find a way. They'll find a way to reel you in for that early game.
All right, so as we continue around the NFL here, we're around that time period of the NFL schedule where teams have to decide on fifth-year options. Even though, shout out to, was it Andrew Berry, is that the general manager up there? He didn't realize that. Like, he was asked about whether how he was feeling about, like, Kenny Pickett. Fifth-year option, and they was like, well, I don't have to worry about that. That was something that you worried about over there. It's like, no, dog, like, that's not after the third year, before the fourth year.
Yeah, I love how he's like, man, I ain't even thought about Kenny Pickett.
He's like, I don't need to worry about that.
We brought him in, but we ain't even gave no thought to his contract. Fifth year option, Smith year option.
That's right.
We ain't worried about that.
When it comes down to it, I mean, we know Derek Stingley Jr. You're figured out there. They have a long-term extension. What interests me is that there's some teams, and I mean, we could talk about the ones whose fifth-year options were picked up, but that's obvious, right? Chris Olave, Jameson Williams, Jordan Davis, Kyle Hamilton, just players that are capable and good enough that you want to keep them on a relatively reasonable, relatively affordable contract while you go. The ones that are interesting are the ones that are declined, where you can obviously point to. Eventually, they got around, Cleveland did, to not exercising that fifth-year option for Kenny Pickett, Evan Neal for the Giants, that tackle. You knew that those ones would be there because they have not played up to the level where you want to pay them at the same level of that fifth-year option, even if you want to return them. The ones that I found to be interesting, there is a center for the Baltimore Ravens, Tyler Linderbaum.
Yeah, I saw that.
He did not have his fifth-year option picked up. He was a 25th pick back in 2022. Was it 2022?
Yeah,
Yes,
it would have to be.
Yeah,
it would have to be for that draft class.
Right. It'd be a $23 million option. And maybe you go, okay, well then has he not been that good? He's been a crucial part of their offensive line. In fact, 3 seasons as a starter, have literally finished second, first in rushing yards. Obviously, it's a point of emphasis for them, both with their quarterback and now with the running back. And they took a center who they drafted, and it feels like, especially in this league where good offensive linemen, you don't have to tell Texans fans, but good offensive linemen aren't easy to come by. They were like, I don't know if we want this relatively affordable fifth-year option.
I think the thing is with that, too, I think if they would have picked up that option, he would have been, I guess, he would have been the number one paid center. And I think the other paid center was like at 18 or something like that. And they did mention they definitely are trying to keep him for sure. But I guess it didn't make sense money-wise to pick up that option if you was trying to work up a contract anyway.
It's the only way that it makes sense is if that exactly what Figgy said, that the fifth-year option is more expensive or prohibitive to them than whatever long-term deal they actually work out. Because everything that you mentioned is true. Like, think about it. And all those names that you rattled off, the Kyle Hamiltons, Jordan Day, Kyle Hamilton on this exact team, the
George Karlaftis.
Yeah, all of these guys. Well, Tyler Linderbaum, for his position, is right along those lines of quality of player. You're talking about a Pro Bowler of the last 2 years, and then his first season, he was an all-rookie guy, from the football writers. So, I mean, he's been productive since day one. You got to think that this is somebody, and especially the Ravens. This is not the Browns, by the way. No offense again, Figgy, but this is a team.
Figgy's like, stop associating me with them.
I don't work for the Browns.
I'm just saying every time I say it, I feel like I got a Cleveland guy in here. But
I do not own the Browns, man.
Exhibit A of poorly run franchise. I can't help but keep going back there. But this is their division foe. This is the Baltimore Ravens that knows what they're doing.
The power rankings of I got to come back around to that.
Maybe not the worst, but an easy one to kind of just lean on and to sort of default back to. But again, Tyler Linderbaum, a part of this organization and has been productive since he got there. You got to figure that that's somebody that they're working on a long-term deal, even though it is unusual to see a guy like that not get his fifth-year option.
I was actually shocked that if they did pick that option up, he would have been the highest-paid center just off of that rookie deal. I'm like, damn, I ain't realized how many centers wasn't really I don't want to call them underpaid, but I didn't realize the highest paid was like at 18.
Yeah, that's Creed Humphrey.
Yeah, but it does go to show you, like, they more than likely are working on a long-term deal, and it's one that's probably going to come relatively soon, because to me, the fifth-year option, the benefit of it is also gives you enough time to sort of
work something out.
Yeah, work something out and kind of kick the can down the road a little bit. Of course, the franchise tag allows you to do that as well, but it tells me they are either franchise tagging this guy or quite simply working on.
They're probably going to get him around 19, 20 mil instead of that 24.
Yeah, especially when they're already paying the quarterback. Kyle Hamilton's going to get paid. And, they got other guys.
You're trying to get a long-term deal anyway, so ain't no point in picking that option up.
Right. 3-4-6. Browns already eliminated from the playoffs. Sorry, Figgy. I like this.
Hey, that's not my squad, man. Like, I am not. My name is not Jimmy Haslett.
The QB formation that we ever seen in the NFL. They got 17 guys.
I was like, can they make that happen? Right?
No.
Hey, that's gonna be a hell of a training camp.
Yeah, because the problem is you don't even got no Logan Thomases over there. You're like, hey, line up at tight end, or you don't got any.
They got 17.
You don't got any Terrell Pryors. Like, hey, go right. Want to run some routes at wide receiver?
Hey, they got 17 quarterbacks, and the most athletic one is the one with two bad Achilles.
Yeah,
and not available to play for them.
That's what I was like.
And the reason why they did load up on all these quarterbacks to begin with.
What a very stupid organization. Not a stupid organization by any means as we're wrapping up around the NFL. I was talking about fifth-year options. The fifth-year option on Kenyon Green, now a Philadelphia Eagle, not exercised. So I'm interested to see, because like this is reclamation attempt, and I guess it makes sense, right? No need to assume or no need to agree to pay more money to this man that you don't know if you're going to be able to get more talent out of him, or production is really the way I should say that. But it does make me feel like, hey, you're back in the Mekhi Becton situation where if he does pan out, you're probably going to have to pay him fairly well.
Yeah, it's wild the difference a year makes. He went into last year with the starting job, whether you think he won it or they just gave it to him because of who he was in his draft position and the investment in him. But he goes into last year with the Texans with a starting job, goes into this year with the Eagles basically fighting for his career. Basically fighting for his career in the NFL, period, right? Like, this is a reclamation year, but it's a contract year. Whatever happens this year will determine whether he's even in the league next year or not. In 2026, I mean.
Right, and this is beyond it because no fifth-year option for him. So there you go. Around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Also, just a little note, we're 2 weeks out from the schedule release, if that is of any value to you. May 14th. I know that came out a little bit ago, but I don't think I said it officially.
Oh, man, over the years, we've done events for it, man. It's a big thing around here, so I can't wait for it. I don't know what we do. We'll talk to Parker, but at some point, but I'd like to do something. You know what I mean? Like, let's make it a party. Let's have some fun with it.
I like what you're doing here. All right, and so that's coming down the pike. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Nick Caserio has been talking after the draft, including talking to the lovely Kay Adams. Let's hear what he had to say next.
The Texans brought in 9. Have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. B. Scott in for the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig rounds out the bunch. A good one, someone said, wouldn't be surprised if Kenyon Green makes his way back to Houston. The Roughnecks might need him. Why y'all doing
man,
why y'all doing that?
I was thinking, he's from here, Atascocita.
Yeah. I was thinking
sure he's going to make his way back to Houston. He lives here.
I was thinking a camp body. Maybe next year, sign as a camp body for cheap.
I was thinking go see his mama and them, drop in on
Yours
the
is more disrespectful. You trying to play it like it's not. You like, yeah, of course he's going to be. He can just fly into IAH, go see his people.
Yeah, but mine's not a joke.
Stop by some French.
That's not a joke. That's like actually real life. This dude talking about go play for the Roughnecks. I see what you doing there.
I mean, they'll pay him to play football. Not a lot, but they'll pay him.
All right, I was right though. Fighting for his career. I mean. Look, we're joking, but that's what this year is for him. Getting that fifth-year option decline, fighting for his career.
Yeah.
Hope he does well.
Absolutely. I mean, the dude himself, I have no reason or occasion to be nasty towards him.
He tried. He was. I thought he was a good worker, had a good attitude. It just didn't work out.
I will say, if it don't work out in Philly and he's playing a lot,
that's tough.
I'm gonna feel bad for them Philly fans. I mean, not him, not the Philly fans, but I'm gonna feel bad for him. Oh man. They are crazy, man.
Traded C.J. Gardner-Johnson for this?
They're not good people.
Oh, no.
Get this bum out of here.
But it is a good circumstance for him, right? Going and working with Stoutland there.
You got the best coaching.
If there's a place where it's going to happen, it feels like it'll be there. All right. Let's talk more about this offensive line and some other things that Nick Caserio has talked about. He's doing a little media tour on the station next week with Payne and Pendergast. Keep it locked to find out when exactly next week. But, he was actually on Up and Adams, the show with Kay Adams. And, for one, my man was bubbly. My man was having a good time talking on the show.
I understand it.
And so.
just saying.
Well, Kay Adams.
I'd be in a good mood.
Yeah, absolutely. So there was various things that he talked about. Can you give me the first one? This is Caserio talking on the Up and Adams about the DB room that he has established with this Texans team.
It really is.
So wait, let me grab it.
All right, no problem. But yeah, so there's that. But also remember, he was on Texans All Access early on the week as well.
Yeah, been a talkative Nick Caserio lately.
He's gotten very comfortable with the role in general. And also, he's talkative and willing to show his emotions even more so. Like the frustration that he's willing to display, it is an emotion, and he is willing to show it to us.
Yeah, so I even go back to it started for me with Lovie Smith when they fired Lovie Smith. And he kind of had this moment where he's like, hey, the clock is ticking, and is probably as transparent or as emotionally transparent as I think he's had ever been up until that point. And ever since then, you've seen a little bit more of Nick Caserio, not the robot, but the human being.
Yeah. And so he's given us some of that. Actually, you know what? Let me call a little audible here. And I hope that we need to have more audibles with C.J. Stroud this year with the offense. But one of the things I have been clamoring for is to find out a little bit more about this offense and what it'll be. And if there's anyone who might be able to get it out of football players and football people, it is Kay Adams. I view her as the Taylor Rooks of football where people might talk
the
a
white
little bit
Taylor
more
Rooks.
than they should. Well, I didn't need to say, you don't need to put it in those terms.
Look at Figgy had to go, the white Taylor. Yeah, you had to make sure you made that difference.
I don't think you needed to do all that.
Hey, I don't see it being wrong.
And to be fair, Taylor Rooks does have her own football space with the Prime on Thursdays, Prime Video broadcast. But this was Kay Adams asking, what do I need to know about Nick Caley as he comes in to coach this offense?
That he's a good coach and he went to a great college, so that's where it ends. So no, Nick's he's an awesome human being. It's interesting. His background's a little bit different. He started on the defensive side of the ball and coached for a number of years on the defensive side of the football. And then when we brought him to New England and hired him as an offensive assistant, that was the first time he'd kind of worked on the offensive side of the ball. So I'd say he's pretty well versed. He's worked for a number of really good coaches, Coach Belichick, being involved with Coach McDaniels, Josh, when he was in New England. Had an opportunity to work with Sean over the last couple of years. So I would say brings kind of a wealth of experience in a couple of different systems. So what we have to do, what he's going to focus on and concentrate on is putting together the Houston Texans offense and what do we need to do to be successful. But a tremendous human being that's got a lot of juice, got a lot of energy. He doesn't have as much energy as Sean, which nobody does, but being around Sean is probably never a bad thing.
Yeah.
Did you get some from that?
Yeah.
Say no.
I'm going to be honest. In the beginning, I'm like, yep, this is a Nick Caserio guy. Like, I'm not trying to be the one that, like, divides up. Who is this, a Nick Caserio hire or DeMeco Ryans hire? Or is this the ownership? But look, it's hard to ignore. And this is my takeaway from just his first jokingly comments to start that answer. This dude's resume is pretty much, he is Nick Caserio. Like John Carroll, New England Patriots. And I get it differs a little bit after that, but it's like Nick Caserio basically hired Nick Caserio to be the offensive coordinator up to the point to where the man's name is Nick and last name starts with a C.
It's kind of the same after that too, like just seeing all the different positions. Like he started on the defensive side of the ball and then he went to the offensive side of the ball. Nick Caserio was like a receivers coach at one point. He was kind of all over the place too.
Caserio coached receivers. This guy coached tight ends. It's like
it's kind of same thing. Just come in and try to fit in wherever you think you can fit in at.
Yeah.
But I mean, it continues to talk about like the different systems and then just building the Texans offense. And I'm trying to be encouraged by it. And I think also knowing that C.J. Stroud is deeply involved, and then the guy that probably knows him the best on this staff is also deeply involved in Gerard Johnson, I find it hard to shake, B. Scott, the feeling that they're just figuring this out on the fly, which does not give me a lot of confidence in what the offense ultimately looks like. And what's crazy is I feel confident about the tools. I feel confident about the court. I'm trying to find some confidence about what the offensive line looks like, and I just don't know what it all actually what is the actual frame or form of how you're putting all these pieces together.
Or even more simply, like when Nick Caserio there says building the Texans offense, what does that mean?
They're going to run the football.
No idea.
Like we're
going to run the football.
It would be more, you would be more comfortable with, I think. And it would give you more confidence if he was just coming in here with an offense. Like, this is what the offense is going to be. Either that being, hey, this is this guy's offense, or this guy is capable of running whatever offense we already have and we want to go with it. Now, we understand they're gutting the offense that they already had. They fired the previous offensive coordinator, and they're bringing in a different guy. But if it was one or the other, hey, this is somebody that is just going to orchestrate an offense that we've already got in place, and we know that's going to be the offense, or this guy has an offense. We know, like, this is Kyle Shanahan. This is Sean McVay. And it doesn't have to be that kind of name, but somebody with an identified offense you would feel better about. We don't know what a Nick Caley offense actually is or looks like, and that is an uncomfortable place to be in considering where they were offensively.
And you know what? I'd be okay with the ambiguity of we don't know what a Nick Caley offense looks like. I don't know if Nick Caley knows what a Nick Caley offense looks like. And that's the thing that I continue to bandy about in some way.
Doesn't it seem like to you, like I'm asking this genuinely, doesn't it seem like to you it has that feel of we're bringing in a smart offensive guy who is going to kind of read the room? Check with C.J. Stroud. Check with Gerard Johnson, the people that have been here already, and we'll form an offense based off of that feedback, based off of what is it that C.J. Stroud and the people that are already here that know C.J. Stroud, what does it look like? And that, I mean, that's good, I guess, because, you want to play to your quarterback strengths, but it's also not that great because you want to feel like the guy that's coming in already has a plan or that you already have some kind of direction.
It's great in theory, though. And this has been kind of my general, and I'm trying not to freak out because I know that I have a propensity to get to that space.
It's going to be fine,
right?
Reggie. It's going to be fine,
I'm trying not to freak out. But
or is it?
Okay, I didn't need that. That's not helpful in this moment. But I feel like you look at the offenses that have jumped off the page, how many of them have gone in without you having some understanding of what the foundation will be of it, right? Of even the ones that are coming from a system, right? Let's go get Kevin Stefanski. He has this base. Let's go get Kevin O'Connell. He has this base. Let's get Zach Taylor. He has this base. Let's go get what's my boy in Black Mike? My boy in
Mike McDaniel.
There we go. I was like, there's a lot of Mike Mix, and I can't remember which one he is, but there you go. You know what the basis of that offense is. I don't know what the basis of this offense is, and it doesn't help that he's a first-time player.
It kind of got a feel of a New England offense where it's just like week-to-week game plan. One week they might be running the hell out the football. The next, it seemed like it kind of got some of that without the Tom Brady, obviously.
But and not to oversimplify it, but I will for a second here. It does feel like you got C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, and Joe Mixon. It feels like, hey, you've got some key figure out an offense around that. Like, if you're a coach worth the assault at all, you should be able to figure that out. That's an oversimplification, but it's like, man, you got, like you said, I feel good about the tools. Is the carpenter good? And we're going to figure that out.
Do y'all feel kind of bad that they just kind of got rid of the Shanahan type of offense a little bit?
Or did they?
Yeah, that we don't know.
You know what I'm saying? Like we thought, and I think that's the uncomfortable part of it. It's the not knowing, not being sure, and it's like, all right, we're just gonna kind of go out here and have blind faith or blind skepticism or justified skepticism. It depends on just what angle you come at it with, but you can't say that you're going in there knowing, hey, this is what it's going to look like, and I feel good about it.
Well, I got to come back to some more of this audio. I mean, we only just got to the tip of the iceberg. There was some talk about the offensive line and also Ladarius Henderson update as well from Nick Caserio when he was talking with Kay Adams. We'll get back to more of that.
The football heads love them some Ladarius Henderson, man.
I forgot about him, man.
Yes, and that was the thing. Like, that was the thing because I also forgot about him, which is, I mean, he was drafted last year.
National champion Ladarius Henderson. Put some respect on the name.
That's right. Michigan Wolverine Ladarius Henderson. But, like, he was drafted, and he was another one of those kind of development types, and you're like, hey, we'll see what this ultimately looks like. And does that, like, where does he also fit in with the possibility of adding to the competition in this offensive line? So, yeah, we'll circle back to what Nick Caserio has going there. But you are listening to In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about what's popping, including an Astros loss. But what were the things that we saw within that? A well-known and well-respected voice in boxing is returning this weekend. I'll tell you who it is next.
The Drive with Stoerner and
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'. Brought to you by the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club. May 2nd through 4th.
Yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get into what's popping here on a Thursday. B. Scott in for the OG John Lopez. He out there fishing somewhere. Send him some love if you can. And then Figgy Fig hanging out with us. It is a Victory Thursday, though. And if you are watching on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live streams, whether it's on Twitch or YouTube.
We keep it 100.
That's right. You that A-Town, that Houston Rockets gear on because the Rockets staved off elimination last night.
Let's go. I had to go and look. We were talking about shamelessness earlier in the show. I had to go championship vibes. I ain't saying they're going to win the championship, but after them staving off elimination last night and the vibes were immaculate at Toyota Center, I was feeling good, man. I figure I would commemorate the 30-year anniversary with a nice old T-shirt today.
Yeah, you've been in the building for all three of these playoff games.
That's right.
How did this one compare to the first two? How did this one feel just generally with the people in the building, especially with the way that this game went? One of the things I was thinking at one point, I was watching and I'm like, I'm still intrigued, even though this game is starting to look like it's over, like in the second half. I was like, oh, this game has looked like it's over, but I'm still intrigued. I got questions I want answered. I want to see Reed Shepherd. How did the building feel at that moment?
So it felt different in terms of light. It was lighter walking through the concourse and the sunshine beaming through the building as opposed to showing up at 8:30. Like that was the main difference. And of course, I do think that had some impact on early attendance. Like we know that the live Houston sports audience is a late arriving crowd, but I think that has in part to do with the personality of the crowd, but also to do with how difficult it is to get to these places and, you know, the traffic issues that we have. And that was more of a factor, I thought, last night than it was, say, in those first two games being as late as they were. But to me, the big thing was the energy far outweighed or was far more important than like the masses, the actual number of people that you saw. Because you could easily take a video of the crowd early in the game when they're announcing their starting lineups and see maybe damn near half empty seats. But whether it's half, 3/4, full, whatever it is, the energy in the atmosphere is playoff atmosphere. It's tense. It's people that are could seem like they're connected to every play. There was a point in the game, you can find this on social media places, where there was somebody that felt like they were screaming for 15 minutes straight, and people were trying to figure out who is that
making all this noise?
Who is this that won't stop? Like, you got people that make noise, but all of us got to catch our breath eventually, right? This person had the lungs of a fish. It was incredible, and even the players were noticing it. So the vibes were immaculate. The energy was incredible, and of course, the Rockets got the dub against the Dubs.
They sure did. So they will force a Game 6, which is on Friday, and courtesy of the Timberwolves getting the L.A. Lakers out the paint. It'll happen at 8 p.m. on ESPN, which sounds like, oh, man, you didn't give us very much, but it could have been 9 or 9:30 or what have you. It will be at 8 p.m. and it'll be on ESPN because someone earlier was like, if I have to hear Reggie Miller one more again, I'm like, you don't.
It's rough.
You don't in this one, at least.
It's rough. I've been thinking about this too. Whenever I tweet about Reggie Miller, now that we got a Reggie in our life, I'm like, man, I hope people don't think I'm sending slugs at Reggie. Reggie's my guy. The Reggie that I work with is my guy. I'm very clearly talking about this
Reggie.
Man, this Reggie is making me mad. Not that one. Not out of Tula. Miller. God, dog. Man, it's rough.
Don't even worry about it because I also have those same slugs for Reggie Miller. Like I've been sick of him for years. Anyways, that's mentioned. Like the Timberwolves getting the Lakers out of there, it happened in large part because of one of the most rare things in basketball, which is a dominant Rudy Gobert game in the playoffs.
Wasn't expecting that.
27 and 24 for 39 minutes.
So look, I do wonder. Look, J.J. Redick's done an incredible job, I think, as a coach overall, like if you just take the totality of his first year with the Lakers. But I do wonder if these last couple of games, a couple of decisions that he's made they were really questionable. Like playing the whole same lineup for an entire half is crazy. You don't hear that. I think actually it's something that you've never heard of or seen anybody do in a playoff game. And then like defiantly not trying to combat the size of the Minnesota Timberwolves with at least considering a little bit more Jackson Hayes.
He's so unplayable, dude.
He is unplayable, but just to predetermine it, I thought was negligible.
Agreed.
And maybe you could even say that just the card that he was dealt, the cards that he was dealt, the hand that he was dealt, J.J. Redick that is, in not having a playable big was the main problem. But that was the big issue for them, was that they could not match up with the size, namely last night, Rudy Gobert, and it came to bite the Lakers in the tail in the end.
It was literally the big issue, which honestly is a roster construction issue. And you'll see how if they can kind of make those adjustments. But I know there's a lot of people celebrating, especially when you talk about I know Ant Edwards was having an absolute ball. You hear a little bit from him later on in the program. But he was having a blast getting the Lakers out of there. He was doing his Ant-Man, Spider-Man, Batman. Right, that's what he was doing, obviously getting at Shannon Sharp and all the Lakers fans that were really excited in that situation. The Astros played yesterday during the day. Unfortunately, they fall. So our guy, AJ Blueball, was unable to get a victory in his first outing. I don't know how much you were able to watch this. I know you were getting ready for Rockets basketball, but if you were able to see this at all, were you at all impressed with AJ Blueball? Because I know that he had a little bit of a tough time, and there were 2 earned runs, a lot of those runs unearned because Jeremy Pena did not cover him in a way that you expect a very good defensive shortstop to cover a rookie pitcher. But I was still rather impressed, and I know Joe Espada was as well with the way that Blueball battled back and was able to, and he only went 4 innings, but he was able to kind of acquit himself fairly decently considering the circumstances.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those where you have to watch it to appreciate it more. Like, you can't box score watch this game because it is not redeeming. But yeah, I agree with you. I thought that he fought, and honestly, and maybe I'm grading on a curve, I would say, because I'm not expecting this, Spencer Arrighetti list rotation. Hey, look, Lance McCullers get well soon. Like, whenever you get to this part of
Sundays,
and that's what I'm saying. When you get to this part of the rotation, absent of somebody that you feel like you trust, and I'm not saying that you can trust Lance McCullers yet, as long as it's been since he last pitched. But with Blueball, I kind of just chalked the loss up and was just hoping that you could get some encouraging signs out of it. And I would say that you got some encouraging signs out of it. Like, the dude gives up 7 runs. And only 2.
Dude, he would have gotten out of that third if Jeremy Pena. I mean, I feel confident, and maybe this is me stretching too far. I don't know that they absolutely turned that double play where Pena is trying to really shovel this over to second really quickly and just completely miss a second. It was very out of character for him. But even if you just get the lead runner there, you don't have that runner go to third. You don't have the added pressure on Blueball, who has not been in a lot of these circumstances. Well, he hasn't been in this circumstance in the major league level. And I mean, Blueball has 6 strikeouts in that. Like, it does seem like he stabilized in a way where you would not have had 5 runs in that third inning, even if you'd given up 1 or 2. And that felt like that was very much still a winnable game, considering that you found some runs as you went further on in that one as well.
I thought Blueball was fine given the expectation that you would have of him. It's a shame that, given the fact that he was fine out there, that his defense failed him in a critical moment.
Yeah, but I think you're right. Ultimately, the big thing about this game with Blueball for me is seeing if he actually is a guy that you could utilize in a spot start or what have you if you need to in the future.
Yeah.
And I think that was definitely a check mark. The actual result of this one, a 4-7 loss to the Tigers, so you don't get the sweep, was a little unfortunate, but I think that it was still a good outing for him, all things considered, and I was happy that at least he had his people there, and that I think he generally had a positive demeanor about it, even though he didn't get the win, and obviously he was immediately optioned back to AAA after the start.
Yeah, and you get L's within a victory, and I think you get some victories within an L, and the promise I think of him, and I'm not trying to oversell it, but option. This is not something that we tried and won't feel like we can ever go back to again. If we need to reach into this well and do this again, we can do this again. I do feel like, despite the results, that you felt that way.
97-mile-per-hour average exit velocity on the hits, so that was frustrating for him. He gave up the granny, but still, I think I'm with you there. We've done a lot of it's early with actually, before I get to the it's early, I know it's a baseball tie, but I do want to, because I teased this. I mentioned yesterday about this weekend, Cinco de Mayo weekend when it comes to boxing.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a good one starting tomorrow evening with a fight that's happening in Times Square. Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney, both on a card that's going to be happening in Times Square. And it'll be Jim Lampley, the legendary boxing announcer, who is on the call for it. I believe, I can't remember who actually has it, but I know you know him from HBO Sports fame. But of course, HBO folded up their boxing. And so it was kind of you're wondering if you would still get Jim Lampley back on calls. They call him in the commission for this very unique circumstance. And I'm very excited because I feel like boxing is very high up on the sports where, at least for me personally, where the announcer does matter. Because I know people have a lot of conversation about the announcers in football, and I think that they can help. Basketball, we were just talking about, I think that matters a decent amount. But boxing feels like there's a huge portion of this that the announcer brings the energy and the vibe of what's happening in a way that's different than any other sport. So I'm excited to have Lampley back for this one at the very least.
Well, and especially since it seemed like after HBO shuttered its boxing.
2018. Didn't even realize.
I thought it was like a COVID thing, so it's been even longer than I thought.
No, this was. I don't want to have the conversation about HBO, their parent companies, and how they move.
Right. Yes. And I'm familiar because I was doing a little work with Warner Brothers, and that, and that got a little.
So I don't even have to tell
complicated. Well, you could, but it was even complicated for me as somebody that was involved in getting checks from them. But long story short, the part that I love about this is that it kind of the door has been reopened, and I agree with everything that you said specific to boxing with announcers. My thing is the legendary announcers, and maybe this is me getting sensitive the older that I get, but we need to preserve and keep these guys around for as long as we can. Even some of the ones that I don't like. Like, I'm not a Brent Musburger guy, but I was all for keeping Brent Musburger around for as long as you could keep him around. I saw Marv Albert on Mike Breen acknowledged Marv Albert at a Knicks game about a week or so ago as the greatest NBA play-by-play guy of all time, and I agree with that. Like, having guys like that around, and Lampley falls along those lines for boxing, preserving those guys for as long as you possibly can. The older I get, the more I'm into that.
Yeah, real sentimental. We getting sappy. That made me think about Hubie and that. Anyways,
yeah, Hubie. That's another one.
I love me some Hubie, but yeah, I'm gonna be very excited. I'll be stuck to the screen when the 76-year-old Emmy winner Jim Lampley gets to call some boxing again tomorrow. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I promise I'll get back around to some of the stock of it's early when it comes to MLB, what that typically means. I will circle back around to that. I promise. In the loop on this Thursday. But coming up next, we were talking Game 5, a huge victory that staves off elimination for the Rockets. Did Game 5 make you feel more confident about the Rockets' chances in Game 6, or was it just a one-off? How much of this is sustainable? We will answer that question next.
The Sports Radio 610. and Slay here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope that you are having a good time. I imagine a lot of folks getting out for lunch or what have you. Appreciate you doing that. If you don't know, I got a little gift for you. His name is B. Scott. He's in for the OG John Lopez. And then also Figgy Fig, always still here. And B. Scott, they not with you on they said these old people need to go retire. All right. Stop calling these games.
All right, y'all don't have no respect for your elders. I understand. It's okay.
Get out of here, Jim Lampley.
Let me be the only one raised right around here. That's fine.
We need more Spiro Dides.
I want to know, who do y'all like? Who do they like? If you want the Mike Brings and stuff out of here.
Yeah, in the basketball space, it's kind of tough.
Yeah.
Like, because some of these guys are incredible. But yeah, who are the young guys? I mean, maybe Spiro Dides, who was on the call for Rockets Warriors yesterday, and he's not going to be because it's going to be on ESPN on Friday. But I was like, if he was on again, it wouldn't hurt. Like, keep everything the same.
Yes.
After an incredible victory over the Warriors.
Mark Jones.
Yeah. Like for me, and getting a little sentimental. But the voices that and Lampley, I think, falls in this line, and boxing is more specific in this way. But the voices that I like and the voices that I'm comfortable with, I'm willing to go with those. I think I am getting at that age where, and Figgy, you as a music guy could maybe even appreciate this. I know you listen to new music, but I'm like, I think I'm at that age where I'm only really wanting to listen to the songs that I already know.
Oh, you're out of the new find. I always find that fascinating, right? What is the age at which you are no longer discovering? You are simply operating with what you already know.
And it's fine. Like, I am cool with discovering, but I also still prefer protect your neck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Over whatever it is.
I'm kind of at that age now, too. Like, it take me a lot to get outside of my regular bag. Because a lot of the times people be like, oh, have you heard this new artist? And I'm just like, I don't feel like trying to find a new artist or listen. I like to listen to what I know makes me comfortable. It gets me hyped.
It's like, what you mean this new artist from this new music from this new artist? This Big Crit is right here. What are you talking about?
Forever's a mighty long time, ain't it?
Good, baby. Come on, man. I got this Devin the Dude, this Scarface in here jamming. I don't know what you're talking about.
It get to a point, man. I realize I listen to like the same 8 songs.
Oh, it can't be 8.
It's more than 8.
So yeah, I'm guessing y'all. Well, actually, I've kind of moved out of this over the last year or so. But y'all not waiting for New Music Friday, I guess, is what I'm hearing.
I am willing to participate in it. I'm just not waiting for it.
If it's my artist, an artist that I'm comfortable with, then it's just a new artist, like different type of artists. Be like, oh, you gotta check him. I'm just like, like I don't feel like it. Right now.
I'm still on Hip Hop DX, which is where I get my new releases from, and I see them.
God, that's so backpacker.
Yeah,
that's so backpacker.
I'm still with it. I'm just like, oh, you know what though? I see that new release, but I'm gonna go jam that old one.
Okay.
Oh, Benny the Butcher's got something new out. Ooh. But you know what? I liked what he put out back in 2018. So I'm good.
Okay. Oh, wow. We got 38. Unless I'm put on, I never find new stuff. And from the 512, hip hop and rap sucks now. I think it's a flooded market.
People been saying that for like 20 years.
That's
now,
true.
Man.
That might be the ultimate indicator that you are old. And I don't say that with judgment.
Hip hop is dead.
Yeah, depending on what you're listening to. And I know we're on the radio, but I think radio's got a lot to do with that.
We don't got time to break that down.
I'm just saying, sometimes we're not giving you the best of.
What we do have time to break down. Talking about a new Music Friday, new Hoop Friday, as the Rockets still in this thing in the first round versus the Warriors. It is a Friday night extravaganza, Game 6 in San Francisco. The Rockets will go again, Game 6. Game 5 was fun, though. Did Game 5 make you feel more confident about their chances in Game 6, especially as they return back on the road? Like, it felt like they found a comfort in the confines of Toyota Center. What are the things that you think are sustainable and translate back to Game 6?
It made me feel more confident just in the sense that I wasn't confident at all going into the game that they would win it. Like, I figured that the Golden State Warriors had figured the Rockets out. All of the matchup advantages that I've been saying since before the series started, for all of the matchup advantages that I felt like they had, I did not feel like they had figured the Warriors out. And so given that, and given how, look, they had their opportunities to win and couldn't figure it out in Golden State, I didn't feel great about their chances going into last night's game. based off of how they played on both ends of the floor yesterday or last night, it's hard to ignore the way that it seems like this series could have easily turned if they stay true to some of the things that they did. And what are those things? Number one, the defense on Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. That's the biggest thing, Reggie, that I'm looking to see how much of this can transfer to Golden State, because I don't expect them to shoot as poorly as they did in this game.
Or as well as they did in this game, I'm guessing you mean.
No.
Oh, the Warriors shooting. Got you.
I don't expect, let me be clear. I don't expect Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler to perform offensively as poorly as they did in Game 5.
I'm following you now.
However, I do believe that the defense that Amen Thompson is playing on Steph Curry and the overall team defense that they're playing on Steph Curry, I should say, and the individual defense that Dillon Brooks is playing on Jimmy Butler are things that are sustainable, even if they're not sustainable to the level that they were in Game 5. So I'm wanting to see what is the give and take, what is the variance, what is the difference between the excellent performance that we saw in Game 5 and what I don't feel like can expect to be the exact same in Game 6, but will they have enough to handle it? And then the other part, so that's on defense. Off start of the game, this team being decisive, moving the ball around, reading the defense well, themselves moving around. That's something that they did in this game. That's something that they did a good job, I thought, in Game 2. I think Jalen Green is somebody that's not going to get enough credit for this past game because he didn't have a big scoring output and he got injured a little bit and didn't play as much. But I thought he did a good job of helping set the tone in this game.
Can I press pause real quick?
Go ahead.
How concerned are you about the Jalen Green knock, right? It's a knee. That's a very vital part of an explosive gentleman. He ended up getting back in that game and playing. And, I mean, it seemed like he was fine. I imagine that in any circumstance, a dude's going to wipe away. Any concerns about that? Is that how you feel just generally?
So I'm concerned about the impact that it's going to have on him. Not concerned about whether it's going to keep him out, because this is, for as skinny as he is and for all the jokes that people might have about this has been sort of an iron. This guy's not soft. Like, you might want to think that, but he's not. He plays every game for the most part, plays through pain and injury, so I do expect him to play. I do wonder, to your point, the explosion, a guy that relies on, like that being his mismatch, his athleticism, the fact that it's so difficult to stay in front of him, I do wonder if that's going to hamper him at all, especially given that you only, even for a young guy, that you only get the 1 day to rest. So I am worried about that, but as far as Game 5 goes, I thought you saw a much, much better version of him. Is he going to be able to do that on the road? And I keep going back to how much he has struggled over time against the Warriors. Has he figured something out, or has he simply just slowed it down a little bit? I think he had his Astros Game 1 before he responds in Game 2, talking about just taking my time. This is a quote from him. I've got to take my time. He seems to be doing that a little bit more. So can he take that to the road? I don't feel like we've seen enough of it, and this injury is going to be kind of an interesting caveat on how much is that going to limit him. But just overall as a team, though, it's not just Jalen Green. It's them overall as a team not feeling like they've got a whole lot of answers or ideas on exactly what to do or what they're trying to accomplish on a given possession.
Can I tell you the thing there's one thing that's very obvious that is not sustainable from the Rockets' perspective, and that is shooting the ever-living you-know-what out of the basketball. At half, they were shooting 69.4% from the field, which is decidedly very nice, and then 60% from deep. In that, you look at the shot chart where you look at the various different shot zones against league average, they were more than 10% above average in every spot except for the right corner. Like, they were shooting the lights out. And I think one of the things that does, especially, I know Ime was talking about this after the game. Apologies, Figgy, that I didn't ask for the audio here, because Ime was asked about what helped their defense. And it's like, hey man, making them get the ball out of the net as opposed to getting rebounds, getting in transition. Like, what happens, or how do you see this playing, especially on the road here? If you're not going to shoot, and I don't think you are going to shoot so well as to where the offense then applies a level of pressure to the Warriors, even that up offensively in the half court, what shifts in getting maybe Steph Curry going or getting Jimmy Butler going if they're having more transition opportunities? Yeah,
it's what makes the matchup so fascinating to me, because we just identified two things that feel anomalous. it is a really hot shooting Rockets night and a really poor shooting combined between their top two players in Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. Both things feel anomalous. Like, you don't feel like you can rely on the Rockets to shoot lights out on a night-to-night basis, and you don't feel comfortable with the idea of Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler struggling to the degree that they did. However, you do feel like the defense that the Rockets play is very real. So here's my question. Are they going to be able to, and I think that there's a chance that they could, and I'll be interested to watch this tomorrow night, but is Amen Thompson disrupting Steph Curry's dribble the way that he was early on in that game, causing him to be, I don't want to even say careless with the ball, but sort of just forcing the issue and just being special and dynamic in the way that he is, forcing turnovers, 5 steals in the first half. I don't know if I can expect Amen Thompson to have 5 steals, but is his defense similarly disruptive, even if Steph Curry is making a few more shots than he was? And I do feel like the Warriors, not just Steph Curry, but multiple Warriors, missed some pretty good looks last night, and that worked in the Rockets' advantage. But what happens when, even if the defense is sustainable, and I believe Steph Curry's making a few more shots, and those same shots that were going down for you at Toyota Center are not necessarily going down for you at Chase Center, do you start to kind of deviate and go away from what was working and what clearly works offensively and start leaning back into your bad habits? Or do you stick with it and read what the Warriors are doing? And also, are you able to kind of withstand the inevitable Steph Curry run or inevitable Warriors run that you could expect to happen at some point at Chase Center?
Right. I think I lean towards them finding a level of calm. I think that has been a large undercurrent in this series for the Rockets, is finding a level of calm within the storm that is playoff basketball, with all of the emotions and energy and, different, like just the different nature and different characteristics of these games. We talked about it with the men. We've talked about it with Jalen Green. Fred VanVleet spoke to it. He vocalized kind of the ways in which some of his teammates are finding that stabilization. So I think that as the series goes along, as it shortens up in days between games and that kind of wears on the Warriors, I think the additional portion of that is the Rockets' final level of stability there. Can I speak to you about this, though, when you talk about sustainability? There was a point in time where these Rockets were 13 for 13 from the free throw line and ultimately finished 84% from the free throw line. And the reason why I bring this up is, one, to acknowledge that after me and Lopez spent all up and down saying, all right, maybe it's not reasonable to expect them to shoot well, they said, hey, y'all, shut y'all up. Shut up, right? We can do this. How comfortable do you feel that they're going to shoot continuing?
It's hard to pretend like I feel great about it because they've been a poor free throw shooting team throughout. So it's not like this just showed up in the playoffs. It's unfortunate that it did show up in the playoffs, and we're really talking about, I think, those 2 games in Golden State that really stand out where they miss double-digit number of free throws.
Right.
And it's just – and you lose – by single digits, or you lose by 3 points, you're like, okay, well, there's the game right there. So I can't pretend like I feel great about it, but I do want to speak to the importance. Like, I don't think we can talk about that enough, of winning the game in the margins or along the margins, and then also specifically for a team that's this offensively challenged or capable of going through the offensive lulls that they do, or even the fact that the shots that they get are not great, or that it seems so difficult, so hard for them to get good shots and good offense on a possession-to-possession basis. I don't feel like a team that's this offensively challenged, and this almost goes without saying, I just want to say it again, like they can go or afford to bypass free shots.
Yeah.
Like every easy bucket that you can get. So when they miss layups, that is maddening.
Correct.
Because they're a team that struggles to get good shots. A layup is a good shot.
It's a great shot. It's the best shot in basketball.
When you miss free throws are pretty close right behind it because It's an uncontested shot from a decent distance. When you miss those, that is maddening because you're like, hey, it's already difficult enough to imagine where the offense is going to come from on a given possession, on a night-to-night basis, on a possession basis. This is an uphill stream here.
Yeah. One more. You talked about margins, and I think this is a margin. And what's funny is I don't have the tools to get to this place, and I'm sure Lopez would be laughing. He might be laughing as he's listening right now. That I don't have the tools to actually find this. But one question I've asked myself is, especially with the ways in which he didn't do it last night, but Steph Curry can nuke you. The non-Steph Curry minutes matter so much. Like when he is on the bench, can you make them pay for having to sit him down at times? And it felt like, I'm working off a field because, again, I don't have the concrete numbers on this. It felt like they absolutely made the Warriors pay when Steph was on the bench, which they haven't done as much in this series. I'm very intrigued to see if they can continue to do that and apply pressure in that way, because that's a big margin thing for you. If you can find the places to get your runs, knowing that, as you said, Steph Curry's not going to shoot 4 for 12 again, or if he does, like it's unlikely at the very least, right? So at least counteracting whatever more juice they get from Steph Curry by when he's off the floor, gain all that and more back.
No, I think that's well said. I couldn't put it better myself. You got to 100% take advantage of the non-Steph Curry minutes. I would say, kind of taking it from a different angle, that if I'm being discouraged by something and you talk about non-Steph Curry minutes, like the fact, and I understand it was the Rockets bench out there as well that was kind of giving up the goods last night. But the fact that their bench was able to do what they were able to do, albeit with you taking the foot off the gas, that they were able to do that at Toyota Center, facing the non-Curry minutes, the Curry minutes themselves. Like, I expect everyone to play better at home. Talking about the Warriors, what does that look like? How do the Rockets respond to that? That everyone is going to be better, more than likely, at home.
Well, I think. All right, so this is a little bit of a take, but I think that what you saw is, and probably I would expect you to be more concerned that the starters came in and that lead did not like swell up immediately against the Golden State Warriors backup.
That part, yes.
Right? But I think that that's because, and I think we were texting about this a little bit, the Rockets have done so much to drill the game plan, like literally the way that they specifically have to guard the Warriors starters. When their backups came in, like, they're not playing in that same style.
Yeah.
So the Rockets are geared, and they've been playing, the starting Rockets have been playing this very particular brand of basketball that's necessary to beat Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green and Steph Curry and the like. And those guys aren't on the floor, and now you got Trace Jackson Davis and Moses Moody and these other folks doing different things.
Yeah.
Like, it's a change in the way that you were playing basketball that you didn't want to have to do, but Reed Shepherd and Aaron Holiday and these folks weren't able to hold it down. So I think it looked worse than it probably was in my mind. But yeah, I think I'm very intrigued to see what of those things are sustainable. But I still feel like, as you have gone through 6 games and you've been in them in all these games, and the ones that you've won in a way that feels relatively commanding, especially last night. It feels like you really do have a path forward, even as you're the team who is still down in the series 3-2.
Yeah, and you can do these things that you did at home on the road. Like, it doesn't have to be, hey, this was just because. Like, you should be able to take advantage of these matchups that you have defensively. You should be able to, make the adjustment to the way that the Warriors are defending you. You've had 5 games to do it now. So I'm really interested to see how they respond and if they're ready for Game 6.
Very good, man. It's a fun weekend. Game 6 Friday night. But the weekend is not just fun because of the Rockets. Also, we're proud to partner with the Insperity Invitational that's happening this weekend at the Woodlands Country Club Tournament. Of course, Steve Ackler, David Duval, Ernie Els, John Daly, the most eccentric of them all. They're all going to be there, as well as other PGA Tour champions. Some of the best of that particular tour. They'll be at the course right here in town for an incredible weekend of championship golf, teeing off tomorrow. So entry to the tournament is free. Don't worry about paying nothing. You just got to make sure you get out there. And if you want to see score updates, tee times, weather notes, more information, head to InsperityInvitational.com. Coming up next, it is the time where we typically do our lunchtime confessions. And B. Scott here, he want to do some confessions. So we'll do that next.
It sounds like the Texans draft played out Invitational.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I forgot I got to go first. All right, let's get to these confessions where I have to start with, I have a problem. Like, my confession is straight up, I have a problem.
Do tell.
And I'm kind of glad that Lopez isn't here because he would get on my keister about it. And I kind of alluded to it in the last segment, right? I started talking about the on-off minutes for Steph Curry and how I don't have that available to me. I know you'll be familiar with this, B. Scott, but I don't know if the audience in general would be familiar with this because this is more like basketball writers and basketball nerds. There's various kind of sites and services that have like the real deep stats.
Yeah,
if you get
cleaning the glass,
that's the one.
Synergy. Yeah, a bunch of different places you can
Cleaning
go.
the glass is the one in particular. And that one, especially because Synergy is just you gotta know someone to get in on that one. Cleaning the glass, you just gotta spend some money. During that game yesterday, I got this close to buying that subscription. Look, I have a problem.
I am actually more surprised that you don't already have the subscription because I could see that easily being one of the things that you might spend your disposable income on. Like,
I only got so much of it, brother.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, this job aside, I could see you being into the cleaning the glass numbers enough to have already. So, like, this could almost be a two-part confession on your end. You got a problem because you came this close, but also the fact that you are the basketball or the stat nerd who doesn't have the stat nerd subscription yet.
Well,
it's gonna happen.
I can't fully justify it at this point. Like, I am not so much.
You will. We're 8 months into this thing with your first full-time midday. You're gonna get it because you will be. This is our first Rockets playoff run that we're all covering together. I got a feeling that this time next year that the Rockets will be back in the playoffs. I don't know what seed and who they'll be playing against, but Reggie will be giving us cleaning the glass data
giving you
on these shows.
Giving you some of these advanced metrics. Nah, like for me, I'm like, hey, covering like I'm not like Kelly Eco. I'm not like Big Sarge. I'm not like some of the folks that are on that daily beat, Daniel Lerner, who for them, I think it would be advantageous to be able to use that to make some of the arguments that they have to make consistently. Like, I think the conversations that we have about basketball and the Rockets over the course of the season, it's not very often that I need to use those. And oftentimes also, if I need to make an argument like that, someone like a writer would have already done some of that work for me. But yesterday I was like, I want to know where I could feel myself scratching the side of my neck like, hey, y'all got some more? Y'all got some cleaning the.
Hey, look,
y'all got some cleaning.
Y'all got some more of them stats.
Hey, look, you struck a nerve there mentioning some of the other beat writers. I will point out, and y'all gonna have to forgive me for. I know this is confessions. I'm gonna speak out of turn here a little bit, but I think them writers, the places where they work, they also pay for them subscriptions. So hey, shout out to Odyssey. You want to
I had not thought about that.
And I know some people in high places. Y'all want to give my boy Reggie a subscription. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
It will help the show a lot.
I'm just saying, think of it as a long-term investment.
I know, the part that would help the show? Me annoying the ever-living out of Lopez with some cleaning the glass stats?
I'd be here for it.
Bro, I'm getting him on these regular stats and the ones that I can get off NBA.com. If I start hitting him with cleaning the glass stats?
He's going to be like, what? What kind of Windex did you put on that glass
That's right.
again?
That's right. It's a vorp and a snort.
These are my confessions.
I, too, have a problem.
Hey!
And this confession is going to be, I'm going to try to make this direct because it's a little two-part. Going into Game 5, I did not give the Rockets much of a chance. I'm just going to be honest about it. I felt downtrodden based off of the way those two games went in the Bay. And so I had already looked past Game 5 and was already thinking about the future. And I have done way more Reed Shepherd film highlights and literature than I would like to admit.
So you have the cocaine
Curry
you like that,
problem.
Huh? You like it?
And look, I don't know if there is counseling or rehabilitation for this type of issue, but I was getting heavy dosage of Cocaine Curry. What does the future look like? This team doesn't have enough shooting. This team doesn't have enough playmaking. This team doesn't have enough shot creation. They got a dude at the end of the bench that I feel like can do it, and I did way too much Cocaine Curry consumption over the last couple of days, especially considering how that stuff looked when they put it out there against the Warriors scrubs, right? Like the end of the Rockets bench against the end of the Warriors bench, and it wasn't translating. It wasn't given if you compare it to the copious amounts of Cocaine Curry I was consuming.
Yeah, man. That was one of the things I was super excited for when we crossed the threshold in my mind of, okay, like this is done. And then relatively soon thereafter, Steve Kerr made that decision that this was done, which was earlier than I anticipated, but I kind of liked his decision there, knowing that they only have a couple of days and they got old and tired legs over there, to be like, hey, let's get as much rest as we can now, knowing that this one's out of pocket. Steph Curry didn't agree, but it's whatever.
Yeah.
But I was like, yeah, here comes some Reed. We can get some data. I thought also here comes some Cam Whitmore, but apparently that's just a different level of issue over there for some reason. But yeah, I was a little disappointed that I didn't get we got Reed. We just didn't get Reed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wanted to get a microwave version of Reed. I wanted Reed to go out there and look like the Curry compare, which is a ridiculous compare. There's alliteration with the nickname, and we're with it, and he can shoot really well. I wanted to see the Steve Nash comparisons come to life, even in some garbage time minutes, and it didn't happen. And so, yeah, I was a little disappointed. And really, the confession is more so, I put the cart before the horse and got way ahead of myself, trying to imagine what a lineup with Cocaine Curry and say a Giannis Antetokounmpo looks like, what Cocaine Curry and Kevin Durant might look like. I did way too much of that before the damn series was even over with.
Hey, that card is 500 feet back, man, or that horse is 500 feet back, man. You way ahead.
Yeah, but that's where I was, man. I was that downtrodden by the losses. So yeah, that is my confession.
I'm glad that you have been pulled out of that space. Maybe, I think.
I'm wearing Rockets championship gear.
That's right. We back in it, baby. Yeah. Sorry, my brain, while you were talking about Cocaine Curry, started doing like other alliterations. I was like, Booger Sugar, Brent Berry. I'm like, where else can I get to? I'm like, what other shooters can I get? White girl, Wally Zerbiak. See, now, you know what I mean? Like, what can I get to here?
Nash.
Now you've gone to a bastardization of both cocaine and Steph Curry. It's like I went from just being cocaine and being compared to Steph Curry. Now you comparing me to a berry and calling it Booger Sugar? No, man.
This is what happens in my brain.
These are my confessions.
I gotta admit, I three have a problem.
Oh, we all got problems.
Yeah, this ain't sports related though. So I went to this crawfish spot yesterday up in Crosby. It's called Johnny's. And you can eat crawfish.
Ain't no way.
Yes, it is a way. So I gotta confess, man, I actually feel good about this too, because I think the most amount of crawfish I ever ate was like maybe 5 pounds in one setting.
Oh, did we set a new record?
New record,
Let's
man.
go.
New record, baby. 10 and a half.
No, are you for real?
10 and a half.
My man blew out his PR by over 100%.
Yeah. Man, I don't
or 200% rather.
So this is how it goes. So when you get ordered the all you can eat, and they start you off with 3 pounds, and it's like, all right, cool. And then once you get finished, I'll do another one, and then they send you another 2 out, and then they send you another 2 out. And at this point, I'm like, I'm in a groove now. Let me see how far I could get. The last one, I told her to, that's it. I'm tapped out, and she's like, oh, I already put the order in. So I'm like, oh, man. So
you fought through the last one?
I got half of it, man. So 10 and a half. It should have been, it could have been 11, but it's 10 and a half, man.
Yeah, I respect it. And never mind the fact that that's about how much crawfish you got to eat to get full anyway. Like 10 is a lot.
Wait, what are you doing right now? Was that crawfish slander?
No, I love crawfish. Okay, I'm just saying.
I want to be careful.
What I'm saying is I got to eat a lot of it to get full. It's a good thing that I like it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So,
I
got to be in that direction.
Dog, I was stuffed. I'm low-key still stuffed right now, man.
Well, 10 pounds is a lot. 10 pounds of anything is a lot. I mean,
yeah.
So.
But I feel good. I feel like a man. I'm like 10 pounds of crawfish.
And Crosby too, so that might be a nice little.
Man, that's a great spot, man. We gotta go out there on the Wednesday one day. Just
say less. I'm there. Like If today was still Wednesday,
yeah,
it is unfortunately Thursday, I would be there right now.
It's a pretty good price too, man. Like it's not crazy expensive.
Noted.
Yes, literally noted.
You could go to another spot and get like £5 for what I paid for it.
Look at this show, how productive it is, Reggie. We done got a crawfish spot. We got a blackberry crown kind of recommendation. So we done upgraded our drink and crawfish life.
And I do appreciate that the 832 sent in nose candy curry. I feel like at that point you go nose candy Nash, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because we're sticking with the alliteration. Nose candy is just funny.
I just want with hash Nash.
Oh, I like that too.
I'm trying to find. Well, if we just still do, are we going to any narcotic now?
Yeah. Do people still say hash?
I don't. Heroin Harden. Okay.
Heroin Harden.
I don't think that's him. I think we're talking about someone else entirely.
And
now.
heroin is crazy.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah. I don't think anybody ever made. Like, there were times in different points of history where we've made cocaine cool. I don't think heroin ever got there. Like, heroin ain't never been cool. You know what I'm saying? I'm not endorsing doing no drugs. I'm just saying.
Yeah. When you get to that point, you got a problem.
Yeah. Now, once we start putting the heroin next to your name, we are slandering.
Yes, negative. It's derogatory.
It's a slur.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did we get here?
Cocaine curry.
And my confession of having a little cocaine curry problem.
Is Lopez actually a stabilizing force on this show? Is that what I just found out? Maybe.
Which is wild to think.
That is a crazy thing. All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Again, appreciation to the Men's Clinic for bringing you that. Ganja Green. Which green, though? Are we doing Gerald Green? You got to tell me which green we're doing.
Gerald Green.
Danny Green, Ganja Danny Green.
And never mind the fact that applies to like probably 85-95% of the league.
You know,
Draymond Green.
I was like, I don't know. I don't know Gerald Green in a way where I should be able to say this. However, I feel like Ganja Gerald Green might possibly be oxymoron, or it might possibly be redundant.
Yeah, and
maybe. I don't know.
Didn't Draymond Green have blunts at his wedding or something like that? I'm pretty sure.
Did he?
I think you can find that.
That's
go
very
Look
California.
that up. And blunts at the wedding, a blunt bar.
All right, so Figgy, you're going to have to get on this text line because people are now asking for follow-ups on the Johnnies. 713-572.
It's good, man. It's good.
Is where you'll get those follow-ups. Yeah, yo, Jordan. Oh, okay, I'm done. Coming up next, we got to get to some buy or sell on a Thursday, and we will do it next.
The Sports Radio 610.
Cbox.com/value.
SaberCats won again, folks. Next home game is May 17th. HoustonSaberCats.com for tickets.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Should I continue to encourage such behavior? No. Will I? Absolutely. Ecstasy Mario Ellie came in.
Ecstasy Ellie. Now Mario Ellie's still walking around the building, so I don't know how much that could maybe not go over so well with somebody that's still around the team. You know,
and especially depending on how you feel about ecstasy.
Yeah,
sure. Because at one point it was cool to do it, but as the years goes on, it's kind of like, Yeah,
we would have to get Mario and Gina Gaston online or on board with that.
Sure.
In line with that before we go with
But
that
I think what should be understood of all of this is that it comes from a very good, or at least a well-meaning place all the way to start with.
Yeah.
Ultimately, if it's a no, it's a no. I get that.
Good is relative.
And was doing the whole cocaine Curry thing, all because he's white and cocaine is white.
That's right.
So now we just in the hard drugs.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta. Sometimes you do what you need for the bit. And my favorite to this point from the 832, Marijuana Maravich.
That's kind of smooth.
It is.
Clean. That's kind of smooth.
Because now you're getting the white on the Maravich side.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And the marijuana is just there for a time.
Yeah.
And for the alliteration.
And it's moving out of certain schedules. So there's also some within that. Did I accomplish anything? I have no idea. So let's try and accomplish something here by doing a little buy or sell. How does that sound?
I can get with it.
Okay, very good. All right, so are you buying what these various folks in sports are selling you? I guess this is weird because the roles are reversed. I'm typically buying and selling. You five fellas are buying and selling. And you, dear listener, 713-572-4610. That is how you play along. All right, so Mike Borgingo, I believe is how his name is said. I always mispronounce it. I read it as opposed to saying it most of the time, but he is.
I tend to trust you with the names, but
yeah, that's a mistake in this instance. But the Titans general manager is who this is. He says that Will Levis remains on the Titans for a particular reason, and that is to provide competition for Cam Ward. Buy or sell that Will Levis is providing competition for Cam Ward?
Only if, what is competition mean? He's not providing competition in the sense that, hey, he's going to beat Cam Ward out. Playing alongside somebody that has, or competing with, quote unquote, somebody that has been in the league for a couple of years. Could that, the whole iron sharpens iron thing that we talk about here in Houston, could they do that? Yeah, I could see it being competitive, relatively speaking. So, no, I don't think he's competing for his job, but is he competing in the sense of making his teammate better? I could see that. I'll go ahead and maybe reluctantly buy that one. I'll buy it.
I love y'all so much.
What's so funny?
From the 281, Molly Maloney.
Oh, Molly Maloney. We've got one. We've got a winner.
I should not be doing this. I'm gonna get a call about this. Figgy, are you?
What's the question?
We got a winner. Too bad this. Yeah, there we go. I was gonna say too bad this damn thing don't work.
It's not that it don't work. You don't understand how it works. You're blocking the bell. There you go.
There you go.
All
right.
Well, I was trying to get it close to the mic.
What's the question again?
That's a great point. Titans general manager says Will Levis remains on the Titans in order to provide competition for Cam Ward. Buy or sell?
I'm kind of buying it a little bit, man. I think competition as far as hey, you're a rookie, so we ain't just gonna hand it to you, even though they just gonna hand it to him. He's already better than Will Levis.
Brother, I'm selling the mess out of this, bro. Not only are they handing it to him, they had Warren Moon do it. He literally handed him the starter job with the number 1 with the jersey when he handed it to him.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to split hairs here, but this is why words matter and this thing that we do with words, and we just kind of call competition. And we competing for a job. I don't think that's even what they mean, because that's stupid, right? That's not what's happening.
Which is
here.
fair, okay.
He's not competing for a job.
Certainly.
And I don't even look at it as them handing him the job. I feel like he earned the number 1 pick based off of the landscape around him and what he did in college and what's going on with the quarterback position for the Titans. So I don't even almost look at it as I feel like this is just the next step in their evolution. And no, they're not competing for a job, but competing or being around somebody that's been in the league help you. Yeah, I could see that. But no, we're not talking about, hey, Will Levis beat out Cam Ward. That's just crazy.
And and so even if you go away, because I agree with your sentiment here that the actual job is not at risk. But even the idea that, hey, you're going to get out here and get pushed by Will Levis, I don't think that that's actually happening either, right? Like, I don't believe, and I'm not saying that, like, Cam Ward isn't of a certain caliber, but I think also it kind of inherently has to be tied to the job because what pushes you is the threat of losing this job.
Yeah, that's fair.
Right? Like, I don't know that that's actually what's happening here. So, yeah, man.
I will say,
this is just the thing that you say now, I guess.
But also, as a keen Texans observer, which we all are, it is hard for me to just completely knock Will Levis because it ain't like I didn't see him come to that stadium right there down the road.
Man, why you gotta bring that up, man?
And dog walk the Texas defense. I'm just saying,
he
it
out here
happened.
bringing up old stuff.
It happened. It did.
The pass is the pass.
Literally, his last throw was a bomb.
I'm just saying.
So
it's just hard from the seat that I sit in to be all just dogging Will Levis, who obviously earned losing his job.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So seems like there's a lot of selling happening here. All right. Buy or sell. And you were here, or you were at Toyota Center last night for that Rockets game. Draymond Green actually, this is not this game. I'm going back to game 4 now.
Okay.
Where Draymond Green was confused when it came to the Tari Eason the on-court skirmish. Tari Eason apparently saying that we talked. He was like, if I was going to kick you in the head, I would have done it on purpose, I guess. So with that being the case, Draymond Green did not intentionally kick Tari Eason, according to Draymond Green. That's just kind of how his legs work. Buy or sell?
I sell it. Like, I think it's probably more so I'm not intentionally kicking you. I'm just not intentionally not kicking you. You know what I mean? If you know what I mean, like, I'm not going to go out of my way to move my legs away from you. But, I mean, you can play that thing over and over, and Draymond Green just does not have the equity build up. For whatever reason, doesn't have control of his legs, not trying to kick people in the nuts, not trying to stomp somebody in the chest, not trying to stomp on Tari Eason's head. Don't buy it. I'm selling that 100%.
Yeah, I'm selling it too, man. Like just looking at his highlights, I don't even want to call them highlights, but his highlights are just playing reckless.
His sizzle reel.
Yeah.
His sizzle reel of nut kicking and head stomping and chest stomping.
Yeah, tackling people. And all that total sense on why I felt like this is BS and he can't control his legs. Nah, man, you can't even control your damn body at that point. Because, dog, you sitting there he actually have NFL highlights.
And how about this, though, on the buy or sell point? It ain't like you can intentionally kick somebody in the head. Draymond Green ain't no fool. Like he told over here talking about if I wanted to kick you out, I just kicked you. Man, the only time he done something like if I wanted to intentionally do that, I'd do that was when he punched Jordan Poole in practice. But all them other times that happen on the court when the cameras are on and he knows the cameras are on, he doing it in some kind of slick way because he know he can't just on purpose kick you in the nuts. It's got to be, it's an accident. I didn't know where my legs was going. Man, you know.
And you're right that like you probably just can't be out here admitting to it, right? That's a level of heinous on top of it. However, I'd have a lot more respect for him.
But no, what I'm saying, not that you can't admit to it, you can't do it so obviously purposefully, right? Like
apparently you can.
There's a savviness. Well, he also doesn't see what we see because it looks so obvious and transparent when he does it, and we all see it. But like for him, he's just trying to in a sly way. Let me just rest my legs on the back of this dude's head real quick, and I can make it look like, this is just incidental contact. Nah, we know better, dog.
Yeah. Clearly, I'm selling. Clearly, I'm very much selling. All right,
he should sell that his damn self. Get out of here with that, Draymond.
I just can't believe it.
Draymond's a lot of things. He's not dumb. He is not stupid. He's
actually a fool. He's actually a really smart player.
Exactly. So get out of here with that. Get out of here.
I'll enjoy when he's no longer playing and he just gets to be like a media member. There will be some infuriating parts of it, but like the information and the thought process that he brings to it, and he is entertaining. But I would just very much like to get a little bit away from this portion of his personality because it's deeply annoying.
Yeah.
All right, as we continue, buy or sell. Seems like everybody's in the same place with the Draymond Green one, which is it had to be. Like that was very obvious. How about this? Bill Belichick, we've talked a lot about him being on CBS. Was it CBS Sunday Morning? Is that what the actual show is?
That was it.
With the interesting little sun logo on there that I never understood why it is that way, but that's neither here nor there. He did that interview.
Sunday, maybe? I don't know.
And we did a lot. We did a lot of talking about his girlfriend, Jordan, and all those things. But I want you to buy or sell the particular thing that he was there for, his book. The interviewer got to one of the most obvious parts about this is, hey, this is a book about your career and everything. And a lot of your career, especially in your notoriety, happens in New England. The owner of that team is Robert Kraft, and you ain't mentioned him one bit. This is a little bit clip of what Bill Belichick's response was to the question of why wasn't Robert Kraft in your book anywhere.
I have to ask about Robert Kraft because 24 years together, 6 Super Bowls. Unless I'm wrong, he's not in this book. How come?
He's not. Well, again, it's about my life lessons in football, and it's really more about the ones that I experienced directly.
But he's not even in the acknowledgement section.
Correct.
Robert Kraft is not in Bill Belichick's new book.
Yeah, I'm gonna. So I'm gonna sell that there's nothing to it. Like it's just about my selling that this wasn't a personal shot. That's what I'll do. I will sell that this was not personal for him to not have Robert Kraft in there. They've been around each other for way too long, had gone through way too much, like not just the Super Bowls themselves, but the story from here to there, from beginning to end for the Patriots and the Belichick, Kraft, Brady era. Yeah, that's I'm definitely selling that. Definitely selling that.
Yeah, I'm selling it too for the same reason, man. Like, dog, y'all, how many Super Bowls they got together? And you can't even put the man in the book at all? Like it's like he don't exist at all.
Yes.
I feel like it's something else, and it's definitely a shot.
Yeah. One of the things I love about this in particular is, and you can work with people and not like them. It happens from time to time. But I do love this is a fantastic, good capital J journalism by the interviewer on the backside, being like, he's not even the acknowledgments.
Not even acknowledgments though.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. But Belichick is like, and what about it?
Yeah, he could have easily lied and said, "Oh yeah, of course I acknowledge what he's done for me." And he was just like, "Correct."
Well, I would have loved if Belichick responded with like, "Robert Kraft ain't writing nothing in this book. He ain't put no pen to paper. He ain't helped me come up with this concept. He ain't coached Nan down. Get Robert Kraft."
Why does it even matter? I know that it actually does. It's just it feels like it's a clear indication that y'all don't like each other, and it's okay to not like each other.
And we've been saying that for a little bit. Like it was some issues going with his exit from New England. That's right. So now this just confirms it.
Yeah, right. This is just commentary.
That's why we talking about it.
This is just our commentary on the pettiness. We're not saying that it actually matters or anything. It's just it is a notable petty moment.
That's right. And I love
confirmation.
Petty. It's one of the reasons why I love listening to Payne and Pendergast when they get that petty cast going. Petty is funny to me. And just like that was. Appreciate you guys doing a little buy or sell with us here on a Thursday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back around to the Texans. We were talking about Nick Caserio doing a little bit of talking. He talked about this offensive line as well, including giving us an update on offensive linemen that we don't frequently hear about. Let's do a little bit of that next.
The Texans brought in 9. Houston, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're also in the loop.
All of us, man.
All together.
The loop is all inclusive, man.
That's right. And I realize I've been doing a lot of the hit 'em up reference of as a staff record label and LaCrue, but in that instance, I think it very much applies. It's been a fun one thus far. One more hour to go before we hand it over to the fellas of the drive. Who, I mean, since we're talking about crawfish, I know that they got the crawfish tour rolling on tomorrow as well, don't they? Like, am I bugging?
Yeah, no, it's going for the next several weeks.
So what I will do for you is I'll make sure to get you a proper accounting, and I know T Mill is probably running it into me right here in a second of where those fellas will be tomorrow, because I already forgot, to be completely honest. But they'll be out, and you want to make sure you go and check in with them. Get you some crawfish. We've just been cutting up today. I'm not gonna lie.
It's been a good time.
It's been fun, man.
I think all of this off of the vibes of a Rockets Game 5 victory, a really good one that I think is encouraging and confidence instilling. So that's been fun as well.
They are at the Annex Craft House in Vintage Park. Don't know exactly where that's at.
It's up. It's not far from. I know it's up. It's northwest.
Yeah, they do a lot. They do a lot.
Is that inside the loop?
It is. No, it's not, brother.
Okay.
No, it is not.
But the Annex Craft House Vintage Park. Look it up if you don't know what it is. But that is where the next crawfish circuit edition with the drive is going to be tomorrow.
Like Luetta out that way. Anyways.
Yeah.
We mentioned that Nick Caserio was out here talking in various different capacities, both on Texans All Access, but most interestingly with Kay Adams on her Up and Adams show. And I want to return to that because we talked about him talking about Nick Caley, in which he kind of did the thing that's been happening all offseason since he's been hired, which is just Nick Caley comes with a lot of enthusiasm, multiple offense types, and he's just going to build the Texans offense. And I've expressed probably too much my concerns with that kind of philosophy. However, the offensive line room is what, the perspective has been, what the kind of conversation has been about. This is Nick Caserio too, if you don't mind here. This is Nick talking about the O-line and all the O-linemen that they have in the room.
We have a lot of players that have a lot of experience, not only in NFL, but in our system as well. So have some players that are tackle only, have some players that have experience playing tackle and guard, have some players that are guard only, have some players that can play all three inside positions. So we feel like there's going to be really good competition amongst that group. I think we have a lot of confidence in the players that are here. I'd say add an Ursary to that group. We feel as a player that's going to enhance that competition as well. Has played a lot of football, brings a certain physicality and a mindset and a toughness to that. So we'll get the 5 best guys out there on the field, and we're going to have 8 at the game every week. But we feel that overall that's a pretty competitive group, and we feel like at some point it's all going to manifest itself, and there's an opportunity for us out there that we feel makes sense, and we can add a player. We're never going to turn that down.
So I mean, I found that to be it's on message. Like they've stayed pretty strong on message as you would expect, but it was good to get a little bit more of an understanding of the thought process. And that's not the first time, but the second time he's alluded to kind of the malleability of the offensive lineman. And I know for me, B. Scott, I almost called you Lopez. I've definitely thought more and more about how in the modern NFL, it does feel like teams are more move linemen around, even if they're not necessarily your prototypical, guy that has a lot of versatility on the offensive line, simply on the idea that there's not that many of them. And so we're just going to take the guys that we have and try them in different places and allow them to learn them as they go. But I kind of found it interesting that he kind of had categories within them. There's guys that are tackles only, guards only, and guys that move around. And I kind of wanted to ask you, who do you think is where, and where do you think Ariante Ursary, the new man in the room, falls?
It is literally the reason why, to start the show, or at least in the first hour early on in the show, I was hitting on, hey, a rookie minicamp where you don't typically expect to get a lot out of, and I'm not saying you're going to tangibly get a whole lot out of it. This go around is we're a week outside of rookie minicamp, but that is where this question is going to begin to be asked and answered, is with rookie minicamp and how much a guy can absorb. Talk about the positional flex. I know it's been a point of contention, I think, for Texans fans with the whole yo-yoing of offensive linemen inside and out, maybe valuing positional flexibility too much and not just allowing a guy to focus on a position and do that particular thing, or to evaluate and acquire offensive linemen who are excellent at one particular thing and not necessarily just mediocre at a bunch of different things. Like, positional flexibility sounds good when it comes out of your mouth, like when you just say it.
It does sound. It makes you sound smart.
Yeah, it makes you sound smart, and it makes a player sound valuable. But when you're not particularly special at either one, or isn't necessarily getting the job done at either one, then the value of that flexibility tends to plummet.
It's the old Swiss Army knife. Like, I always find it funny when people use Swiss Army knife as a compliment, because I feel like if you really think about it, it's actually not a compliment.
Yeah.
The Swiss Army knife has the little scissors. It's got a little knife. It's got a nail file. Maybe sometimes you might have a corkscrew or something on it. How many of those tools would you go to immediately if you're like, I need to cut something?
Yeah.
Let me get my Swiss Army. No, you would get scissors if you wanted that in that circumstance. This is just in a situation where I can't get to those other things. This will do for many different situations.
Or if you got a Swiss Army knife and you in a knife fight and your opponent got a sword and he know how to use that thing, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, okay, so now it's cool that you got the Swiss Army knife that does all of these things, but what you gonna do with that sword? You know? And so, like, that's what it comes down to for me. It's like, okay, I love this whole idea, concept, if you will, of positional flex, but I do want to arrive at a place where we got guys that we can just straight up rely on at a given position. And Ursary, I think, is particular in this way of, is he going to be somebody that they can rely on early on, and in what way? What are their plans for him early on, if any? If it's just developmental and let him sit and watch, or are they going to try to bump him inside and see if he can give them a better chance inside, because a lot of us are not really impressed with what they've done in that way.
All right, so I have a question for you then. Do you find kind of the exercise of figuring out the line are stationary in their positions, of which of them you feel like you can move around? Do you find that to have some utility, or would you really just want to look at who do you feel is reliable?
Yeah, like, think about it. At left guard, okay, I would prefer that the left guard not actually be a tackle that you've made into a left guard who's just not as athletic anymore and doesn't necessarily play tackle as well as he used to, but he's big as hell, so you put him in there. Like, to me, that is just like making the most out of a situation, as opposed to the intentionality behind, hey, this guy, whether he's got positional flex or not, this guy is a badass guard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they've definitely trended away from that specific kind of thought process, because that was my excitement in the moment of finding the Laramie Tunsil trade, finding out about it. I remember I was in the car wash, getting ready to get my car wash, and I see that notification pop up on my phone, and I might have let out an expletive, and then I texted the fellas of the drive to make sure that they saw it. I know that they did, but I was like, just in case.
Yeah.
Just in case. And I thought to myself, you don't make this move unless you have something on the other side, because in the same way you're talking about, that was, even if you have your concerns, and I say if, as if I don't know, your people did definitely have their concerns about Laramie Tunsil, that was at least a reliable offensive lineman. I'm like, you don't make that move unless you have reliability in mind to fill in. And it feels like they haven't really leaned as much on that. They've leaned more on the idea that let's get guys that I guess possibly have the ability of being capable in that we can also just kind of figure out where they all line up.
Yeah. So who are these guys? Like, the guys that can play positions. It sounds like he's talking about probably Jared Patterson and Juice Scruggs.
Which I don't feel great about necessarily, because Juice Scruggs, like, his body profile so much more as a center. Yes, Is he passable at guard? Sure. And, I mean, I'll ask this as a question here. How did you feel about him at the end of the game? Because I know or end of the season, rather, when because I think, he played right guard, didn't he?
He played right guard
when Shaq was hurt.
I think
I know John Harris felt pretty good about that as well, wanting him to start in that final game versus Kansas City over bringing back Shaq Mason. I think a lot of people were in that place probably done with the Shaq Mason experience. But, like, how did you feel about it, and was it to the level where you go, I would want to go 17-plus with him at a guard position?
No, it was fine, but again, it was the exact point I was just making about making the most out of a poor situation, and he was played out of his own position because of what they were asking the center to do at the time, and it's not to get too nitty-gritty in that, but he failed at center because they were asking the center to do a lot of the communication things at the line of scrimmage that I believe in this offense is going to be now on C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to require less of that from the center position and require more of it from your quarterback. And so now that he's asked to do less mentally and communication-wise, can he hold up physically at his natural position as opposed to, hey, he's only your best option at right guard, only really because the right guard that you have not only is injured right now, but is not good when he's healthy. That was the issue. And so, hey, he filled in for Shaq Mason when he was injured. But, hey, when he did the thing that the rest of us were doing, which was acknowledging that even when healthy, when he was good, he wasn't your best option or at least wasn't a good option. Now you got a guy who's really a center, but at least has the heart to go out there and play guard for you when you need him to. He did the same thing his rookie year on the left side, had to play left guard in a pinch.
Right.
And so this is you piecing together. They talk about putting out the best five. Well, by the end of the season, a lot of times the best five ain't really the best of nothing. It's just the best of what you got, and you're dealing with what you got. And I think that was more so of what that was. I would be shocked if somehow that ended up being their plan. To me, if he ends up playing right guard for you, that means something else went wrong.
Right. So, I mean, ultimately, the way that they're going about this, I don't think that it's an inherently wrong perspective. I just think that's the type of perspective that you go to when you don't have options, which typically is, as you've mentioned, kind of in the season where you're not going to acquire necessarily. That's the thing that still rubs me the wrong way about the way that they played this offseason, is that it feels like you had opportunities to try and reach and aspire. And I don't even know that I'm upset about the way that the draft fell, because I understand that sometimes the draft doesn't fall to you in a way that you want to, and we know we have evidence that they tried. They did their damnedest to have calls and see if they can make moves. Now, were they willing to pay whatever the full cost would be to move up? That's a question that I imagine will be asked at some point, maybe next week, with Nick Caserio joining Payne and Pendergast on this very station. I don't know, but it felt like there were still opportunities to have more people in the bucket of reliable starters than Tomlin. And they obviously Cam Robinson and some of these other guys like Ed Ingram, and they look at them and they go, these are reliable starters. They just don't feel like it, especially when you look at their most recent, Trent Brown even, when you look at their most recent stints in the NFL, it feels more like you have guys that are Swiss Army knives.
Yeah, and that's why I keep coming back to this fixation on Ursery and what his role is going to be.
Right.
Because it feels like, at the very least, they have enough tackles to field not just starting tackles, but whoever is not the starting tackle. They got enough of them to have starters and a swing tackle. And you normally don't need much more past that, your starters and your swing tackle. And I don't think Ursery necessarily this year fits into either one of those. So what's his role on the team? Where does he fit in? And just the logic would dictate that there could be a role for him inside.
Do you have any – and I'm going to get to the Ladarius Henderson here. Actually, let's just get to it. This is Nick Caserio, because so many people got in Kay Adams' mention saying, get us an update on Ladarius Henderson.
Y'all are savages.
She did that for us.
LD's been working his ass off really since last year. It's unfortunate he kind of had a deal with a couple different foot injuries. One that he was aware of, maybe one that kind of came to fruition when he got here, was new. But he's worked really hard. He's been here essentially every day since the season has ended. So he's got a great attitude, very upbeat, very positive, a lot of energy. You know, he was a player that we thought was going to be competitive with the group last year, played tackle at Michigan, had some snaps inside as well to the group. So awesome human being, just a great kid. So he's had a good attitude. He didn't allow what happened last year to affect his overall work ethic and mindset. So he's been great to have here, and we're anxious to see him on the field.
Any chance he crashes the party here and makes us feel better about the group that you have?
I think there's a chance. I think there's a chance, and it is, for me, to be honest, less about Ladarius Henderson and more so about the unimpressiveness of the group, if I'm being honest about it.
I was hoping that it'd be the former rather than the latter. Okay.
But, and I'm just being honest about that, but to his credit, he does have a pedigree, has been successful, played a lot of football at Michigan, and has that buzzword, positional flex. And I am willing to entertain the possibility that one of the answers along the offensive line is just a name that we had not considered because it had been out of sight and out of mind. If it's now a factor, somebody that can actually go out there and compete, I'm willing to entertain that he could be somebody.
just the same nickname format. It's LD, right? It's the same. Although in that instance, it's Ladarius as opposed to like LH, which doesn't feel like it didn't roll off the tongue.
Yeah, LD. Yeah, that works.
I think LD works.
LD works.
LH just doesn't though. It just doesn't. You can't get any burn out of it.
No. LH does not roll off the tongue the way that LD does.
That's right. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Thursday. Wanted to remind you that we're proud to partner with the Insperity Invitational, which is happening at the Woodlands Country Club Tournament Course this weekend. You've got Stephen Alker, David Moore of the PGA Tour's champions. Best are on the course right here in town for an incredible weekend of championship golf that tees off tomorrow. Entry to the tournament is free. And for score updates, tee times, weather notes, and more information, head to insperityinvitational.com. All right. Coming up next is typically the time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, brother?
Yeah, man. Stupid criminals. My favorite thing to talk about. A guy wearing a retired drug dealer shirt was arrested for what? Selling drugs.
Oh, man. This might be the real cocaine curry. All right, let's get into that next.
All right, guys. If you're thinking about selling your home or you've already made the decision,
Release the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. Stupid criminals. I love talking about stupid criminals because they be doing some stupid, you know what. So this is a Uber driver who was arrested on drug trafficking charges after a rider said he boasted about having drugs in the car, and he was rocking the shirt that said retired drug dealer. So let's go to Channel 19 News in Cleveland, Ohio. Now, this wasn't in Cleveland. This was, whatever. I don't live there no more. Shout out to my family out there, but I don't live there no more. Let's go to Channel 19 News with this story.
You got drugs in your car, you might not want to wear this shirt. It reads, you see it, retired drug dealer. Police say this Uber driver told a passenger he had meth hidden in the vehicle in an aerosol can with a fake bottom.
Dang, he gave all the
rider called 911 to report it Sunday. Yesterday, police stopped the driver on Massillon Road and found meth, drug paraphernalia, cash, and 3 cell phones. The driver tried to say it wasn't his, but was arrested.
Put your hands behind your back. It's not mine, dude. If it's in your... It's not yours. That's the last fare I had. I got a message.
So I want to ask y'all this. If y'all were in that car and somebody did that, are y'all calling the cops?
No. Maybe I'm a bad Samaritan. I don't know.
Yeah.
But, like, I mean, that's none of my business. Maybe some riders might even think that's a level of hospitality. I don't know.
I would say this. If somebody got some weed or something like that, I'll probably look the other way. But if you got meth, dog, I'm calling cops. I'm putting you under the...
Oh, wow, for real?
Calling the cops? I'm calling 911. Dog.
He said he had it in an aerosol can. He ain't say he had bricks in the back or something. I know bricks is not meth.
I'm not riding with an Uber driver.
Just let me out
with
the car.
Meth.
Well, yes, that's step number 1.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna call.
I don't even want to be around somebody with meth.
Yeah.
Nah, man.
I just can't get over the dummy mission of wearing the retired, like, I feel like if you're
I think
retired,
that's neither here nor there. I feel like we making a little much of that particular thing.
No, but I'm saying if you're gonna wear the retired drug dealer T-shirt, then you should actually be retired. Like, I don't think there's anything. It's stupid, but if you're gonna wear it, then you do actually need to be retired.
Well, do you? Because it's not like people are going and being like, "Oh, he's wearing a retired drug dealer T-shirt. Let me check him for drugs."
No, but if you do have drugs,
but that's what I'm saying. Like,
then you're supposed to draw as little attention to yourself as possible. So why would you wear anything that draws attention to your drug dealing history at all if you are in fact not retired?
Because it's a graphic theory, but the problem is I don't know that this is actually going to operate as like probable cause for an officer where they go,
yeah,
I wonder if he actually, like, I imagine it most of the time looks like that person is wearing a supposedly quirky but probably stupid
I think you're missing the big picture with this. Somebody get busted for drugs wearing a shirt that said retired drug dealer.
Oh yeah, it was great for the nighttime news.
Yeah.
Like the nighttime news is like, the headlines write themselves.
It's like if I wear a shirt, if I got plans to go over to the bank after this show and rob the bank, I'm not gonna wear the retired bank robber shirt. Right? Like, and there's a lot of different ways that thing can go wrong for me other than just that shirt.
Or if I'm a gang member and I say retired gang member, but I'm still in the gang and out here gang banging.
Yeah. I'm over here initiating a new gang member with a retired gang member shirt on. It's like, nah, man, it looks like you're very much active. You may not have paid your dues, but you're still out here gang banging.
So there's that. I think for me, the most important part was even like maybe he was trying to trap out of the car, right? It does feel like maybe that was what he was doing. Even if he was doing that, like, hey, how's your day? Charger's right there. Could I interest you in maybe some illicit substances? You don't go, hey, it's illicit substances and this is exactly where I'm hiding them. Why would you do that? Person is not your friend.
Yeah.
Why are you giving them all of the details to your criminal activity? That's the part I don't get.
I do have a story of one time where I accidentally facilitated a crack deal and didn't realize that that's what I was doing.
I saw.
It did happen. It did happen.
Hear this
Now, maybe I was just a little too naive crackhead, and there's no reason for me to believe that she wasn't on crack. But she was somebody
laugh at that.
From the neighborhood. She asked for a ride, and I gave her a ride. And what I didn't realize until the end of the ride, until she pulled one of them little crack rocks out of her pocket, was that I took her to go purchase crack. And I'm like, hey, if I had known what I was signing up for, especially given where we were in Huntsville, Walker County.
Oh, no.
I'm facilitating crack deals in Walker County. Jesus, please take the wheel.
Please tell me that this is beyond any statute of limitations. Like, I don't think you did anything wrong inherently, but also.
We made it through.
Okay.
Yeah, we made it through. Thank God.
Against my better judgment, you know what that immediately made me think of? That Brandon Miller situation.
Oh.
He thought he was just taking somebody, and all of a sudden.
Which is to say,
now you in the news.
It could have been worse.
It really very much could have been
way worse.
Yeah, and I got caught up in a lot of stuff like that before. Like, hey, can you give me a ride to so-and-so, so-and-so? And then she's like, oh, there's some stuff going down. And I'm the getaway driver. Yeah. I did not know I was the getaway driver.
Yeah, I decided to give you a ride, not to participate in felonies.
Well, yeah. The felonies were done outside the car. From the 832, got to respect multiple streams of income.
They do preach that these days.
They do be talking about it. Get you a side hustle.
In today's economy, you cannot rely on just the one stream. You got to have a backup plan or a plan B, plan C, all of that.
My man out there hustling, man. Speaking of, by the way, this is the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Speaking of criminals, Lynn Price, who was the ex-owner Turkey, just coming out. I just want to make sure y'all.
Is he the worst criminal? Does it just keep popping up?
Yeah, I don't even know if I want to put him under the stupid criminals, man, because he did have an empire going on. But so apparently he paid the crew that set that bar on fire $1,400, and now he could face up to 20 years in prison per the FBI. So
So this is interesting because you've had fires at Turkey Leg Hut, which is where he was co-owner, formerly co-owner because Turkey Leg Hut is now defunct. But he was also a business partner with the owner of 5015, which is just down the road, and just sort of a part of the same social network, if you will, of places to go out in that part of town. And like you say, he's being accused of funding the mysterious fire. But for a long time, people were trying to figure out, why do fires keep happening at these places? Somebody got to be setting these places up, got to be setting these places on fire. And then sure enough, here you come down with a federal indictment accusing dude of arson.
All right, so two things. First and foremost, I do love the idea that he never thought, we should switch this up. He's like, nah, this works perfectly. I know exactly how this goes.
I'm the fireman.
Allegedly, I guess. Like he Lil Wayne. Allegedly. But from the 281, and I do love that you decided that this is how you wanted to go. First degree felony arson for only $1,400. Like, why are you pricing out crimes, friend?
If you're going to be the dude to set the fire and risk a first degree felony, it's going to have to come at a lot more than $1,400.
Yeah.
I mean,
you got to think about it. Sometimes these dudes are just like, man, like, I do whatever.
Yeah.
They goons out here.
Yeah.
Like, I will mop somebody for you, man, for $1,400.
Yeah, you are exploiting the desperation of that person where $1,400 can mean the world.
Wow.
Whereas you are the co-owner of a huge establishment and the scorned or estranged business partner of this other guy that's clearly doing well for himself as well.
I like how you're like, not only did you commit a crime, but you did not uplift your community.
No, you did not. You are not the job creator that we need.
All right, so
when trickle-down-onomics goes wrong.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Lord have mercy. All right, moving on. On. So, tell me why Shaquille O'Neal is the worst person to argue with. 713-572-4610. So, we talked about Tyrese Halliburton's dad being on the court face to face with Giannis, and a heated debate broke out on Inside the NBA, and Shaq was on the total opposite side. He was saying, nah, he ain't do nothing wrong. Nah, he good. And this is how that went.
He's not supposed to be on the court. It don't matter.
He's not supposed to be on the court.
Giannis talked to him. Forget all.
You think he said something? He probably know who his dad is.
Stop it. Giannis said something.
No, because he's on the court in his face.
So what? Everybody on the court.
You can't do that.
Yeah, you can.
No, you cannot do that.
Giannis said something to him.
So you think his dad was correct? No, his dad was 100% wrong. Giannis was wrong?
Bro, Giannis said something to him.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did.
No, he not.
Look, right there.
No, his dad is coming up to him. What is his dad doing on the court? His dad is not supposed to be on the court. You can yell as much as you want to. He's an idiot. If you think that's right, you're an idiot too.
You don't have
an entitlement because your son is playing to be on the court.
Hold on, time out. He's always on the court.
You shouldn't have an entitlement.
I don't care. He's always on the court.
He should not be on the court talking to other players.
A red flag when somebody's arguing, when they say, so what, to your point, that's a red flag right there. And then when somebody else say, I don't care, we might as well stop arguing.
Yeah, at this point, what are we doing here?
What are we arguing for? You saying, so what, to my point, and I don't care.
I cannot for the life of me. Like, imagine if Henry Bibby had come up to, I'm just trying to think of somebody's dad who Shaq played against. So, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if somebody's dad came up to Shaq at the end of a game and he would have justified that,
he'd have duffed him. What you mean?
Like, what are you talking about? Like, forget him. And they focus way too much about he's always on the court. He's on the court. He shouldn't be on the court. Never mind. He might have court access. It wasn't the on the court issue. It was the going up against and talking crap to the other player part.
His face.
In his face. Like, that's the part. Like, maybe he does have that, but you don't have the right, nobody does, to go up and to antagonize the players in that way. That part of it is, like, I think inherently unsafe. We should all be able to acknowledge that.
My thing is, if you gonna talk that mess, don't be surprised when somebody step to you like, yo, what's up?
Yeah.
Like, if I'm on the court, I'm not talking no cash, you know what, to a player, man. I'm a cheer and all that stuff, but be prepared if you're talking cash, you know what? Be prepared if that person like to step to you, man.
This is a great way to come full circle on this show, because our question of the day is, like, what are the things that you are shameless about that maybe you should not be shameless about? And B. Scott, you were very much in that place where, like, if you're going to be a bully, when that bully come back around, don't come look at me. And this feels like one of those spaces, right? And I think oftentimes, especially in sports, we saw this really get out of hand maybe like a half decade ago, maybe a little longer. When we saw fans really getting reckless with athletes and, like, throwing stuff at people and such, because people have felt insulated by the ways that we've litigated out opportunities for players to do anything, have any recourse, because you don't want to touch the customer. Like, that's just good business, and it's the way it should be, to be fair. But also at the same time, the customer should realize that and not treat them like animals in the zoo.
Yeah.
And when they didn't do that nearly as much? When Vern might walk up the steps and come talk to you about it. And when I say talk to you about it, I don't mean talk.
Yeah, or any Maxwell. Vernon Maxwell, Cedric Maxwell. Like,
that's right.
Maxwell the singer.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
No, he went too.
I'm telling you. But he at least was an example of how bad Shaq honestly is on that show, and how much the rest of the crew, to me at least, has always carried him. And the thing about that show, I think they get a lot of credit for how entertaining they are, and certainly that was entertaining. But I feel like they also get credit for being able to have conversations that are not just per se X's and O's breakdowns, but being able to have, like engaging debates that pretty much anybody can relate to. And this was a bad example of that. Like, y'all already don't necessarily do a great job of the basketball portion of it, which is fine because we expect to be entertained by y'all in other ways. Shaq can't even have a credible and intelligent debate about something as basic as spectators being on the court.
Well, I mean, I think he has his points and he's unwilling to acquiesce on them, as you were talking about earlier, Figgy. And I think that your point is fair and well made. To take it entirely in a different direction, the part that I thought you were going to allude to and that I might hear in that clip that I ultimately didn't, when you said, why is Shaq kind of tough to, talk to or what have you, or argue with, is because he's the type of dude that when y'all joking, take it too far. Yeah. Or he get hurt. And he immediately jumps to the place where you go over the line, like y'all crack out, you ugly. That's why your mama. Hey, wait, hold on. Why are you doing this?
And even if they are having the X's and O's type of conversation, like, if he's not winning that conversation, he gonna bring up the rings and Chuck, you ain't got none, and I played the game. It's just like, man, like, we having a conversation.
Surprisingly thin skin for somebody that is as large as he is, both physically and the
biology, the accomplished enough, and is singularly great enough and physically large enough to not be as seemingly insecure as he is at times.
Yeah, well.
Side note, I'm looking up at the screen. Mike Tannenbaum got the Browns draft grade A++. Have you seen anybody in general in life with an A++ for a draft?
I don't even know what that means. Isn't that like a coding language?
Bro,
or is that C++? My bad.
I cannot stand this retort when people use it because they give it to us a lot, but that is a reason why he is on the TV screen and not in the war room.
Goodness gracious.
The hell is he talking about? First of all, it ain't even an A for me. Like I like some of their picks, but they did do the thing where they traded out of the opportunity to draft Travis Hunter only to draft 2 quarterbacks that nobody is sure is good.
Yeah.
A++.
And the problem, you know what the problem is with grading anything with the Browns is that the context switches everything up. Because I still come back and I look at the team and I go, y'all ain't doing nothing though.
I'm just like,
still be the Browns.
A++.
Somebody said A++ credit score. Like, are we talking about like on an international scale, like on a country's score? Anyways, now I'm just getting.
I can relate.
I would assume they had the first, second, and third overall pick.
That's a good little joke that you threw in there.
Can't relate.
That's a good little joke you threw in there. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Thursday. It's been fun. Coming up next is about the time where we hand this thing over to the fellas of the drive. We'll see what they got next.
The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish. Victory Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Been a fun show here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. B. Scott in for the OG John Lopez. Of course, Figgy Fig doing what he do. Did I even mention that that was the mixtape and we do it every weekday at 1:20 p.m. and that you should send
people know what it is.
Figgy Fig.
They know what it is.
They don't know.
Say it.
Now they know.
Any show could be someone's first show, and we appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. It's a lot of jubilation, I think, largely because the Rockets got a big victory, staving off elimination last night. So game tomorrow night, it is 8 p.m. It is ESPN, thankfully. But it feels like... Did I say that out loud?
Yeah, you had to sneak that one in there.
Did I say that out loud? Honestly, for me, my personal experience with ESPN versus TNT is because I stream all my stuff. So ESPN is a little bit less delayed than TNT is. That's what I was trying to say more than anything else.
I got you. Again, no shots at any at any commentators in particular that might share a name with you.
None whatsoever. No. But yeah, the Rockets looking to try and, come back from down 3-1, which has happened 13 times in the playoffs, gentlemen. And so what I'm going to do here is ask you, how many 13 times that this has happened in the NBA playoffs do you believe that you could name if I gave you the opportunity to? You can do it together, gentlemen, but there are 13 instances in which in the National Basketball Association, a team has come back from down 3-1 in a playoff series.
13 times?
13 times.
I know the Rockets did it one
time. There's a local example with the Rockets, even going back to
I need you to set your bid right now.
Oh, okay.
Just set your bid. How many do you think you can get?
Ooh, 2.
You got 2?
Yeah.
I think I got 3.
Okay, 3.
Yeah.
I'll set the number at 4. You get 4, you win, gentlemen.
All right.
There are 13 instances.
Ooh.
I'm going to say, do we got to get the year and all that stuff?
I mean, it'd be nice, but
Okay.
I'm going to see how nice I want to be for you. Play along. Actually, yes, get the year because I'm going to let the text line play along, 713-572-4610. Don't get out here cheating now, though. Right? Like, that's not the spirit of this thing. That's not what we're doing here.
All right. I know one is the Warriors and Cavs.
Yep.
Down 3-1 in the NBA Finals in 2016.
Correct. 2016 NBA Finals. Cleveland comes down from 3-1 to win the championship over the 73-win Golden State Warriors.
73-9 and live.
That's right. That's the team that ruined regular season basketball and maybe just regular season sports for all of us for the end of eternity.
Yeah.
The other one, actually, it was. I think this was 2016 too against OKC.
Correct.
Oh yeah.
Biggies.
I didn't have that one.
That is Golden State.
That one.
Golden State Warriors went down 3-1 against Oklahoma City.
About that
Not at all.
Twice.
That's
in
right.
The playoffs.
By the way, Leandro Barbosa became the first player to be part of multiple 3-1 comebacks with that series.
Yeah.
Damn.
Dude, I would give you. I'm trying to go mid-90s Rockets, but I don't have the year of the series. But I feel like one of those teams from my childhood, one of those Rockets teams came back from down 3-1. I want to say
you are correct.
A 95.
That's
team.
right. There you go. 95.
Which round was this?
Western Conference semifinals versus the Phoenix Suns.
Against the Suns.
Yeah. They went down 2-0 in the series as well.
Oh,
of course, went down 3-1.
The kiss of death.
There you go.
There we go. What am I doing? I got the kiss of death T-shirt. Just wore it a few days ago.
That's right. So you guys are already at 3.
Yeah, and the other one would have been the ones that Figgy mentioned for me. So now I'm already out.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Rockets again, and I can't remember.
You're already in the great place. I'm gonna give you the W for this one.
Okay,
but I want to see at least. Can you give me who they came back 3-1 for?
That's why
you're not coming with the year. It was actually 2015.
That's all I got.
Clippers?
Yes.
Was it the Clippers?
Yes,
yeah.
Yes,
Clippers.
it was.
That's right. How could I forget that one?
Because this is when we came to Doc Rivers like, hey, dog.
Yep.
This has happened way too often.
And
brother.
one of them games was an incredible comeback. The legend of Josh Smith.
Thank you. I was wondering if you would get there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We're jogging back to memory now.
So yes, that was when Doc Rivers
we did
became
pretty good.
Yeah. So you guys got 4 of the 13. That was when Doc Rivers became the first coach to blow multiple 3-1 leads. There's 2 more that have happened after that 2016 finals.
I'm gonna be so mad because it's freaking them. Go ahead and give them to me.
Both of them the same team. Both of them the same year. On the way to, or this was a bubble championship, if memory serves me. Western Conference, first round, Nuggets over the Jazz. They went down 3-1. And in Game 7, Jokic hit a go-ahead hook shot in that one.
You know what? That's a good one.
And then the immediate round after that, the Nuggets went down 3-1 to the Los Angeles Clippers. Yeah. And they came back in that one as well. Yes, 8-3-2. Any team Doc went against is a correct answer in this one. And
he got a handful of those,
multiple ones. So yes.
So the answer actually turned out to be Doc Rivers.
Doc Rivers is the answer. Like it just who did Doc Rivers' team play against? Some other ones in there. 2016, Suns came back over the Lakers, or 2006 rather. Suns came back from down 3-1 versus the Lakers. 2003, the Pistons came back from down 3-1 versus the Magic in the first round. Okay. And then there was a 97 Heat versus the Knicks.
Oh, those were great.
And then now we go way further back. The 1981 Celtics came back from down 3-1 rather, to the Sixers, and they eventually won the finals that year in 81. 79 was bullets over Spurs.
I should have had that Celtics one because I've been watching that Bill Simmons documentary, and they covered that.
That's right.
Yeah, I should have had that one.
And then no 8-3-2, not Portland, Philadelphia in 77. That was probably 9. You might have been. No. You're thinking maybe 68, maybe Celtics over Sixers. I don't know. And then 70 when the Lakers came back over the Suns, and the Lakers later reached the finals.
It's funny, that bubble one that you mentioned is more so memorable for the back and forth that Jamal Murray had as opposed to the 3-1. Like when I think back to that series, I just think about how crazy those two dudes went off, not necessarily the 3-1 comeback. So that's a good refresher.
So yeah, those are some of the successful ones. The most recent ones that have happened in the playoffs, 2020, but it was done twice by the Nuggets. The Rockets only need to do it once to continue on in the NBA playoffs, and they continue with that quest on Friday. So I thought that was a fun thing to look at. We get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive. Ron, what's happening, my man?
What's good? All the pressure's on the Warriors. It always gets me when people say that.
What, the house
like
money or pressure?
When it's game 6 and like it's and the team that's down 3-2 gets to play on the road, they always say all the pressure is on.
Well, really just when they say all, because there is some pressure, but all is a stretch because the other
one of the teams
goes home.
Goes home if they lose. Yeah. The other one comes here.
But I think what they're really telling you is we don't expect this team to win. This team is not supposed to win. We expect this team to lose probably the last game that they played. And so in that sense, all the pressure is on because this is the team that everybody has accepted.
Hey man, I think this has all been, no matter what happens, this has all been absolutely beneficial for the Rockets. Like this run for any of these young cats that they're going to keep here and they'll be here, and I think most of them will be. Like this run will be big, will be huge. Getting what it's like to play it like they will coming up, like they did last night, like they will coming up tomorrow. It's been a major success for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that this playoffs just run is about getting experience. Like obviously they played so well in the regular season that you go, oh, maybe they can do something special, but it's about experience, and they're speed running this.
Well, they're getting experience and learning what they got and what it is that they're going to need moving forward. So I think it's been hugely beneficial for them.
Clint, Ron, appreciate you guys joining me in this crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. It's always fun. Ime Udoka was a fun kind of game for him because obviously there were some really great things. There was a couple of moments where you go, that's what you decided to do there, huh?
He was smoking hot. He had to put them jokers back in that game.
Oh, yeah. I bet he just sounded like somebody's disappointed daddy when he was talking to them.
I wonder who it was he was staring down that he just wanted all the smoke with. Had to put them back, probably just staring at Jock Landale. Son of a bitch. Aaron, I put you in here, and this is what you do.
This is what you do for me, huh? Reed, the people been yelling at me.
Yeah, you've been telling me you put you in, Reed. Yeah.
Notice Cam didn't get in there, though.
Not
until
to
2
that
minutes.
second go around.
Yeah, he's like, all right, now I'll let you get in here.
I think he's just saving Cam out there for him, I guess.
Were you a little disappointed that you didn't get more Cam at all? Because I know that there's been people clamoring for it, maybe not necessarily you.
No, I don't think disappointed would be the word to use. I did think it was odd that he wasn't in the group. Like I didn't think it was weird that Cam was gonna get him 10 shots up.
Yeah,
and gonna get him a good 10 up.
That's what they needed. Like they just stopped scoring in that period where they brought in that second team. But regardless, they got a victory. It was fun. We get more basketball come Friday. And you guys are going to be out getting some crawfish on Friday as well.
In the streets. That's right, baby, at the Annex. Yes. Annex Craft House. Should be a good time up Highway 249. Come hang out with us tomorrow.
Up on the northwest side again, huh?
There we go.
Well, they support big time up there, y'all.
Love to hear it, man.
They support big time up there now.
Yeah, you missed a good time last week. Hell, every week, to be honest with you.
What you mean? Well, no, don't do that. Don't do that to me. Don't do that, because I be showing up, just not always.
You came to a couple.
I didn't say you didn't show up.
I just said you. Timo, you heard it. He was intimating such things.
I said you missed a good time last week.
You said, and then you said hell every week.
Yeah, but I'm meaning hell. It's a good time every week.
Oh, okay.
Not you missed it every week.
I misinterpreted that as well, Rich.
Okay, very good. I was like, did I get defensive for no reason? I don't think so.
You did, yes.
Yeah, Tyler misses it more than anybody.
Tyler misses it every week. Yeah, so missed a good time. Hell every week.
Really sucks. Let me get out of the way of that.
Deep off in that liquor. Can't get to you every time you get deep off in that liquor.
Somebody said, Reggie, they not only stopped scoring, they stopped defending. Hell, they just stopped.
They tried, didn't they?
Oh, man. All right. Well, what don't stop is Sports Radio 610 with fantastic content. Because you talk about having a good time. I know y'all always cutting up on this fine program, so I'll leave you the room to do just that. Appreciation again to D&M Auto Leasing for giving you this crosstalk. MKLT FM HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and it's a big Thursday here in Houston, and a huge W last night. I know both of y'all are probably surprised. Y'all just did that. And Brandon Scott's ass, he scurried his ass up out of here. I mean, it was a funeral during the show yesterday. Tyler finally came around.
I was about to say.
You finally came around. Go listen to the 2 o'clock hour.
It's rough.
Go listen to the 2 o'clock hour.
But then the 5 o'clock hour came.
And then, you still lost money on that bet. But go listen to
what bet?
That 15.5 that you had for Jalen Green.
Still profitable.
That's where I felt like the confidence started coming back. But early, Tyler was like, Tyler wouldn't even give a number. You know, Tyler likes to, I'll give you a 3.7. Tyler just said, no, bad. It's over.
If I would have, I probably would have said like a 2.8 during the 2 o'clock hour.
I'm at a 3-something.
I'm at a 3, man.
I said, I'm at a 5. But let's be honest, it's all wrong. I said, I'm at a 5. I said, the only thing that I'm concerned about is I know Steph Curry's going to get out here and score and play well. Are they going to be able to match it? And Steph's ass came out there for 13 points. And I'll be honest with you, I ain't seen a white flag wave that quickly.
Ooh.
I ain't seen one.
Well, I mean, by the time I got home, they were already well in that old first quarter, and that first quarter was impressive now.
Yeah.
And so while they were waving the white flag, and there ain't no doubt about it that Kerr was tapping out.
He set him on down.
But let's be honest, when them Rockets put up 40+ in that first quarter and put that pressure on him, is like, whoa, it made him make a decision. What do we want to do now?
He said he went to Draymond and said, what do you think? And Draymond said, give us 5 minutes.
I don't like the Warriors.
Start the third. Give us 5 minutes. And then if we can't, let's just be realistic about it.
Yeah, I mean,
they 5 minutes. They asked right back to that bench.
Yeah, that conversation didn't even had if they don't go put a 40 burger on them in the first quarter, and that was when that happened. You start thinking, should we rest these guys or not? And now that's the scary part is they were completely checked out. I mean, hell, the commentator in the second quarter was talking about if Steph may be done for the night. In the damn second quarter, I thought he's crazy.
Well, it was. He
wasn't too far off.
It was out of hand. No, man, the Rockets just dominant. We talked about it a bit in the crossover. They did have to bring back their starters, but then they shut that down too as well. But they were dominant from start, and so dominant as we just said. They made Steve Kerr tap out in the middle of the third quarter, and just say, hey, let's go ahead and take this in Game 6. But Clint, when I look at this last night. Right. We've talked about how many different ways. Hell, you said, hey, man, the best version of the Rockets is with Jalen Green, doing his thing and kind of being the guy that's leading the charge. I said in this game, man, I really look at Jabari Smith to roll through. Well, listen, Clint, that's got to be the formula of what we saw yesterday. The big thing was there was no guy. And really, this team doesn't have a guy. And when it comes down to, hey, we got to have our guys step up big time against their guy, in most cases, they're not going to win that battle. It takes a village for them, and it was everybody, Clint. They're ranging from 26 to 11, and hell, it was Jalen Green who had the 11. Everybody in the starting lineup was in double figures, 26, 25 from Amin Thompson, 26 from Fred, who lost his mind. I think Dylan Brooks had 24. They were all in on this, all a part of it, and that seems to me that has to be the formula for them.
Well, yeah, I mean, hell, what team is it not the formula for? If they all can knock them down, then let's get everybody involved in the party and get on the dance floor.
But even more for them though, because they just ain't got one guy that could just carry it.
No question about it. And when you come out and you shooting 68, 69% from the field, and you put that 40 burger on them in the first quarter, that's a huge plus. Yeah, that's the way they ought to play basketball. So. You're right, because I went back and, like I said, I missed the first half of the first quarter, and so I'm driving home. So I go back and I'm kind of digging through everything, and you're like, man, I mean, hell, I think everybody scored. Several guys got to the free throw line.
Yeah, I mean, it was.
But I didn't get a chance to do this yesterday, Ron. I need to do it. I got an apology to give out, man. Regardless of what happens the rest of the way, and I'm not going to flop on this, and I know I'm on a basket, but Ron, I got to apologize to Fred VanVleet, man.
Oh wow, you don't do a lot of apologizing.
I don't. This is I was disrespectful, and I don't. To be honest with you, I don't even know if my words were as disrespectful as my thoughts really were. I don't know
you kept some of the things.
I was borderline disgusted with it, and I mean, you want to talk about a guy that's held this thing together. You want to talk about a guy that you know, in the biggest moments, when the one guy that held the whole fan base and you would think the organization is going, this is our guy, this is our number one player, this is the guy we got to feed, and you just go about your business as a pro, and when it's time. You just start shooting it lights out and putting up monster games, man. And I just owe the man respect. I apologize. Again, I was disrespectful, and it'll never happen again.
How do you think he was disrespectful to Fred VanVleet?
I mean, hell, I'm ready to bench him. I overrated Jalen Green, which it was a mistake on my part, clearly. And disrespected my man Fred VanVleet along the way. And Fred has done nothing but be great ever since I had those feelings that I don't know if my words necessarily communicated the message that the way I felt. But let's go Rockets. I just need to apologize because as I'm digging last night, you look at that first quarter, you know who knocked down a couple of monster shots early on.
Yeah, I'm not going to take your apology away from you. You feel that way. You feel that in your heart.
There's just no other. Like, if he ain't doing what he's doing, and I'm not even talking about, again, the big point, the outputs. I'm just talking about if he didn't start knocking down some shots, they have zero.
But I also think, Clint, he played better and smarter than he did on some of those occasions. Like, he led the team in 26, but, I mean, like he took 13 shots to get to 26. Yeah. Right, you remember that one time he took 19, and he just kept taking them, even though he was 2 of 13.
Well, right now the way he's scoring, I mean, and really the way Jalen's clearly not, he's got to. If he's got to take shots. I don't know if 19 is the answer, but he's got to take shots. And I don't know. I was out of pocket.
Again, I'm not going to take your apology. I've tried to make some apologies before, and you said no, don't take it. Keep it. Yeah. No, but in this one, I'll just say he's also played a better brand. Like yesterday he took 6 threes, right? He didn't take 13. But he made 4. He took 6 threes, and he played a smarter brand of ball. Text line coming in. Keep in mind, Fred was the floor general for a team that beat the Warriors in the finals. If Fred would stick to the mid-range shots, he would be fine. No, I mean, he's knocking down shots, and
his 3-point percentage the last two games is through the roof. Huge. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know you're talking about a bigger sample size than 2, but let's be honest. We are squarely in Cancun with our toes up. With Fred VanVleet, I mean, that's right. We'd be in Galveston
Beach.
Yes, driving on Crystal Beach, drinking Mad Dog. and smoking God knows what.
You hear that, Tyler? Just say,
sounds like a hell of a day to me.
Say Crystal Beach, and then it just sparks exactly.
Never had a bad day at Crystal Beach now.
And Cap's cherry apple red, candy apple red, 92 drop top Mustang with some Mad Dog 2020.
Yeah, you sounded, and then said smoking God knows what.
Yeah, smoke. Well, I guess nowadays
I'm about to say, I hope you knew what it was.
Sticky, icky.
I hope you knew what it was. Text line coming in, Ronnie. Why are you trying to throw shade on Clint's apology? I'm not trying to throw shade on Clint's apology. I'm just saying sometimes we get into spaces, and many of y'all asses on the text line and on YouTube and Twitch will try to throw stuff at us as if to say, like, hey, at the time, the point we weren't making, did it make sense? Like I'm just simply saying, to Clint's case, he has changed the way he is playing, right? Like he has changed.
Well, he's knocking down shots.
Like, I mean, I bet you, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know how many shots he took in Game 4. I would bet in Game 4, I'd almost bet that he's probably taken less threes in the last two games than he did in that game where he took 13.
I don't know. I bet it's close because he's 40.
It's close. He's close. So he took two more in game.
Okay.
He took two more in that game one where he took 13 of them. Then the combined he's taken in the last two, and he's made 7 of them. So I mean, he's just playing a lot better brand of basketball, and he has not gotten himself up to the 20-point shot range. So listen, Fred has, as you said, the Rockets are not here if Fred had not come through, especially with the clear dip that Jalen Green has taken. I want to get to that in a bit. He has clearly raised his level, and they wouldn't be here. I'm just simply saying, from the points that you made where you were distraught, where you were like, man, they need to go a different direction. No, he was given every damn reason to go in a different direction. All right, I want to hear this from you all and the people as well. I know Tyler was out watching the game. I know you all were watching the game. Many of you were watching the game. As I said, it takes a village, and everybody played a part in this thing. Is it, Fred, for you, if there's one player that you thought had the biggest impact in Game 5, getting out to that huge lead, getting up nearly 30, if there's one player that you felt had the biggest impact, who is it? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in as well.
Yeah, I would say Fred. It was such a weird game, man. This one's hard for me. You know, it's hard. It was fun to watch, and it's easy to eat crow on Fred. But it's hard for me to look at this and go, what did I take from this game? Like, do I really – I feel better that you extended the series another game. But and as hot as the Rockets were, like, is this game ever going to kind of repeat itself? I don't know how indicative this is to the real matchup. But so it's hard for me to draw from it, Ron. But I would go with Fred VanVleet, yeah.
Yeah, big shots. To me, Amin Thompson really –
ooh, yeah, it's a good one.
He just – like,
it's a good one.
He just set the tone. Like, his energy, and someone just texted in, Amin finally showed up in the series. I think he showed up in Game 4, too, I'll be honest with you. I think we saw a much better Amin Thompson. But to me, his energy, obviously, you know, he gave Steph problems early. I will have to eat some crow. Someone texted in yesterday, this person, you could text in and give me hell, said, you're underestimating the Rockets defense. Well, they came out, and that led by Amin Thompson early. I thought he set the tone big time on both ends. Like, I thought, to me, the clear difference in this game was, I'm going to assume this came from Udoka, but it was like, run, go. Like, let's take the pace up a notch.
Yeah.
Hey, we're in Game 5 of this series, and we got some dudes that have played a lot of minutes. We got some dudes that Steph played in the Olympics. He ain't got much of it. We got a lot of, like, let's get the pace going. And it felt like he led the charge in that. We talked about it. You talked about it with Brandon yesterday. Why does a team like this not get up and down more than they do? And it seemed like he led the charge on that. So Amin Thompson, it seemed like that mirrored where the team was. Just physical, fast, up and down, and made the Warriors just could never match the intensity level of where they were.
Yeah, no, it's and when that is the case, and again, you get down 20, and hell, they were down 30 pretty quick. Boy, you're spent, you're exhausted from how the series has gone. You're down 30, and you can't keep up with the pace. That's a bad spot to be in, and they noticed it. They recognized it. They recognized it early on. Did you think at some point in that fourth quarter, Steph was going to get off that bench?
If they got that thing, because I think 13 was the lowest they got it, and then that guy, that key fella, I remember him from Virginia. I mean, that son of a gun couldn't make a layup to save his life. I mean, they were down 13, and he just blew a layup, and I think it led to the whole ejection of the Spencer kid who went headbutting people, but he missed the play. Like Steve Kerr said after the game that, no, you can't do that. You can't put the guys back in. Bull. I believe if that thing got tighter.
If that thing would have got down to 10 with 3 minutes to go, I mean, you'd be a fool not to.
If it would have gotten tighter and come down with, hey, man, we need a 3 or something, and you just gonna keep rolling out there that Spencer character, or let that thing have gotten to overtime. What in the playoffs where an elimination game, you're gonna sit Jimmy and Steph and Draymond over there on the bench? No, man, he made to send him in there to go run a little bit to get their thing like to the 5 range. I think he would have at least subbed some of them.
Well, I thought we were going.
Did you get nervous? Did you get nervous when they brought it down? Because it was 13, and I looked down. I said, "Shoot, boy, that's a little bit of time left."
No, I wasn't getting real nervous. I mean, it would have got me real nervous if they'd have put them starters back in there. I ain't gonna lie about that. But my nervous part was what almost happened, or what could have happened with the headbutt and the push and all that kind of stuff.
Like somebody could have.
Yeah, I mean, it starts affecting future games and stuff. I mean, that's you put those backups in there, and the best thing they could ever do is to create some kind of issue with the starter for the Rockets and get him some kind of future discipline. Man, that would have been a bad deal. I don't know exactly in the NBA what happened,
especially because it was Şengün in the middle of it. If he'd have thrown up, I was wondering. And Draymond, of course, got everybody like, will somebody come off this bench for Golden State? Because it's happening right there. But Draymond immediately is turned around and getting everybody.
Yeah, Spencer, that Spencer kid is one of them. Like you don't want to mess with that. Anybody that has the wherewithal to headbutt you in that situation, he got zero fear.
Well, that's a fella who's played lacrosse.
That's right. He was going straight for the bridge of that nose with that forehead too. He was going for it, man. That could have broke his nose if he'd hit him flush.
That man. Hey, that Spencer character has played very few minutes. But he has been in it.
He's made a real name for himself.
Tari Eason, he did something to Tari to make him fire that towel at him in that exchange. And I was listening to Brandon Scott, who was at the dude. He was doing a whole bunch of jawing and talking. Yeah. And then out here, he got himself ejected after a headbutt. And he ain't making too much money. Your ass got a fine coming, and a fine that you could probably do without. All right, we will. I promise you, continue to cover this huge win as the Rockets win Game 5 and extend this series and head to San Francisco with the Warriors for Game 6 coming up on Friday. But I was at the doctor's office with the kids today, and I just, for some reason, sitting there had an offensive line thought that came to my mind that I wanted to bring to the people. And it's an offensive line thought that deals with trust. Who do you trust? I'll explain what that means coming up next.
It sounds like the Texans draft played out about how Nick Caserio expected. Country Club with free admission all tournament long. Or you could win VIP tickets by listening to The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley in the 5 o'clock hour this afternoon. Don't miss your chance for the best seats on the course at the Insperity Invitational.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Let's get it on, baby.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we discuss, the Rockets, huge W last night. For, I think, very fair reason, there were some who had their doubts. But they came through, and, man, they won it easy. We'll continue to recap that and look at what happened there and get ready for Game 6. But, Clint, I'm looking at the Texans team as a whole, right? And, right, we can look at this, right? And as you're sitting here listening to this, when you look at every position group here, there is at least a get, and if not trust, and not just in some position groups there's multiple, but a player that you, if not at least trust, but at least feel, somewhat good about, right? There's someone you feel good about. Now, for Clint and for many of you, maybe the tight end position is somewhere that would fall out of that. But I don't even still with that, like, Dalton Schultz is still I
love Clint's disdain for this man.
Right, he's in it. He's probably his whole career has been in a slightly above average tight end, then at worst an average tight end. You ain't just in the dumps with that. Now I will leave that to be determined by yourself. But at quarterback, obviously you have someone you trust and feel good about, right? At running back, there's Mixon. At the receiver position, there's Nico, there's Kurt. Right, the running back position, I said Mixon. On the other side of the ball, D-line, you feel good with Will Anderson and Daniil, and linebacker core with Azeez Al-Shire and the rest of the gang. And then, there's Stingley and the safeties out there. Who is that guy on the offensive line? Who's the guy on the offensive line right now? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on that. Who's the guy on the offensive line that you're like, all right, hey, there may be some struggle somewhere, but I feel good about him. I know it's been annoying, but you felt that way with Laramie Tunsil, right? Over the past several years, you look over his like, all right, good. Like, I feel good there, and maybe there's some other places. When you look at they got Cam Robinson, Blake Fisher, Trent Brown, the guards, Tomlinson, Ed Ingram, the tweeners they have that can play multiple spots. Titus Howard, Juice Scruggs, Irsay, the kid they just drafted out of Minnesota, Jarrett Patterson. Is there anybody, who do you look at and feel the best about on this offensive line? Or is there a guy for you?
I think Cam Robinson, the guy that's going to make the most money with outside of Titus Howard, right? I mean, I think it's Cam Robinson for me. I do think he is a good left tackle. I think he's more than enough of a replacement for Laramie Tunsil. That the trade-off there, I would take the talent gap for a guy that. The thing is I don't know, Ron, if Cam Robinson is more than just a good tackle. Because what you need in that room is a professional. What you need in that room is a leader. What you need in that room is an alpha. And I don't mean this guy that walks around beating his chest and is or claims to be one of the best in the league, but a guy that comes in every day. The rest of the guys in that room look up to him and respect the hell out of him for having been in the league and the way he carries himself and even the family man and father figure that he may or may not be, and all of those things that what this group needs is that alpha to look up to, and I have no idea if Cam Robinson is that guy.
But you do feel good, just at least from on the field perspective. Yeah. He's maybe a guy that you don't worry about.
Yeah, no. Look, Cam Robinson at tackle. I don't go into the season and go, oh man, we're gonna have some problems at left tackle. I don't. Titus Howard is another one, whether he plays right tackle or
I was going to say, does
guard.
Titus fit in there?
Yeah, Titus is fine with me. I don't.
To me, it's depending on where he plays.
Yeah, well, I'm even fine with him at guard. Look, in terms of being concerned, I would be okay with him at guard. And the other one that I think I'm getting there with is Juice Scruggs at guard. I know. Well, no, I'm not there yet. I feel really good about Juice Scruggs, his future here in Houston. I think he's going to end up being either a center guard, one of the two, obviously, and I think he's going to be a dog in this O-line room. I really do. I think he's built right. I think he plays the game the right way. The temperament's there for some reason, and it's not been consistent play because if he's not been injured, we've seen some rough stretches there. But for whatever reason, I feel Cam Robinson number one, Titus Howard number two, and then I would go for some reason I just have I got a good vibe that Juice Scruggs is going to be one you can lean into.
Yeah, I want to say Titus, but it's just to me depending on where he's playing, right? For me, if Titus was playing right tackle, I'm not saying Titus is the best right tackle in football or anything, but for the most part, I feel like he's just not going to get destroyed.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be worrying about that over there all the time. He may get beat sometimes, but I don't think he's going to blow the game for you.
Right.
Right. But if he's playing guard, I don't know how I feel about that yet. I'm with you. Cam Robinson is probably the one, if he plays the left tackle position, that I feel like I know the most what I'm going to get, and that he is going to be a solid player.
Yeah.
He's going to be at least a solid player. Laken Tomlinson and Ed Ingram, I don't know. Jarrett Patterson. Someone texted in, I feel pretty good about Jarrett Patterson. Jarrett Patterson would probably be, if he's playing center, I feel like I know what I'm going to get from him.
Yeah.
And he's not gotten really destroyed. As we're talking through this, I like Jarrett Patterson maybe more than I thought. Juice Scruggs. My thing with Juice is what we have yet to see is I do think that Mauler is in him. I think he has played a lot thinking and not just, playing. So I do think that's probably played a role into him to where he's not just, all right, see person, see whatever, and go hit. I think he's probably a step behind because he's thinking a lot. But I would say Cam. Cam is the one for me that I look at. Someone text in. I'm optimistic about the O-line as a whole, but you can't say you feel good about a single one individual. Okay. The O-line coach was already under pressure. He probably felt relieved that the draft, someone text in, he may not start, but what about Trent Brown? He can be a leader. Someone else, Champ Slice, text in, I think Cam Robinson is going to rebound since he isn't learning a new scheme during the middle of the season.
Yeah. I think, again, just kind of getting away from your original question, my answer to your original question is Cam Robinson to start with. Yeah. But when you look at this offensive line overall, to me, they're a surefire guard away from really having me sold. Yeah. I mean, I as I've said many a time, I think the Laramie Tunsil move is powerful, but you can't just remove Laramie Tunsil from the mix and throw a bunch of one year contract guys at it and think it's going to get better.
Yeah, they're one bona fide. Yes. I know exactly what he's going to be, above average player away from filling.
And maybe, and to your point, maybe it is one of these guys they brought in, and the change of scenery is going to work wonders. I don't know, but it just until I see that, I'm not. Yeah. I can't get there.
What we've seen. Them do it stuff. No, that's it. Yeah, Cam Robinson, I would agree is that guy. But yeah, Patterson at center is not a bad thought either. All right, coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive. A team that the Texans may have to deal with looks like they have a contingency plan to what is really what amounts to their offseason right now. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Twin Peaks, y'all. We got 5 lodges around top shelf tequilas, top shelf bourbons, and we always got them 29-degree man-sized drafts, y'all. We got Kentucky Derby this weekend. Get on over there. It ain't gonna last but 2 minutes, but you can have you a hell of a party at Twin Peaks before that Kentucky Derby runs. And of course, Friday night and this weekend, you got Astros and Rockets. Hopefully, multiple Rockets games moving forward after Friday, but it may be the last one. Get out of Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Go for speed or for comfort. The Sports Radio 610 Crawl. That's 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive. Coming up here at the top of the hour, we'll get a little thoughts about Jalen Green. A little thoughts about Jalen Green and his performance last night to see our thoughts. That's coming up at 3 o'clock. Do want to let you all know that here at Sports Radio 610, we are proud to partner with the Insperity Invitational. It is happening at the Woodlands Country Club tournament course this weekend. Some of the best: Steve Alker, David Duval, Ernie Els. We talked to John Daly the other day of the PGA Tour champions. Best are on the course right here in town for an incredible weekend of championship golf that is teeing off tomorrow. Tees off tomorrow. Entry to the tournament is free. For score updates, tee times, weather notes, and more information, head to inspirityinvitational.com. So it should be fun. Should be fun. I know we got a couple of people who are going out there and going to be a little VIP coming up, and we'll enjoy.
Yeah, that's one way to do it, man. If golf does it for you, if it tickles your fancy, man, you probably should have been listening to one of them VIP tickets. And if you can still get somehow, some way, I advise you do. That's
covered.
That is the way to do it now.
Food,
whether
drinks,
it's rain or
included.
sun, boy, that covered. Yeah, drinks and food.
On the 18th, come on.
Yeah, little chair back, little seat with that old back.
Oh, do they?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so. It's
Yeah,
top of the line.
I gotta go invest in one of them. One of these AAU tournaments. I've seen these parents who've been here before.
They come equipped. Huh?
Oh yeah, real comfortable ones too. Probably got them at Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Probably.
I can get them there.
And if they did, they got it at a price that they'd love. No question.
It's always ready, aren't you? Always ready. I'm listening to this. I was listening to In the Loop earlier, and it made me have to address myself. I don't know if this is something. I think this is the only time that I listen to music.
What's that?
Is when Tyler is bumping back.
Really? Your car?
I'm listening to them, and they're talking about like, hey, when new music comes out, they were talking about.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, dude, that is something that was a big part of my life. I do not listen to music. Like literally the only time I listen to music, I think, and I get into it is like right now, like he's giving me that Outcast right now, And like it's when Tyler bumps back every day.
Little Andre 3000.
Like I don't
I mean,
like
what are you, when you're smoking meat. What do you do? What are you doing?
There's like a game on. Maybe I'm listening. Like I've got the TV rolling where I can hear it on the game. And I like even now when I go for walks, runs, mostly walks, workout, I'm listening to a podcast.
Yeah,
I'm listening.
Workout, run, walk, any kind of exercise on the back patio, even just with the fam. I got.
So you still listen to music?
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. I am. Yep. I am. I get in the car as soon as I leave here. I listen probably to multiple sports podcasts in my route home.
Yeah, I mean, if I've got a music flaw, it's going to the same playlist. You know, I've built a nice kind of chill playlist. I got one for the pool, got a nice chill one, and either of those two. It's the same. I got to venture out a bit. By the way, Bailey Zimmerman and Big X the Plug. Have y'all heard that song yet? No. That those two collaborated on.
Good tune.
The three rap collaborations that are going on right now. I'm not big on this country EDM stuff that's coming out now. Some of the biggest country artists are starting to do this.
Damn glow stick music.
Yeah, they're like Morgan Wallen, Luke Combs, all these big time artists are going into that. Tyler, they're including all that EDM in the festivals and their music. Yeah,
I haven't heard that. That's interesting.
I'm not a big fan of that. But boy, you get me a good because I grew up on country and rap, one end of the spectrum to the other. When you put them two together, Morgan Wallen's got not that first one he put, that's a good one, but the more recent one, Whiskey, that is a great collaboration, and that Bailey Zimmerman Big X the Plug is. I wasn't hip to Big X the Plug until recently.
He's a big fella.
He's definitely a big fella.
Actually, I've not heard that song. I've actually seen it on social.
I can get down with that.
Here we go. Champ Slice. I'm with Show. I haven't really kept up with music in years. Lauren, come on, Ron. Throw some music on. It'll do you some good. Text line sounds boring as S Show. I don't know. It is a weird thing. I am not. I'm not really. Only time maybe I'm really led is if I'm like maybe if I'm about to go out somewhere and maybe I want to get into the mood, but.
Yeah.
It's been a while. Like, I'm listening to them earlier. They're like, yeah, I just tend to listen to the same stuff all the time. Like, I don't listen to anything new. I just don't listen. I know when I leave here, there are probably, and a lot of it is work related, but there are probably that I get in the car and listen to on the way in. And then, I don't just have a, I'm just, no.
That mood thing you mentioned, though, like, for me, I have to work in some music. I mean, don't get me wrong. I listen to sports talk radio, the majority of the time. But if I don't work in some music, some tunes, it's bad for my mentals, man.
Well, I'm not saying I'm not saying you're right. I just thought about it. I'm like, when is the last time I've, legit listened to music? And I thought, when Tyler bumps back.
You're like, damn, refresh your music, bro.
I went to the cookout.
Would you even know where to go?
Yeah, I mean, I've got Spotify. I've got all that. I mean,
but where would you go? I'm be honest with you, if I didn't have my playlist built, I'd have a tough time.
Yeah, I can go to Spotify or my Apple Music. When I do it, and I'll be like, all right, let me listen to this. Let me listen to
the difference for me, Ron, with music is there's not one genre right now.
And I was on fire, Clint, when we went and saw Bun B. Yeah. I mean, I was in that suite just letting it go.
Well, it's just what you should.
But then I ain't probably listened to music.
It's hard to not let go in the suite.
I probably have not listened to music since.
That's a crying ass shame. You need to figure some things out in your world. You got a lot of pride. You got a lot of responsibility though, man. You blowing and going with the kids and I'll be honest. There's not one genre right now, to be completely honest with you, that I can put on because I'm an Apple Music guy, and I can go to whatever genre I want in today's hip hop, today's country, today's whatever.
Yeah.
Can't go for minutes in today's stuff.
You can't.
Nope. Now the artist that I like. I found the Bailey Zimmerman Big X the Plug thing because I was looking for collaborations like that, country and rap collaborations. The artist that I like, I can go with an artist, playlist. That's cool. But just, hey man, let me try this genre right here. I can't get 5 minutes into it. Nothing.
I don't know. Like it's I don't know, it's weird. Someone texted in and says, "Show the Carter 6 is coming out next month."
I will be all over that one.
I might dabble into that. I might step into that.
It has been a minute since I've been anticipating.
But I'm like, I might have to set an alarm or force myself because I'll remember it.
I'll be all over that one. There's a handful of artists that have aged better than most.
Yeah.
Wayne's one of them. I'm not saying he's better than he used to be. I'm saying like Wayne, Jay, obviously, Eminem. I mean, they just seems like the same person, and it's still gold.
I want to see where Wayne is.
You ain't sure?
Yeah, he's just kind of caught me off guard a little bit with the look and everything. I am wanting to listen to that to see if he still has it. Like if he still can make new music and still has it. So I don't know. Look, man, I think I need to. Like I think I'm going to get into the car today and go try to hit some music. Try to do some music. I probably won't. Yeah, but I'm trying to. I may try to. Nah, man, it's a weird thing. That text line coming through said, you know what? I found myself doing that too. I'm sitting here trying to think the last time I listened to music. That's at least what I'll do. When I go work out, I'm gonna move it to music. Because I know people be looking at me going like, hey, who is he going off to? Because I'm talking and responding to whatever the hell I'm listening to.
Yeah, I mean, he's over. That's what I think. Say, I mean, most people just like to listen to music and relax. Like you listen to stuff and you debate them.
Yeah, I'm debating them, writing it down. How can I use that? Ooh,
right. Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
There. Yeah. Gotta get better, man. I need to change some things up. It would relax things a bit. All right, coming up, Jalen Green last night. A lot of us had feelings and thoughts, almost to the point of, hey, he's going to be the difference in the game. Well, he wasn't. 27 minutes, 11 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists. 3 of 8 shooting, just like he was in Game 4. 3 of 8 shooting. What's your feelings about what Jalen Green did last night? Your feelings on Jalen Green. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
What's up, Clint? How y'all doing, man?
The Texans brought in 9 new faces in the draft. How does Coach D'Amico feel about their selections? content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Game 6, baby. The Rockets force a Game 6 as they beat, hell, they not just beat, man, they beat down the Houston Rockets, beat down the Golden State Warriors. Many people thought they would close this thing out. Fair to understand and think that, but
I don't like the Warriors.
The Rockets from the jump would have none of it, and they beat the dog out of them from start. And now I know Udoka got a little frustrated. He had to put his ones back in the game because his backup started getting beat down by Golden State's backup. But besides that little moment, and when they came and restored order, it was a dominating performance from the Rockets. And Clint, it didn't quite go the way maybe we thought it would, right? Like we maybe considered that if they had to win, right, this was going to have to be a thing in which I would think Şengün, Jalen Green would have to really star at this. Everybody chipping in. Hell, when you look at it, I mean, Fred led them in scoring at 26. Amin had 25. And Dylan had 24 or so right there. Like, those were the leading scorers. And so they didn't need Jalen Green to have a game 2 or to be great, whatever, right? Like we talked about, it's on him. Clint, his numbers don't look that different than some of these other games. Now, we do appreciate him getting into double figures. That is nice. But he goes 27 minutes in that game, Clint, 11 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists on exactly the amount of field goals he took and made in the previous game, 3 of 8 shooting, 0 turnovers to boot there. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I see some people already chiming in. How would you describe what's your feelings on what you saw from Jalen Green last night?
I'm good with it. Look, I mean,
because you was 3 minutes. You was 3 minutes in pool.
Well, look, I'm there. I'm there with Jalen Green. I mean, he did knock down a couple of shots early, so I don't think that Ime Udoka. I'm not going to come on here and say Ime Udoka should have yanked him immediately, but he is exactly what we talked about yesterday. I mean, he's a 10 to 12 point guy. Is what you can bank on a decent night. He's a role player. I mean, that's the problem. When he's not going for 38, when he's not made the priority, when he's not the predominant ball handler, he borderline disappears.
That may be what he is.
Well, no, it's fair.
I'm saying we may be learning that he is a role player that has extreme talent that can jump up and like Brzezinski can jump up and give you 26 one night.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and that's fine. But that's to me, that's what we saw last night was obviously it wasn't his night to go give you 38, and he just kind of blended in with the others, and you can give or take, just rotate through as you see fit. No need to make any special efforts to get him the ball or to get him involved. He was just really one of the others, to be honest with you, and so. Yeah, I mean, I'm good with it. Yeah, it's when this game, Ron, was and I'll take it. Look, I'll take it any way that I can get it with the Rockets, but I'm having a really hard time really pulling anything from this game other than their guys got another day rest. I mean, because you jumped out, you were so hot shooting the ball at home early on that you jumped out to literally between a 20 and 30 point lead, up to a 30-point lead at times early in the first half. Like, I don't know how often that's going to be the case. And then the way that they just bowed out, midway through the third, they just completely bowed out and said we're going to take advantage of this rest time instead of blow our wad in a game that we're already down 30. So I just love the win, great team effort. But as a Rockets fan, I'm sitting here going, what can I think you hit that nail on the head. I don't know if this is where you were going with it, but I think you hit that nail on the head earlier with the Amen Thompson, take. That was that. My thoughts are more about him than Jalen Green, like what he was able to do and how he was able to be deployed, if you will, and impact the game was big.
Yeah, well, it's just Jalen has been really like a big point of conversation with his play in this series, and again, as I said here, what were your feelings on Jalen's performance last night? God Gene from YouTube and Twitch said how Clint feels about Dalton Schultz is how I feel about Jalen Green. From the text line, I would say Jalen Green was going to score a lot more last night until he hurt his knee. After that, he wasn't the same the rest of the game. He was asking for the ball. Fred was waving him off at times, it seemed like. Someone texted in, my thoughts are on Jalen Green as he is missing a killer mentality. Cam Whitmore has that killer mentality. Unfortunately, he's in Emy's doghouse right now. Hey, Jalen took 8 shots. That's a problem. Shooters have to shoot. From the text line. My thought was it was just clarity to me, just more clarity. Like, if I think we probably got to stop, and you just said it a little bit, stop walking into the games with the expectation that he's the guy that was the one who led your team in scoring this year.
Yeah.
Like, just right now, of what he's shown us. He has the outlier game. They played 5 of them. He's 10 away from having a straight. He's 7, 8, 9, and 11. That's what he has had in the other 4 games.
Yeah, 7, 9, and 8 were the order of those 3 disastrous
so he has scored
games.
7, 8, 9, and 11 in 4 of the 5 games. And in this one, to me, it's just like, hey, boss, just don't be a disaster. Like, and Kick Rock said it earlier, said this as well. The 0 turnovers were a big deal. Yep. Yeah, 2 assists, 0 turnovers. The last game, he had 1 assist with 5 turnovers. And early in the game, he was turning it over. Like, Buddy Hield was just taking the ball from him. Just don't be a disaster. And like you said it. I didn't say it. Thought of that. Be the role player.
Yeah.
Be the role player. And if you have a night, maybe we'll go to – but be a role player. But that is what he is showing himself to be. And I think, to me, I just got more clarity. Because, hey, man, if you ain't coming out hunting it on this one – If you ain't put together those 2 games, people talking about you, people coming out, Stephen A. Smith saying, "Do you realize you are an NBA player?"
Right.
Like Charles Barkley calling. If you didn't come out here and you thought I'm gonna get up 8 shots tonight, nah, you ain't got that. Don't be a disaster.
But that's the deal, and this is whether you're trying to make a positive or negative point about Jalen Green in last night's game is like. I think we'd have a different story. One way or another, we'd have a different story today if that had been a 4-quarter game. And if they'd have needed somebody in the second half to be a difference maker, right? We would either be talking about, hey, man, somebody more because the game was actually a 4-quarter game. Or, the way that Fred Van Vliet's been playing lately. He got let off the hook because of how the game ended up going, if we're being completely honest. Like there's no, because to your point, he may have gotten up more shots than that if that had been a need, if he wouldn't have played more than 2.5 quarters, like legitimately played more than 2.5 quarters. I mean, you know what I mean?
Everybody else did, though.
Yeah, no.
Everybody else did. Everybody else got him up. And when they had to come back in, everybody else got up shots.
Right. Which may be the best thing for the Rockets, because you saw what happened.
Yeah, and maybe that is it. Like, there is a thought, Clint, of, as you said, we were both saying it. Game 2, do everything in. I think we said it again in the last couple of games. It seemed like they made a real concerted effort to really run things through him to get him hot. And maybe that's just not it. And maybe there's clarity on that. And to just say, hey, man, if he's just going to be an others, a role player.
Yeah.
And to blend in, and you would think, the guy who averaged 21 a game would not do that. But right now, he's just giving clarity to the situation, right? To this thing, hell, man, he should have been out. Like, you'd have been out. He should have been ultra aggressive. Now, the person that was ultra aggressive, the people that were ultra aggressive early on to help to get that lead, to me, seemed to be Fred and Amen Thompson.
Yeah, no doubt, no question.
So, yeah, as I see some people rolling in, Jalen is wilting under the bright lights of the playoffs. No, you said you thought he'd have 35 tonight. Yeah, I know. It's just and sometimes you just have to accept what.
I've been there, Fern.
What he is.
I've been there, man. I've been the one expecting mid-20s to 30s and feeding him the rock to going, hey, man, that just wasn't the answer. I was dead wrong.
Like
still there,
the thought of me thinking, like, hey, he got to 11. I'm sitting up here looking at Tyler, and I know Tyler's got best bets, and I know he's got to get to 16. And I'm sitting there with
I thought you was going to get there, bub.
Would have been nice, but still a solid night.
He didn't seem like he was interested in getting shots up. I'm looking at him. I'm like, come on, man, get there. Yeah. Come on, get there. Get to it. I said, man, what the hell am I doing? This guy's got 11. This guy, I'm there willing up. This guy's got 11 points. Like,
is that my boy Ron?
That's it, man. Like,
he barely got up enough shots. If you hit them all, he'd get to 15, 16.
Like Charles said the other night, you don't even know if you're hot. You shot it 8 times and made 3 of them. You don't even know if you got it going. But that right there is what a role player does. Like, that's a line of a role player.
Yep.
That's a like, you go start looking at the other role players and look at his games. Those are the lines of a role player. And I think, to me, he is giving clarity to this situation. So, but they got a dub, and to me, it's no longer the thought of, hey, man, let's try to go through this thing with Jalen. It is, you got to attack it and approach it the way you did in Game 5. All right, Clint, that wasn't the only game was closed out last night by the Timberwolves.
Boy, I've heard. I didn't watch it, but, boy, I've heard this morning.
Oh, it was
how you feel about it, man? Your boy LeBron's heading to the crib. He's done, huh?
Yeah. It was early. But you're watching it, and you're just like, Minnesota's got a matchup advantage about 3 spots on the floor right now. And then when they force switches, it's about 4 spots. And it was just like they were bigger. They came out. It was weird. It was like the Lakers and the Warriors almost came out with kind of the same manner. And at least the Warriors were up 3-1. The Lakers needed this game, but they were just bigger, stronger, better all the way through. But Clint, I will say, as somebody who is a huge, huge LeBron fan, this, and has followed him all the way through, this to me is the most serious I've given the actual thought that retirement's on the table. Like, he may play, maybe he plays another year. I think it's a serious thing. Years before, I think he has tried to send messages to the organization, try to force them to make moves and do things and be more competitive. But I'm watching him, and if you watch the last several days, and I know many people will just say, things like Jordan would have done this or Kobe would have, it's always that stuff. But if you look at it, I mean, he was from about Game 3 on, like, he just didn't have much in the tank. And I think he has to sit there and look at that and be like, damn, man, there's no need to play this yet.
I feel it, man. I feel your emotion.
I think he has to sit there and say, man, this is Game 5 of the first round. And I'm sitting here in the fourth quarter, and I am whipped.
Yeah.
He's in it to win a championship. For him to go and think to himself, it would have taken me 3 more rounds of this if we got to him. Right, like, so I think he is finally he finally looked older. I don't want to say 40, but he finally looked older.
Yeah.
And I think it's seriously on the table.
Well, I think I don't think it is. Look,
you don't think it is?
Well, no. I think it's, well, I mean, it could be. Hell, he's 40. What, he's 40, 41? I mean, it could be.
Yeah, he's 40. He'll be 41 in January.
I mean, but to me, it's very easy to look at what he's been asked to do and kind of how this season unfolded and understand that there are fixes that it don't have to be that way, right? I think him putting an emphasis on getting chemistry and getting time with Luka when the trade was made, I think that forced him to play more than he wanted to down the stretch. The smaller lineup, not having bigs that J.J. Redick believes in.
Well, he had to play center.
He's having to play 4s and 5s. I think that hurts. For whatever reason, J.J. Redick in the second half playing complete. Like all of that stuff, I think LeBron can look at it and go, man, I mean, that ain't a recipe no matter who you got on the squad to go win a championship. So now, does he take that old team-friendly deal and allow him to go out there and get some help, and which will allow him to play another year, maybe another couple years with his son? I think all that stuff factors in. And I think you're going to take this as a shot, but I'm not. Like, I don't know how ready LeBron is to let go of the attention. Like, a lot of athletes, especially that caliber, have a hard time just kind of blending in. Hey, I'm done. I'm out. I'm going to ease on back. And I know he's got all kind of other crap that he's going to do. So, but he strikes me as a guy that's
ready to be done.
I don't know if he's ready to let all that go.
Yeah, listen, he may get away from it a little bit and feel differently in a month or so. I'm just saying right now, watching him felt different in terms of, and again, he had to do a whole lot of stuff. Like, I don't know if he's ever had to play 4 or 5 games against Rudy Gobert and Julius Randle. Like, I don't know if he's
with
had
limited rest.
Yeah. I don't know if he's had to do that. And yes, there could be some deals. Like Rob Pelinka today, their general manager said, we're going to do everything to build this roster around these two and build these roster and hope that LeBron, returns back with us. Mm-hmm. But I just look at this and he has to be thinking, yes, it could be easier, but complete 4 rounds. Like you go and watch. Like we have watched this Rockets Warriors series. Like, and I look at the Warriors. Like, how is Steph and Jimmy going to get through 3 more rounds of this? If they are able to get through the Rockets, how are they going to get through the Timberwolves and maybe OKC or Denver? Yeah. And they're both hurt already.
He needs some help.
So I mean, that's that could be tired. I'm with you. I don't know if he's ready to give up that stuff and be done with it, but it's the most I've taken it serious than ever. All right, coming up, I want to gauge Texans fans on something. I felt like I had a pretty good gauge on it last year. I want to gauge on what Texans fans are thinking. It might get a little annoyed, but we'll discuss that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, we got to talk about these cold Coors Light now. Do it every day. It's I'm telling you, man, it's the world's most refreshing beer. It deserves to be spoke on every single day to the beautiful
every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
How bad do you want to get out of this football hell?
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Turds list. It is Thursday. That's coming up in just a bit. We'll see where.
Did Ron make it?
He goes there. Nah.
No 610 team members this week.
I'll be damned. You must have been busy and not listening to other shows.
No, man.
There's a lot of turdish behavior out there.
I didn't do my job.
A lot of turds floating around.
I didn't do my job well enough this week. You know, Tyler likes to put people on the list sometimes for doing good. You know, like the Warriors.
Well, that's what makes it good. That's what makes it Tyler's Turds.
It's his list, baby.
Not just any turd, not just any old turd floating around the bowl. This is Tyler's Turd.
It is Tyler's Turds. That's coming up at the bottom of the hour.
Tyler's got a different diet, so they're different turds.
They are different turds. Yep.
Little monster. Little monster. Very solid. Very little solid food and monsters.
And a lot of beef jerky.
A lot of dirty water.
Yeah,
that too.
And tenders.
Couple tenders. Couple small tenders.
Buffalo.
Tender and a half.
Tender and a half and 2 fries.
Buffalo.
And man, eat a tender and a half. Belch. Whew. Man.
Hey, as he's asking for a to-go plate.
Shut the hell up.
Hey, can I get a to-go box?
I will admit, Tyler does make me consciously eat slower.
I'm slow.
Like he does make me. Oh, let me slow down here, man. I've pieced through half this thing already. He's taking a bite. He sets it down for 15 minutes where he gets to his next bite.
Rod said.
Is probably.
Rod said he eats a tender and a half.
Hey, we went to that SaberCast game the other day. I had about 6 buddies when Reg went over with us. But anyway, one of my boys I played high school ball with. Anyway, I mean, he's built well, thicker dude, you know, and I had forgotten he'd had that bypass, that gastric bypass. So, I mean, he orders normal, right? Kind of like you say your mom does. Orders with his eyes.
Yeah, that knows, and we know we about to fill up the fridge.
Right. I look over there and he's getting to go. I mean, he ain't eat a third of his plate. I mean, he's a good sized dude. Like, I mean, he's a big dude. I'm like,
yeah.
And in my mind, I'm thinking, why is he doing that, man? I ain't hung out with my boy in a minute. Why is he doing that? And then we get to the deal, and then we walk in, we start eating crawfish and drinking beer. He's like, hey, man, y'all got to realize, man, I got half the stomach I used to have. I can't do this. I said, oh, damn. Anyway, I said, God, you over there eating like Tyler, getting a to-go plate at Twin Peaks with 2/3 of your damn meal on there.
I do like Tyler will open up the box again.
Nibble on it throughout the night. If
you're sitting there long enough, yeah, he will open up. He will open up the box again and do that. All right, Tyler, you can. We need you in on this as well. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch text line can roll through on this too, because I just want to get a gauge right now as we are. Was it May 1st? We're sitting here, and I just remember this time last year. Now, Tyler, you tell me if I'm wrong. You've been here and longer than hell, both of us as someone being in this city around the Texans for the last several years. I said it, I felt it last year going into training camp, going into the season. Last year was the most anticipated and excited Texans fans were going into a season.
Yeah.
Right, coming off of C.J. Stroud and finding out who he was, surprisingly winning the division and then winning a playoff game and then losing to Baltimore, and then all the additions that they made, bringing in Diggs. I remember after they brought in Hunter, they brought in Alshire, they brought in Joe Mixon. Then Diggs came. I remember I said, Houston, you have a Super Bowl contender. Remember we said that. Never got a promo made out of it, but I remember you said that.
I'll never forget.
Houston, you got a Super Bowl contender. Felt that way. Thought like, hey, this is a team that has really, it feels like has all the pieces to compete with the top of the AFC. And if you have that, then you're a Super Bowl contender. And I think a lot of people could not wait till the season started, could not wait looked at the schedule, could not wait for these games, and really, really were thinking, not sometimes you got to, Texas fans know this, as a Chiefs fan, I have done this before. Patrick Mahomes came. Squint yourself to getting to the Super Bowl. Like, well, you know what, if Brian Hoyer really, like, if he could get up here turnover free, or if we could stay injury free, and it like you squint your eyes. No, I don't think there was a squinting of the eyes at this point. It feels like last year many people thought, hey, we got a shot. Where's the level right now? What's the excitement level / anticipation going into this season? It feels to me that it's different than going into last season. We talked about this, but where are fans at? I just want to get a gauge on where people are on their anticipation and excitement going into next year.
I think it's a similar excitement level, not quite as high, similar excitement level. And I say that just because, man, this is, to me at least, this is still a brand new feeling having a franchise quarterback. So this new feeling with that comes with that, like I feel like I'm going to be pretty damn excited to a degree before week 1 every year, as long as C.J. Stroud's playing football at a high level. That being said, I think the main difference between going into last season and right now in this offseason is there's also, I think, a lot of anxiety, a lot of anxiousness with Texans fans as far as this offense goes. The new play caller, the disappointment it was last year whenever you were going into that year with that 3-headed monster. I think there's some anxiousness to see what this offense actually does on the football field.
Yeah, significantly.
Yeah, it feels like it is.
Well, I think it's a natural decline. I think when you win, that you're no longer the dysfunctional organization that jumped out of the gutter and now you're competing with the big dogs. You've won 10 games 2 years in a row. You've been to the second round of the playoffs 2 years in a row. The expectations are to do what you've been doing and more. And so I think it's old hat to be in the gutter. You're already up there. You're dancing like that's old news, right? So I think the excitement level is less because they've had success, and I think the excitement level is less because they're not as talented on the offensive side of the football. When I say talented, there's no Steph Diggs coming in. Joe Mixon is already here. Like I said, the Dalton Schultz, paying him $12 million a year and keeping him here last offseason. Hell, I got excited about it. It's that excitement's not there. Laramie Tunsil is gone. Stephon Diggs is gone. Tank Dell appears to be gone for a chunk of the season. Like you felt like last year you had the dudes, and it was new enough to where you still were excited about being on the upswing. Now you're here and you don't have those dudes. You haven't had those moves. And so I think the excitement level, the expectations, the excitement are they've leveled off to say the least.
Next line come through. I got a lot more questions than I did last year.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what's keeping me, and I tend to look at things through my fan lens is a little bit more as a former player, and whether that's accurate or not or fair or not is up to you. But that's kind of how I view things, and the fact that I don't know as a fan right now if they did or they didn't fix their biggest problem, which was pass protection, really, which was overall offensive line play. I don't know if they fixed their problem. I know they're less talented. And the guy that's calling the shots, we're back to square one with a guy that's never done it before. All of that, as a fan, I'm ready. I'm preparing myself to I'm trying not to get excited and my expectations to be more realistic with this group.
Because, see, last year my thought was, and we talked about it, like they can get on the field and they can compete and roll with the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Bengals at the time coming into last year thinking they were the Bills, right? The hell, we had thought they passed up the Bills when we looked at a lot of the moves and the changes the Bills made. I don't go into it with that thought. anymore. I go into it as almost they're in the kind of the group below that and trying to build to that. From the text line still coming through, I'm hella excited, more on the defensive side of the ball now, but not quite Super Bowl yet. I'm AFC Championship excited. I'm excited, but won't get my hopes up too high. See, that's it. People were getting their hopes up.
Yeah.
My hopes are up. I am ready. Like, let's go.
Yeah.
Like, we want the best in the league.
Yeah. Well, that is the one thing about the way this team is built is your head coach is a defensive-minded guy, one of the best schemers, play callers in the game, and he is absolutely loaded on the defensive side of the ball. Absolutely loaded. Now, in today's game, can you be a defense? Like, it's one thing to have a great defense in today's game. Can you be one-sided, that one-sided? Yeah. Is it fair to ask C.J. Stroud to carry so much of the burden on the offensive side of the ball? Do other guys does the offensive line step up and protect him and make this a full, a well-rounded football team, or are we still having to overcome shortcomings? That's the question. But there ain't no doubt about this defense now. I mean, you want to talk about a reason to get excited?
That's
D'Amico with this group and what he can do scheme-wise. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. All right, coming up, Tyler's Turds list. We will hear what he has there. Also, you'll get to hear from the head coach. You get to hear from Mr. Ime Udoka as he talked about how this thing kicked off and what the Rockets decided to do in terms of the key to coming out hot. We'll discuss that. Coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, are you ready to build that dream home, that custom home? Do you have your own acreage? Do you
or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All the above. Physicality, attention to detail, focus, effort, communication, all the above. The things we talked about where we have to be consistent in those areas, we were from the start on both ends. Great defense. Had some guys that made some threes that we don't mind taking them, and other than that, we locked in on everybody and then turned our defense off and got out and ran.
That's Ime Udoka. That's him saying that was all of those were the key to coming out hot. And Clint, you got to know, for him as a coach, clearly over the last couple of days, they've really talked about what they need to do. And you could see, like, watching the start of that game, you could see, oh, I bet I know what they were talking about in that practice film. I bet I know what they were talking about. Run, be aggressive, move up and down, go. Yeah. Like, you could tell, like, he had to be sitting there, man, we are executing everything that I want to see. And then when you get a Ben Thompson feeling so good that he's coming down and just shooting pull-up threes, then you really got something.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, if it's as simple as that, which it was last night, and when they're shooting it well, it's effective. If it's as simple as that, then they got a real chance to rattle off a couple wins here. It was a hell of a. I mean, hell, by the time I got home, they was up 10-15.
Yeah.
By the time I got comfortable on the couch, it was up 20. At one point, they was up 30. Yeah, I mean, so, they ran them smooth up out of the gym. They left them no choice but to get a rest night. Yeah. That's the thing is I want to make sure folks ain't out here just going, oh, well, that was a rest night. I don't know how big of a win that was. No, I mean, they ran them up out of the gym and put them in a position where they needed to start talking about and considering taking that rest night and that rest day, getting that extra rest. But, yeah, there's no doubt about it. They were able to get up and down the floor and do some different things, and it worked to their benefit early.
Yeah, everything he wanted them to do, everything they talked about seemed to work. So shout out to the Rockets as they force a Game 6. I'm sure we will continue with that throughout the show. But it is Thursday, and that means we have reached the time for Tyler's Turds List.
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
We're just not good enough.
Maybe turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That is right. As I said earlier, no 6'10 team members showing up on the podium of turds this week on Tyler's Turds of the Week. Yeah, maybe next week. You never know. But that being said, some great candidates. It was an easy podium to put together for Tyler's Turds of the Week this week, and I'm going to start in the AL West.
Easy, huh?
Yeah. So simple. I'm going to start in the AL West, not with anything to do with our Astros, of course. They've been kind of killing it, heating up here as of late. But you love to see it. Old Faithful, the Los Angeles Angels. If you remember the start of this 2025 baseball season, the Angels had captivated the baseball world. We talked about it on this show. They were the hottest team to start the Major League Baseball season. The Angels captivated crowds around the country as this baseball season got started. Oh, they were so hot. I don't think they lost any of their first 3 or 4 series. They were slugging like crazy. Mike Trout was doing well. Oh, and he was healthy because, side note, yesterday, Mike Trout left the game.
What'd he do?
He left the Angels-Mariners game with knee soreness. And as I tell y'all, never root for a guy like a dude, but these things are just going to happen every baseball season. And one day y'all will hear me out on it. The Angels are, again, where you typically find them, in the basement of the AL West now, dead last after that hot start. They are 12-17. Dead freaking last. They are 2-8 in their last 10. And Mike Trout left yesterday's game with apparent soreness in his knee. It's just Old Faithful. And that's why it's the bronze medal for Turds of the Week. How do you feel about it?
Is it the Angels or is it specifically Mike Trout?
Oh, he is an Angel, so it's the Angels.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's the whole
the
squad,
Angels with the sprinkling of Mike Trout. Yeah,
I mean, he's an angel.
That is an odd deal, man, that they just can't get it going.
They haven't solved the pitching stuff either. But, yeah, man, I for one on this show, I hope he is okay. I hope this is not a...
all seriousness, I don't feel one way or the other. I'm not saying like I hope he's out for the season. Oh, this is freaking awesome. But it's gonna happen. It's automatic.
I'll be honest. I think there is 2% of you that.
Well, yeah, I'm an Astros fan. I mean, he is really good when he's healthy. So anything to help the Stros, you know.
Mike Trout and the pitcher for the Rangers that has the arm problems. The starter they got from the Mets.
Yeah.
There was a damn near celebration that you had with him.
Who is this? Not Nathan Eovaldi.
I have lost.
He's real high strung.
I could see his face for some reason.
Why I say DeGrom?
Yeah, Jacob.
It's
DeGrom.
him.
Oh, yeah, when it was it was Jacob DeGrom when they brought him back and he got hurt for the year, and Tyler belted out that laugh,
a little belly laugh.
I was like, good God Almighty! All right, there it is.
Speaking of the Rangers,
yeah,
I was ready for you.
Look at that transition. So your bronze medal to those suck ass Angels. Get well soon, Mike Trout. Silver medal time. Staying in the AL West. One of the squads, really, that was an inspiration for this very segment, the Turds of the Week. That squad up in Arlington. Once again, you'll love to see it. If you missed it, I believe this was either over the weekend or the very end of last week. This is how the Arlington junk grabbers, as PC would say, the Texas Rangers, how they decided to lose a game in walk-off fashion to the Giants.
Ramos is 1 for 2. Taps this one to third. And he throws it down the right field line. Ramos is on the move. And he is going to stop. No, now he's going to go to third. Here's the throw. It gets by him. Here comes Ramos. This game is over. Tell me you've seen that one before.
Well, not since my oldest son was 10 years old.
Speaking of that, I was just thinking that happened in Nicholas's baseball game the other day. Shout out to Jace Anderson, who got him inside the park on a couple of overthrows.
Which brings me to turn medal the Texas Rangers. A little league-ass home run from the Giants to walk it off against the Rangers. Freaking beautiful. These bunk-ass Rangers, they're just going to keep doing what they do year in and year out, making stupid-ass mistakes where I can put them on this podium because they inspired this list. I feel they deserve it. Yep. So the Rangers are your silver medalists.
There's several people that maybe wanted to meet at the lines there as we're coming in to end that game. Like, what happened there? How we got to meet at the lines there? Oh yeah. I want. Were there 2 outs? I just want to know how many outs there were.
I don't know.
When this happened, where they just said, "Well, let's just fire it all around the ballpark." All right, what's the gold medal? And I know you got the trophy right there.
Yes, gold medal time. We'll get out of the AL West for this one. As we all know, the Rockets took care of business yesterday. They are going to a Game 6, staying alive for 2025 against the Warriors right now in the playoffs. These young Rockets. Gold medal this week. Once again, an inspiration to the segment. It's going to the Golden State Warriors. It's going to Steph Curry. It's going to Draymond in particular, those two guys. Because if you missed it, Game 4, those two gentlemen got a couple of technical fouls. Once again, more evidence, as I tell y'all, that Steph Curry is the biggest fake good guy we've ever seen in sports. Chew away on that mouthpiece, you son of a bitch.
Curry at the free throw line.
After review during the altercation, 3 technical fouls have been assessed. A technical foul on Curry for taunting Brooks. Then during the dead ball action, as well as Green.
This is where Green picked up a technical foul. And nothing on Post and nothing on Jabari Smith. Here's the foul on Draymond Green. Is that what they're giving Draymond Green a technical foul for?
And as you heard Reggie Miller and his, God, that guy's ugly. You just heard Reggie Miller there. He's going to get a little mention for this gold medal, too, because I did not understand his apologistic tour for the turd known as Draymond Green. So Draymond, Steph getting the text, acting, of course, like their minds are blown. They can't believe it. Steph Curry runs into the damn tunnel towards the locker room in middle of the quarter after getting teed up right there. Oh, but he's such a good guy. Such a good guy. Just had to go use the restroom real quick, Steph did.
To be as objective as possible, he is a good guy. And and I'll be honest with you. Steph deserved the tech. It was sneaky. I didn't see him.
All his turdish behavior is sneaky. That's my point.
You got 2 fouls in Dylan's face, and then Dylan, of course, needed to take the ball from him at that time. Draymond has probably earned a lot of technicals that he should not have gotten, or that he should have gotten that he didn't get.
I think that's probably fair.
When I watched that, I don't know why he got a tech in that exchange. But he probably deserved it for something earlier, and he probably should have got ejected for what he did later on with Eason. So
yeah,
it evens out. But that was one where I can understand. An honorable mention in real quick.
Yeah, I just want to wrap that one up by saying your gold medal was earned, Steph, Dre. And as I said, Reggie Miller, cannot emphasize that enough. Stop apologizing for a turd like Draymond Green. That's your turds of the week. And yes, I want to hear some honorable mentions.
The crazy thing is in San Francisco, they're saying the same thing about Reggie with Dylan Brooks. They're saying I saw them. They had a topic. Is Dylan Brooks the most hated guy to the Warriors? There was a topic they had in their local station.
I would love to hear any audio of him giving love to Dylan Brooks like he was freaking chapping the ass of Draymond Green the other night.
Honorable mention, ESPN and NFL Network's draft coverage. Honorable mention to the turd list. Listen, I know Shedeur was a huge story, but I think they did a real disservice to all of the other players that were drafted, especially around him and around the time. Those guys just their names just ran across the screen. Like they didn't even acknowledge some of those guys. I mean, it was like 8-9 picks in a row. They just didn't even show the guy, break down the film. So listen, I understand it was a huge story, but I think they earn a spot, at least in the honorable mention of Tyler's turd list, for just not even really giving those other guys a moment. So what you got coming up at the 4?
Well, I got to give out an apology. I've been a little harsh on one of these fellas, and I don't do this often, but I've got to make sure I hit that before the day comes and goes. And there's a trend in the NBA. It turns me on a bit, but I got to know if it's real or not. I'll tell you what that is, and we'll discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Certa Pro Painters, y'all. Look, I've flipped several houses, dealt with several paint contractors along the way.
S.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Hey, Houston fans. I am so happy.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by McCullers Injury Lawyers.
That's right, McCullers Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial, y'all. 281-222-2222. And if you're out there and you're listening to the Odyssey app, we greatly appreciate it. AM/FM dial, appreciate you. Twitter, I'm following on Twitter. By the way, if you are out there and you want to follow, at Clint Stoerner on Twitter, at Clint Stoerner on Instagram, I appreciate the follow anytime. Greatly appreciate it. But if you listen on AM/FM dial, watching on YouTube or Twitch, we greatly appreciate it. But what we really want everybody out there to do is make sure you download that Odyssey app, man. Download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. And whether it's to catch us live, take us. You put it's on your phone. Boom, you put it on your hip right there. Take us everywhere you go. No matter what you're doing, if you want to catch up on sports, maybe heck, you may be just old casual. When you hear something big went down with the Texans, the Astros, or the Rockets, boom, you know exactly who to tune into. You can do it if the Odyssey app is on your hip, or you can. Like we had John Daly a couple days ago. You can use the rewind feature, go back and listen to that. Or you can always catch that Big Orange Wagon podcast that Tyler Milner and Patrick Creighton put out there. Either way it goes, download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. We greatly appreciate it. All right, we got a lot of good news rolling in Houston right now. The Astros are they didn't win Game 3, but they did win the series.
That's right.
They're off today. They kick off a 3-game set versus Chicago White Sox tomorrow evening. Which the highlight of my weekend is definitely going to be settling in on Sunday and watching Lance McCullers take the mound for the first time in 900 and some odd days. So that's going to be fun. The Rockets last night, they win Game 5 in impressive fashion. They head back to Golden State for Game 6 again tomorrow night. And by the way, we will be where are we going to be tomorrow? We're out and about. Where are we at tomorrow?
We are at the Annex.
The Annex.
Annex Craft House.
The Annex Craft House up on the northwest side. Come through, hang out that Rockets game and that Astros game. Right. I would imagine.
Right up Highway 249.
There you go. Speaking of the Rockets, though, they did take that game last night in impressive fashion, 131-116. Would they have 40-some-odd points at the end of the first quarter, 70-some-odd points at halftime? They were absolutely putting a beat down on the Golden State Warriors, so much so where the Golden State Warriors early in the second quarter, early in the game, midway through the second quarter, there were already conversations by announcers at least that we may have seen the last of Steph Curry at this point. Now, they didn't yank their starters that early, but it was midway through the third quarter where the beatdown was so significant that they said, let's not blow our wad trying to come back from 25 or 30 points on the road against the Rockets. Let's give our old heads a little bit of rest. And so they pulled Jimmy Butler. They pulled Steph Curry, Draymond Green. They pulled everybody and sat them. Now, what happened the rest of the way, if you're a Rockets fan, may have disappointed you a little bit, but we got out of there relatively unscathed, and we did get the W, so it's on to Game 6, right? But, Ron, there's something that's gone down the last couple of nights, and I just can't – I can't – I'm having a hard time sleeping at night because of it. I was in my confidence and trust and loyalty to Jalen Green, which is completely backfired on me. He is squarely in the conversation with Schultz and Jake Myers for me at this point in time.
Damn.
But in the middle of all that, in the midst of all that, I was disrespectful. And I don't know if I necessarily communicated that level of disrespect, but I know what was going on in my mind and what I felt like should have happened. I was ready to put Fred VanVleet out to pasture. I had seen enough. The what was that, Game 2? Or
not out to pasture.
Yeah. I was done. I wasn't listening to anybody that said, "Hey man, this guy's got pelts on the wall. This guy's won an NBA title." I was ready. And be honest with you, I was even more disrespectful in my mind, my thoughts. And I just want to take this moment.
Give us one of those thoughts.
Well, no. Well, I just said put him out the pasture. Hell, I can't get no more disrespectful than that.
You didn't say that.
I was just ready to put him on the bench. I was ready to move on from him. And I got to take a minute to apologize. Fred, I apologize, my man. I'm better than that. You're better than that. You deserve better than that. And I'm here to tell you it won't happen again, Fred. And now this is coming on the heels of Fred having an unbelievable run. I don't care if you're the biggest Fred VanVleet fan out there. But the last 3 games, y'all, Fred VanVleet, he's averaged 23 a game, 21 of 40 overall field goal, 53%. Wild guess what his percentage is from three-point line in the last 3 games. Anybody got it?
All I know is it's high.
55, 60%.
27 from 3, 56%. I mean, we ain't sitting here having this conversation talking about Game 6 if Fred VanVleet isn't just flat shooting the ball out of his mind the last 3 games. And I just got to apologize. I got aggressive. I got out over my skis. It was disrespectful, and it was. I think the manly thing to do is to stand up and admit when you were wrong and apologize. And I'm here to do it.
You put yourself in the real box there. You said it's never going to happen again. So you don't see another route where you may ask that he goes to the bench.
No, because I will admit a large part. Now he had a bad game, but I was a large part of my frustration that led to disrespect for Fred VanVleet was that it was taking shots and taking minutes and taking the ball out of Jalen Green's hands. And I am completely out on Jalen Green. And I'm not
part of it now. You're thinking Jalen may just not wanted it.
Well, it's not Jalen Green's talent. It's not Jalen Green having a bad night. It's not typically what drives people away from a star player or a very talented player. When I see somebody that's deer in headlights, I don't believe that you get over that. I just think you either when that moment hits you, you either have it or you don't. And it's not about making one mistake. It's not about having a bad shooting night. It's not about having a great shooting night. It's not. We've twice in this series now, we've seen Jalen Green. He admit to he was the deer in headlights, and we've seen a 7-point output, 8-point output, 9-point game, and an 11-point game. As you said earlier, he's missing that 10-point game for the straight. I mean. So a lot of my frustration with Fred was I thought Jalen Green was going to be significantly better, and he's pissed down his leg in a way that just makes me sick. And so there's a combination here. So I'm willing to say I would never go back to disrespecting Frank because I don't believe that
Fred.
I'm sorry, did I say Frank? Fred. No disrespect for
Frank.
Oh, brother-in-law's Frank. Sorry about that.
It came up so easy too for you.
Yeah, it did. It rolled off, did it? But so there's a combination here of why I don't see myself ever going back to disrespecting Frank or Fred, either one of them. I don't see Jalen Green being a part of that. And with that said, you don't have many options, and Fred has been the dude. So
I will say, listen, Fred was playing poorly and was making poor decisions. At the time that you said that, I will say though, there should be a little bit more given, and I'll give that to the fact that, and I don't know how many other people were willing and wanting to take them shots.
Yeah,
right. Like I did, and maybe he felt like he had to because, we're seeing how many guys are willing. Because they're like, if we think about this was early in the series, like Amen Thompson wasn't fired up about. Taking shots. There's the last 2 games we've seen the Amen Thompson. We saw his confidence level wasn't up. Obviously, as you said, Jalen's had 4 games in the series under 11 points. So maybe there is something to the fact that he had to take them.
Yeah, I just. Regardless of why, but your point is spot on, Ron. And I still, for the record, I still don't believe that Fred VanVleet. Again, no disrespect. I don't believe that you're gonna ride. I don't think you're gonna win a series or ride to an impressive playoff run on the back of Fred VanVleet shooting. But what he's done and how he's responded, and really, all joking aside here, the most impressive thing about Fred VanVleet is a lesser man would be very, very frustrated because of how many times he's got to kind of concede to Jalen. And he didn't. He just kept doing his thing, and now that Jalen has kind of played himself into this corner, now all of a sudden Fred VanVleet is shooting it lights out and helping this team win playoff games. We'll see if he can, if they can carry this momentum from game 5 into 6 and 7 and get back, or through 6 and get back home for a winner-take-all game. But we'll see. But Fred, sorry, my man, I apologize. I was out of pocket, and man to man, it ain't gonna happen again. I do have a question real quick about the NBA though, Ron. The double big, my double big conversation has been reserved for these airways, and with you and B. Scott, and it's been Steven Adams, Şengün, whole combo, and I like what I see, but I'm scrolling through after Minnesota put it on LA. I'm scrolling through and I'm seeing more conversations about this double big thing in the NBA. And I'll be honest with you, I dig the hell out of it. I mean, there's something about basketball. Athletic bigs are some of the most impressive human beings in this world. Like I'm talking about basketball. Like when you get an athletic big that is 250, 260, that's just a big dude, and 6'8", 6'10", that can move the way some of these guys can. It's absolutely freakish. So I'm fascinated with it. But my question is, with these double bigs, you got Minnesota with Julius Randle, Rudy Gobert, Cleveland with Mobley and Allen, Oklahoma City, Hartenstein, my boy Hartenstein making the list. Hartenstein and Holmgren, and then you got the Rockets, who they didn't make the list, but I added them, Adams and Şengün. You think this is a real thing that's the kind of something we're going to see in the NBA kind of keep moving forward, or do you think it's just kind of a couple teams have that advantage and use it?
I don't know. I think in some cases, like I think Julius and Rudy and Mobley, the Defensive Player of the Year, and Allen, and Hartenstein and Holmgren, those three definitely, because those guys can move. Like the big thing that people are looking for in the NBA, if you are 6'9", 6'10", or you have the ability to switch and move, and to stay in front of guys. See, to me, that's why the Adams and Şengün is the one that is really surprising, because generally, and that was what the Lakers were trying to do with Rudy, is they put you in pick and rolls and make you switch and try to force you off the floor because you end up having to guard, somebody and you just get crushed. It's been surprising because those other four guys that can move, you don't look at Adams and Şengün as guys, all right, they get switched out on a guard and they won't get forced off the floor. And what we haven't seen when we've seen a lot of big lineups, and what I think has really come about in the playoffs, is these bigs are making these teams pay for it, right? Like they're making these small teams pay for it. Like the Rockets in this series have made the Warriors pay for it, and really been more successful than the Warriors have been with what they do in their small lineup. Their bigs have been more successful than the Warriors, perimeter shot. Same thing with the Lakers against the Timberwolves. They just, especially last night, Rudy had 27 and 24, just made them pay for it. And that's what you're supposed to do. When you get little dudes like that, you're supposed to make them pay. So we'll see if this continues to happen, if, teams can continue to keep their bigs on the floor. Luka traditionally has forced Rudy off the floor because he gets switched on him, and he can't do it. This series. He shot 28% against Rudy, so it could be a thing. I hope so. But that's the one with Adams and Şengün. It is really wild that both of them, who are not guys that you look at, are the ones that, if they get switched out on step, they can roll it. But they've done well enough.
They've stayed in front of him. The interesting thing there, or the frustrating thing there for me as a Rockets fan, is as you're talking through that, I think back to what was that, game one when the offensive rebound numbers were just, I mean, the Rockets were just out of this
they just
world.
Couldn't hit themselves in the face.
Yes, and they just didn't have enough on the offensive end to win that game. They really let that one slip away, given how dominant they were on the boards. Not that was all the double big lineup, but just thinking of how dominant they were in those situations.
All right, as we continue through right here live on the drive, how many guys? Let's move over to the Texans. How many guys in the offensive line room do you look at and you say to yourself, I feel good about them. I feel good about them on Sunday that they will hold their own over there. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Our Vision Homes, y'all, they are the number one turnkey custom home builder in the area. Look, they can dream, design, and build your family's home no matter.
Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. I don't mean to, and I know there are going to be several people who listen to this and really look down upon me because I admit this. But Tyler came over in my ear during the break, as we talk frequently during the break.
He did what?
He talked to me in my ear during the break. He did not. Damn, Tyler.
I didn't know what y'all did. I saw y'all kind of get together over by the door. I didn't know what y'all did, though.
You're so nasty. You're the oldest one here. But Tyler said, yeah, former Aggie. He said, not a big deal. I don't think we need to use the breaking news sounder, but not a big deal. But Jaden Peavy was cut, former Aggie. Did you say he got some run last year?
So I double-checked. It wasn't with the Texans.
Okay, all right.
But he did play in he got some action in 4 games for the Panthers.
Okay. I was going to say, because you said, yeah, Jaden Peavy, yeah, he got some run last year. I was going to say, he played on the field?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I have, like right now, this is the first time I've ever heard of Jaden Peavy.
I only knew of him probably because of my Maroon roots.
He is a former Aggie.
And Bel Air High School.
When you said he played last year, I said, boy, damn, who? I said, man, I got 72. I remember 72 on that D-line. I remember 93 on that D-line on Kurt Heinisch.
You got 72's name?
Never remember it. I just kept calling him 72, and then I just, what's his
Tommy
name?
Tojai,
Yeah, Tommy. Yeah, I got old Tommy. What's his name?
Tojai?
Yeah, I remember him getting action, probably getting too much action, but I remember him being out there. I'm about to say, I was going to say, you got a number on this fella?
My Aggie brain and my Texan brain kind of mixed up there.
He did. He said, yeah, he got some run last year. I said,
they had to make a little room. They had to make a little room, sign all these guys they brought in.
It did. About to say,
you are literally. I'm sorry, Jaden, but you are literally the last man on the low. Low man on the totem pole when the old undrafted free agents they brought in get the. I've been there, brother.
I hope he catches on somewhere and keeps going. But that one I'm about to say, when Tyler said that, I said, who played? But Champ Slice said Tyler bleeds that Maroon boy. I tell you. All right, yeah, he knows it. He knows his guys. That's all right.
Ring, baby. He's been bleeding a lot lately, y'all.
The hell's that supposed to mean?
I don't know what that means.
It's been a rough run for you, man.
What are you talking about?
You don't even like what's his name? Kellen?
You talking about the Aggie football program?
Just the whole thing in general. I mean, you've just had it.
All right,
that's fair.
Love the way you said program.
Program has caused me to say a lot of 4-letter words in recent years. You're right.
I mean,
the best quarterback.
There is not many things that I confuse Tyler Milner with a bit of a black culture or black field brand. Is the way every single member in a black church that I have been to says program.
Really? I didn't know that part of it.
Please, if you want to check on your program, say it just like that.
Grab that connection card right there out of our program.
We're having our women's program coming up. They say just the way you say program. It's just like
I never do that. Learn something new every day.
My grandpa, boy, he used to say, "What program I'm watching? What program you watching?" When they would say, "What not show program?"
See, and I think I picked up the program thing from my grandfather, who was a white man.
An age thing, yeah. No. I was about to say.
No.
His name was Hubert.
A white man named Hubert.
Old Hubie.
He'd be proud of you, T.
What do you say you don't say? That same guy who was acting as Jordan Alvarez a long time ago.
Yes.
It was country as hell, too. East Texas.
All right. We look at this offensive line, and I talked about this a bit earlier. I feel like almost every other position group on the field, you can find a person and be like, all right, hey, maybe they're not the best, maybe they're not the greatest in the league, but I feel comfortable and feel good about that person. I don't have any concerns. Who on the offensive line fits that? And I'll go through these guys. You got Cam Robinson, you got Blake Fisher, you got Trent Brown, you got Tomlinson, Ed Ingram, who just came over, Titus Howard, Drew Scruggs, Ursery, the rookie they just drafted from Minnesota, Jarrett Patterson. Who is it? Looking at, and it may be one, it may be more than one. I know despite how many people feel about him and how annoying he was and how much I even said that they got to get out of the business because of what they're trying to build and what they want to be about. Like, I didn't worry about Laramie Tunsil just collapsing over there. He might jump off sides a couple of times. He might do, but he would handle guys. Hell, we watched him in a playoff game just handle Myles Garrett. We watched him do things like that. Do they have a guy on this team? Is there somebody on this team that you look at and you're like, maybe not Laramie Tunsil, but you look at and you're like, where he lines up, I feel good. I feel all right. I feel like they're not just going to just, lose us the game.
Yeah, look, they don't have anybody even remotely close to Laramie Tunsil, to your point. But the one guy that I feel like I'm pretty comfortable with, it's really the only guy that I know what position he's going to play. I mean, and it's based off of how much money they gave him. He's got to be your left tackle. That's Cam Robinson. I don't know anything about Cam in a sense of what he brings to the O-line room, which is obviously now more important than it's ever been in Houston, given that they flipped this thing. But I would say, Ron, Cam Robinson. I feel like that's the guy that we know is going to start. That's the guy that we expect and should play at an above average level and be a good left tackle in this league. And give you a chance to win. Everybody else, I know nothing about them. I don't know what position they're going to play. I don't know if they're going to start or be cut. With Cam Robinson, and to me, that's really the lone soldier standing, for me at the top of this conversation.
Yeah, I'm with you. This guy's got over 100 starts or something like that in the NFL at the position. Obviously he's not Laramie Tunsil, but I think he is going to be solid at the very least. Now I know he had some struggles in Minnesota, and obviously Jacksonville didn't feel like it was a priority to keep him, but I think he is going to be somebody that you at least feel like he's not going to get CJ killed. Yep. I want to say that about Titus Howard. I just don't feel about Titus Howard at guard the same way I feel about at tackle. And now, if we're comparing Titus Howard at guard compared to what we were seeing from a guy like Kenyon Green, who he ultimately replaced, then that's different. But I still look over there and be and like, is he gonna be all right over there? And then the rest of the guys, I'm not sure enough. I haven't seen a lot of Blake Fisher. Don't know how healthy Trent Brown is, if he's even going to be there. Obviously, the Ursery, the rookie, we've not seen him play at all, although you like his size and everything. But it does feel like, to me, it would be Titus Howard and it would be Cam Robinson.
Yeah, I could get there with Titus. I mean, I could get there with Titus, and I'll be honest with you, I don't need to know what position he plays. Again, I'm higher than you are on him at guard. I think he should be a tackle, but I'm okay with him being a guard, and so I could get there. I just don't know what position he's going to play, but I could definitely get there in the sense of I feel like you're going to get an above average guard or you're going to get above average tackle, and I feel pretty confident in saying that. You can win with Titus Howard. You can win with Cam Robinson. The rest of them, I don't know enough about them, and I haven't seen enough if they're young. And I don't know what position they're going to play. You brought up somebody a little earlier that I think should be in this conversation is Jarrett Patterson.
At the center position.
At the center position. I mean, unless Drew Scruggs just comes out of nowhere and is this phenomenal communicator and this dog at the center position, Jarrett Patterson is who I expect to start at center for this football team. So,
that's right. Jarrett Patterson's reps, like when he's gotten in and when he's played.
Yeah.
I hadn't felt like he was getting destroyed. I think that one's fair.
Yeah.
Some people on the text line coming through, I don't have any confidence in any of them. Cam Robinson is basically a retread from somebody else who gave up.
I mean, they're all that.
The most pressures of anybody in the NFL last year. And Titus Howard, the only other guy with any kind of credentials the Texans themselves can't decide whether the guy's a tackle or a guard, and they keep moving him back and forth. The rest of them are all just guys. Yeah, I mean, guys that we're going to have to learn about. But it is interesting because everywhere else on the field, other position groups that you feel really good to great about, and that offensive line is just at this moment right now. There's maybe a couple of guys that you're feeling good about. All right, coming up as we continue, did we see the formula of what has to happen for the Rockets to win this series? Did we see the formula, and can they replicate that and sustain it? We'll discuss that coming up.
All right. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about these Houston SaberCats, y'all. They just won another game last weekend.
Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Do want to get to it here as I see some people texting in. Did we just find that this has to be the Rockets formula moving forward? Before we get there, want to let you all know that we are here at Sports Radio 610, a proud partner with the Insperity Invitational happening at the Woodlands Country Club tournament course this weekend. Many, many guys. We talked to John Daly earlier this week. He said VJ Singh will be there playing very well. Ernie Els, he said, is playing very well. And many, many more of the PGA Tour champions' best. They're going to be right here on the course in this great town for an incredible weekend of championship golf teeing off tomorrow. Entry to the tournament is free. For score updates, tee times, weather notes, and more information, head to Insperity Invitational. Tell you, man, always something going on around here, ain't it?
Yeah, baby. That's what makes H-Town so beautiful.
Yeah. Tyler went to the last time they had a PGA Tour event here.
Houston Open was a fun time, man.
By the way, again, man, shout out to you, Tyler. You've been able to you've slowed it down a bit. You remember that? I'm thinking of that week of the Houston. What was it? The Houston Open was here.
Yeah,
man. You remember Tyler?
It's a hell of a week for the old liver.
He wouldn't be with us today if he'd have kept going at that rate.
He was front row seat at a Rockets game.
Yeah.
He went to Houston Open where he had a good time.
What was that other?
What other sporting event?
Was it the Under Oath concert I went to? Maybe
you went to. No, you went to. Maybe you did.
It was the Texans. It was the Texans. Social.
Media. But he left that to go to the basketball game.
Yeah.
There was something that we missed that week.
What was it?
There's something else that you went to, sports wise.
It wasn't an Astros game, I don't think.
Oh, it was.
It was.
Yeah, you did. You slid to an Astros game.
That was a fun week.
Yeah, you did. I remember that now. Yep, slid to an Astros game.
A lot of ibuprofen.
Yeah, you did your thing.
Need to have another one of those soon.
Well, no.
We three need to go to a damn Astros game. Y'all need to pick one.
I try
that
to
works
get y'all
for you.
go all the time. Y'all can't.
The hell out of here. Actually, tonight I'm gonna send y'all some options.
Well, the Royals.
Just give me one.
I know I'm going when the Royals come here the 12th, Monday through Wednesday. I know
nobody wants to go watch your stinking ass.
All right, well, I'm talking about a boys' trip
they
here.
were stinking like hell last week, wasn't they?
No offense to the wife and kids, but I'm talking about the boys here.
No, I'm just saying. I could go to a couple of them bad boys. To be honest with you.
Okay.
But I know the kids want to go out there and rock them and go rock it. So we'll see. Yeah, why not?
In that case, I'm gonna send you the dates, Clint, for that. You see if it works for you. We're gonna go.
But I remember it wasn't just that you were. I think you were. We had three. What did Tyler get DoorDash that week? 3 different times.
One day you came in and you said, oh God, back to back.
As I just said, this isn't supposed to be a recurring segment, man. This is it's supposed to be a benchmark, man. It was just a night.
Back to back 3 a.m. DoorDashes.
It became a recurring segment. But no, man, always something going on around the town, and
I like to party.
Yeah, I know. It's nothing wrong with it, man. Keep partying, man. Keep doing it, man. As long as Sugar and the gang are taken care of.
Hey, shout out to my bitches. What is
no fear, man?
What?
Bro,
Sugar, Nala, Holly, all y'all.
All of them. Shout out to them. All right, is this was that? Do you think, Clint? Because you've said this and you've talked around it a bit, and I'm sure we'll talk about it more tomorrow as we get closer. Because tomorrow the game is actually after we get done. But do you think what we saw last night is sustainable? Like, is that the formula that is sustainable here? Because obviously, and what we saw last night, yes, they got out and they pressured them and they took up the pace in this game. But as you said, Clint, they also shot like nearly 70%. in the first quarter, half, and they got out to a huge lead. Do you think what we saw yesterday is sustainable?
No, I don't think it's reasonable to expect that the Rockets to shoot the ball as a group as well as they shot the ball, particularly early, to the tune of getting up. I mean, at one point, correct me if I'm wrong, but at one point in the first half they were up 30.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's reasonable to expect the Rockets to play well enough to run Curry and Draymond and I know it's not going to happen in a game 6 or 7. Damn sure not a game 6 in Golden State. Damn sure not a game 7. Winner takes all. But you get my point. I don't think you're going to play well enough and shoot the ball well enough to be up 30 in the second and put Steve Kerr in a position to make some drastic decisions. Like I think that is unreasonable. And then the point I'm making, like I think it's unreasonable to think that the Rockets are going to play in either of the 2 remaining games, in a way of keeping Steph Curry, down to double digit or in the teens.
Yeah,
and
13 is what he had last night.
Yeah, and ultimately keep Butler. They had him frustrated early, and so,
I thought for a second they were going to do like they do, and Draymond and Jimmy just get on the plane and fly back early.
They might as well.
Might come out and hit.
Yeah. Yes. No. I mean, look, and that's not. I'm just being realistic. I just don't think they're going to all collectively shoot it that well.
Yeah.
And get out to that big of a lead. That game, I'm glad we won it. It was impressive the way we won it. But for me as a fan, I don't know what to take from it because of how it unfolded. And it's really the two points I just made is can we really expect the Rockets as a group to shoot it that well? I think the answer is no. Can they play with the pace and can they play with a different mentality? Absolutely. And can we ever expect moving forward in this series for the superstars on the Golden State Warriors to not play the majority of the second half? The answer is no. And then you fast forward and you look at it and you go, hey, I mean, I know you put your we put our backups in as well. But even with their scrubs out there, they cut the lead down to a point where Ime Udoka said, no, we got to make sure we bring this one home. So I don't know what to take from it, Ron, and it really doesn't, for me in this game, other than getting that dub and getting to game 6, it didn't do a whole lot for me.
Yeah, to me it showed a path of how they have to, or not have to, but like maybe their best opportunity to. Yes, I'm with you. They're not going to. This isn't a great shooting team anyway, right? I'm sure Steve Kerr and shoot it like that.
Right.
Like this is a team that they put up 85 in one of the games in the series, and just this year they're not a great shooting team. Like this is not what we're going to worry about they're doing. So we're not going to just break our necks to just change things at this point. So I don't think you count on that, but Clint, I do think the thought of, hey, maybe it's not that we are hunting down one matchup or making such an emphasis to get one player going as much as, hey, let's try to get everyone involved, because that was the big thing is they had all of their starters were in double figures, 3 players above 24 points in this game, right? And the 2 who weren't were Şengün. The 2 who didn't get into the 20s in the starting lineup were Şengün and Jalen Green. And so there was so much more player and ball movement in this game. It wasn't even just getting stuck with, hey, let's go to Şengün and see what we get off of that. There was movement. They were up and down, and everyone was involved. So maybe they don't shoot it that way, but I think there should maybe be an emphasis, all right, let's run everything through Şengün, or let's just run everything through Jalen Green. A deal of let's get everybody going as a part there, and maybe you don't have everybody 3 or 4 guys in the 20s, but maybe you have everyone involved in their scoring, because I just don't think they have a guy that you just say, all right, man, let's just get him and have him.
Is these the same conversations we were having throughout the year, right? What is the identity of your offense going to be? right? Which is like you said, are you going to play fast? You're going to focus on playing fast and get everybody that can play fast involved, or are you going to be a slower paced that lets ultimately Fred VanVleet kind of guide the ship, and you have Şengün catching the ball at the top of the key and facing up. You find Jalen Green, or you find this or that. You find Amen Thompson, right? Or is it just we're just going to play fast? It's the same conversation in terms of who's made priority and what is your identity. And we're still dealing with that in the playoffs. I think that's just obviously something we're going to deal with the Rockets moving forward until they get to next season. But I'm with you. I think I agree with your overall point is that it seems like the plan moving forward needs to be, I don't give a damn who's involved. We just need to push it.
Yep. Push it and not try to force like one guy, because it seemed like they were trying to run offense through someone as opposed to everybody moving.
Well, the crazy thing too to say that is like they ran it through Şengün, and Şengün was really good, but it's just a different approach to offensive basketball, and one guy's not enough,
and nobody else was rolling, right? And it slowed the pace down, because you came down every time you threw in the post, and naturally you make it a half court game, which is probably what they want instead of up and down. And now yesterday, from the jump, offensively and defensively, you had Amen Thompson engaged. So everyone being engaged. All right, coming up a little 5 o'clock fire. The NBA playoffs. The Lakers were eliminated last night. The Rockets dominated. Does this mean that maybe LeBron may be retiring? We'll discuss that. Another former Texan, news on him. We'll let you know about that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, McCullers Injury Lawyers, y'all. Look, if you've been injured in an accident, any kind of accident, man, you're sitting there right now possibly in pain, not knowing what to do. I'm telling
610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club Tournament Course.
All right, thanks, Tyler. Let's roll.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show, Psycho T, a.k.a. the latest is, this is 5 o'clock fire. And 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club Tournament Course, which we are proud partners of. They tee off tomorrow, so make sure you go out to that event, free to enter. So it's a good spot to be at coming up this weekend. All right, Clint, we've talked a little bit about the NBA playoffs, in particular the Rockets. They dominated yesterday. They forced a Game 6. The Lakers were not able to force a Game 6. Before we go there, real quick, fellas, and you can participate in this as always with our listeners. Text line 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. If you gotta pick one player in that for the Rockets in that game against the Warriors that you thought really had the biggest impact, the one player you looked at and was like, this player was the catalyst, this is the player that really sticks out to me in the game. It's tough because so many guys contributed, but who's the one player for you?
In this past game, for me, it's got to be Fred VanVleet. I've already had to apologize to the guy.
So you don't want to go. You don't want to over.
Yeah, no. Look, I think being the predominant ball handler and being willing to do the things that he's been willing to do over the last handful of games. Again, this game, shooting it extremely well, shooting it well early, and being a big part of how they got out to that big lead. I got to go with Fred VanVleet.
Yeah, Fred was really hitting some big threes, 4 of 6 from 3. Scored 26 points on 13 shot attempts. Went to the line, too, Clint. That's not something you normally look with him. He was 6 of 6 from the line. For me, I just felt like Fred was great. I felt like Amen Thompson really kind of set the tone. His energy, him on the defensive end, him very, very early on Steph. I thought to me, the Rockets came in and said, we are going to push the pace of this game. We are going to force them to go up and down to see if we can tire them out. We've already played 4 games coming into this one. Let's see if we could run them down. And to me, he felt like the catalyst to that. So I would say Amen Thompson to me on both ends of the floor. He had 25 in the game yesterday. I would say Amen Thompson to me is the one that I would go with, just his impact. And I felt like what they were about, he kind of led that.
Yeah, when you talk about getting everybody involved and getting downhill, you got a guy that can affect the game on both ends of the floor. You got a guy that definitely plays fast and plays above the rim. You got a guy that's selfless, that doesn't need it all the time to play fast. He will definitely run out. And so, yeah, and he's shown as the series has gone along to kind of settle in and get more comfortable and produce more. So, yeah, I think that's a fair one.
Yeah, all right. And then the Timberwolves, they eliminate the Lakers. And first, man, everybody looks at, and we tend to do this, right? Everybody looks at the best player, and what we've heard is, in the last 2 years, Anthony Edwards eliminated, Jokic last year, eliminated Kevin Durant with the Suns last year, and now has eliminated the LeBron James and Luka. But the one thing is, you got to look at, man, it wasn't him. He had an awful game. He was 5 of 19, 0 of 10 from 3. He had 15 points. Really had 13 most of the game. This, to me, showed, and you could see it especially in this game really early, really through the series now. You could see, Clint, Minnesota just was bigger, stronger. They had matchups everywhere. They were the better team. They were so good, Clint, they could go on the road against, Luka, LeBron, and Austin Reeves and everybody they had there, and have Anthony Edwards have a dud. He could go and get 43 and help you win the game in Game 4, and then just have a dud, and they still win because Rudy Gobert goes off for 27 and 24. That is going to, if the Rockets do see them in the next round, or whoever does, that's going to be a tough matchup because that team, that showed something. They could go in and finish off a team when Anthony Edwards doesn't play well.
Yeah, well, they just – we talked a little earlier about their double bigs in the making, literally. I mean, I know he's already arrived, but he just seems to – he hasn't necessarily got over that last hurdle yet in Anthony Edwards. And they got dudes around him, man. So, that was it. We can talk about J.J. Redick. We can talk about LeBron. We can talk about how many minutes they're playing, how old they are, yada, yada, yada. But that was an impressive series right there.
Yeah, they just had matchups. Julius Randle, they could do nothing with all series. He was huge in the fourth quarter, picked it up. By the way, I do to me feel different. The last few years after the season ends, there's been hey, LeBron, are you going to keep going? Are you going to play? And I have never, ever felt, Clint, that he was legit going to retire. I've never even thought about it. Just always thought he's kind of playing this out, doing this, and kind of trying to get the organization to make moves. This is the first time to me where I think it's actually on the table. I think he expended so much energy just in a 5-game series in the first round that I think he has to be happy. Ron doesn't have a full year of this is it.
Oh yeah, victory lap, no question.
I would
call,
which he deserves. Which I would be shocked.
Don't get too defensive now.
I didn't get defensive. I just
letting
said he
know where he
deserves
stood
it.
now.
But I would be shocked if LeBron came up and just said, "All right, made a decision with Savannah, Gloria, who probably doesn't have any say-so in it, and made the decision, man, that I'm going to retire now." Like I can see him going into the season, like Derek Jeter did.
Or, this is my last year.
This is my last year, and then every place he goes. Like they give him stuff that goes to Dallas. He gets some cowboy boots.
It's presented with a gift.
What gifts does he get here?
A grill.
Okay, there you go.
What else you gonna give him? A Olajuwon jersey? Give him
a good question.
Maybe like a space.
Oh, like I said, a grill. I mean, you get Paul Wall and Johnny out there, and
no, they may just get him, a car and have that thing.
Oh, there you go. That's fine. I mean, you can do that if you want to go that. Yeah. Roll it out there on the floor.
Yeah, yeah, spokes and everything. Yeah, get that thing done in. That'd be nice. Yeah. No, there's no way. Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, I'd be pissed off if he did, unless he is really holding that last card of, well, you got mad at me for doing the decision. Well, hell, I'm just gonna go over and go to my spot on the interrupted and just say I'm done.
You know how
how pissed I would be.
I mean, you'd be pissed if he did it. You know how much he's gonna stir folks up with a retirement tour, one final season.
Yes.
Oh man,
I don't even want to think about it. I don't want to think. I'm not ready for it. I'm not ready for it yet.
Hell, you brought it in.
I think it's real, but I
don't think he's going anywhere. I said this earlier. I don't mean this negatively. I think especially athletes at that level, like they have a hard time just getting out of the limelight. And I know he's got a ton of different things going on, and so he can stay busy. But there ain't nothing. There is nothing. There's no attention that you can receive, even comparable to what you receive. Especially, I mean, I couldn't imagine.
Well, he has
at
to love
LeBron's level,
but he also has to love the day to day. But I'm not talking about games. Like I'm talking about for him to go to 22 years of this. Like he loves, and you see him in the gym all the time. Like he loves that part of it. Hard for him to give that up. Text line coming up. If Jeter got a cowboy hat and boots, then LeBron will get the same. Someone texting, get him a plate of barbecue and tell him to get lost, sick of his whining floppy ass.
Is that what Jeter got in Dallas or in Houston?
Someone said Houston that he got, I bet that's something we could look up. Said he got cowboy hats and boots.
I mean, that'd be cool too. I mean, I'm cool with that, but there's a lot more to Texas.
Text line, LeBron doesn't deserve. I guess there's a
lot more to Texas than grills too.
LeBron doesn't deserve a retirement.
He's always reading so much now. It's just get him some self-help books, like a lot of them he can go through.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that might work.
When he ain't holding them upside down.
5 o'clock fire.
He can read upside down. Also,
he's that good.
He's that good. He's that good. All right. Somebody said the person who has the most points in the history of the sport doesn't deserve a retirement.
Well, I got to think
that's debatable.
Well, I got to think that their opinion is just that nobody deserves it. I mean, it's not necessarily LeBron. It's just that nobody should waste a season.
There's a conversation there.
He might. All right. I saw this from Pro Football Focus Thursday. Kenyon Green, he was traded to the Philadelphia Eagles, in which, no surprise, they declined his fifth-year option, which would have guaranteed him $16.68 first-round picks. To think that is even on the table for him, of course they didn't. They declined his fifth-year option. But, Clint, what's your thoughts on Kenyon Green? Like, do you think this is a deal? I talked about it yesterday with Damian Pierce, thinking a change of scenery, going somewhere in a place where maybe it's a fresh start and you have more confidence and they believe in you. Do you think Kenyon Green is ever going to find himself to be a successful NFL player?
I would not bet on it,
yeah.
But I do think that this is I'm not a big change of scenery changes things for a guy most of the time. Like all this talk right now about, change the scenery for a guy in a new system, and I can teach him new techniques and mechanics and all. I mean, that's great, whatever. But I'm not typically a guy that says a change of scenery can help somebody. But if you look at what I believe, and I have no sources, but what I believe are Kenyon Green's problems, I think you can connect the dots of him never leaving home fairly easily. I think, and Tyler, this is not a jab at you. I think you look at players coming out of A&M, they're not the most disciplined, they're not the most professional, they're not they're not in the best shape. They're not in the most mature.
What the hell, bro?
And him being right down the street in college from home, I think could attribute to some of that as well. Then he comes here, never leaves. Everybody knows him. It's a comfort zone. He knows every street he's on, every face he sees. I think in this instance, going to Philly, two things. One, you're going to a Super Bowl winning team, so you're going to have all the support in the world. You get a great offensive line coach. Everybody around you is going to be great. Your quarterback's going to play a brand of quarterback that's going to mask your mistakes instead of magnify your mistakes. And you as an individual, you're going to have a lot of alone time. You're going to have a lot of football time. There's a lot less distractions and a lot less options for a guy that's leaving a place that he grew up in. Think about it. He's never left here to play ball.
Yeah.
He's never left here to live life. And so in this situation with Kenyon Green, I think there could be a real growing up phase along with being surrounded by greatness on a daily basis, both at the offensive line and within the organization, that could change him big time.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, Philly. If a place does, Philly is. Right? We watched Mekhi Becton, another former first-round pick. Hell, they changed positions on him and got him over there, and he became a big part of their team and then got a contract. He was always injured and had issues at the tackle spot with the Jets. So I think he's going to the right spot. The offensive line coach is one of the more revered ones there. But, yeah, it's just some of the talent stuff there, just his physical traits, it made you wonder if
when you all the things I just mentioned about never leaving home, a lot of distractions, maybe not being the hardest worker here or at A&M, and kind of always being held, put on a pedestal and never really feet to fire kind of deal. to me, that leads to underdeveloped, not as strong as you should be, injuries that then compile because you don't take care of them the right way. Like I think it could change from now. We'll see. Like I said, I'm not betting on it, but it is definitely a setup. A guy leaving home for the first time will definitely change his life. We'll see how. We'll see.
And I think for him, if it does work out, like he's going to a spot where, like, I think it's going to be a different thing with guys like Landon Dickerson in there.
Yeah.
Guys like Lane Johnson in there. Sure. It's going to be a different expectation.
Right. Well, you put him in there and you surround him by those guys with a great coach.
Yeah.
Versus being here.
If it's going to get fixed.
Right. Versus being here, and Laramie Tunsil is being rewarded for not attending things and being allowed to do that. Like, what is the message you're sending to that young fellow on a daily basis? Right. It's a different game in Philly, I would imagine, and it's a different game when you move away from home for the first time, and all that stuff's happening for Kenyon Green. I tell you what, if he doesn't become a significantly better player now, it's never going to happen.
Yeah, I'm rooting for the cat, man. And all these dudes, man. He certainly cannot be happy with how his first.
You are correct.
Yeah, 15th overall pick, and you're in the position you're in, so he'll have a chance in Philly. All right, coming up. Maybe I'm off on this. I wanted something with the Texans, and really something with the Texans that involves you, the fan, the listeners. I may be off on this. Tell me if I am. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. For over 8 years now, QC Connects is the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain, man. Think about it. If you're out there right
get to a Super Bowl has kind of decreased from what it was last year.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of a few things. This like difference between last offseason and going into this Texan season, and a big part of it. The more I think about it, as y'all been talking, man, the hype was really out of control going into last year.
You think it was out of control?
The whole, like I mentioned earlier, the three-headed monster thing on offense.
Yeah, but I think it was fair. Like
no, I'm not saying not fair.
It was a five-headed monster, by the way.
It was five. You're right.
Yeah. Well, see, I underhyped it.
So it was really out of control.
But no, like I think, I mean, we had never experienced anything like that. You've said it over and over. There was never an offseason like last year for the Texans going in with that much anticipation and excitement. So I don't think it's matched this year, but I still think there's a fair amount of excitement and looking forwardness.
I think what you're saying is right, and what, as you said, you talk to people. It is like, doesn't it feel like you're going to have to see this offensive line first before you believe it?
100%.
Like before you believe, and you just saw how that derailed the plans. You saw how that significantly derailed the plans, and I think that's what it's one thing if they derailed the plans, or what derailed the plans, they came in and made significant, tangible moves that you could make, that you could look and see like, oh, that is going to change.
Yeah.
It's more hopes.
Yeah, or like you said, even the moves, if they were just like, whether they work out or not, we've seen some good moves that didn't work out. You could at least go, hey, man, they addressed the issues. I mean, they put their money where their mouth is, man. They really gave CJ a supporting cast. They're really giving CJ a shot to take this thing to the next level, to take us all the way. Like, those moves have just not been made.
Yeah, text line coming through. The splash was getting rid of Bobby. Also, I'm excited to see the culture shift on the offense. I want to see what Kaylee has them looking like in training camp.
Don't we all?
Boy, we all.
Culture I want to see what Kaylee has. I want to see what the offensive line culture shift is with no Laramie Tunsil. I want to see how the O-line can communicate. I mean, I want to see if the techniques and fundamentals are better. There's a bunch of things. That's called wait and sees, baby.
The shift, huh? The culture shift on offense. Let's see. Will, as usual, and listen, it's been a great week. 3 of 5, 60%. Yesterday was the worst on T-Mill's best bets. We're sitting at 65% or 75% for the week, 12 of 16. I told you I need 65% this week. We got one more day, 2 more days this week to try to make you some money. So come on back as T-Mill's best bets are coming up. And we'll look at one of the main people we were talking about going into that game last night and get our thoughts on that. We'll discuss that coming up next.
What's good, y'all? Underdog Fantasy is available in the great state of Texas. Download it right now. Use promo code HTOWN to unlock a big-time special. I'm going to tell you what that is in a second. For now, plug in, man. All your favorite leagues, teams, and stars to pick from. I'm telling you, man, it's simple to play, too. All you do is choose whether a player goes higher or lower on one of their stats. If it's baseball, we're talking strikeouts, home runs, hits.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Live from the McCullers Injury Lawyers Studio presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive. Texans All Access. John Harris, Mark Vandermeer, the Hall of Famer, John McClain.
John,
You ain't get me.
I'll holler.
Almost read it. I try to
I forgot what I put in there.
The man whose mustache inspired Wyatt Earp himself, John McClain. That's what I heard. He's on with the fellas at 6. So stay tuned for that as they talk to the Hall of Famer. Area 45, live and local. The best late night sports talk show here in Houston, 7 to 11. Sean Bijani, I've already seen him back there. Patrick Creighton and Chris Santiago will hold it down as usual. And best bets, it's been one of the best weeks we've had, if not the best week thus far on best bets. Tyler's on the heater, and I'm guessing if Tyler, I know you made a little money with Tyler last night. If Tyler is doing this well on best bets, I'm guessing Tyler's having a nice green week when it comes to, I would imagine.
Plenty of money to bet with. Thanks, Bub. See what I got tonight.
He should be good tonight.
Follow me.
Yeah, man. So should be fun as we'll get through that as always. Coming up, yeah, man. People are really excited. Nick Caley, there you go, shooting out, man. We are too. We are really intrigued to see what it is that his offense looks like. I am. I want to see how different a feel the changes that we're going to see from this offense. You need to hold your tongue.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can't help but think, what if? I mean, like a lot of people like to come out on the text line. Can't wait, Nick. I don't know what you're excited about, man. I really don't. I just don't. I can't. And I'm not faulting anybody for it, by the way. So don't get pissed at me now if you're out there and you are excited. That's cool. I wish I could be more like that. Mine is more along the lines of boy, this Nick Caserio experiment better work. I mean, boy, D'Amico Ryans better. I mean, the story of C.J. Stroud's rookie contract better not be two offensive play callers that had never called plays before, and we could never figure it out offensively.
Yeah, because it does, like the name you brought up, the other Nick name you brought up, it does feel like this is shifting more to like where his mind goes. This seems like the offensive side seems like it's shifting more.
The thing would be criminal if it weren't. Like, it would be criminal for D'Amico Ryans to go hire guys that Nick Caserio has all this experience with and not go, hey, Nick, man, you got to help me with this one, bro. Like, these dudes right here are all these are all your guys.
He didn't consult Nick.
Yeah, I mean, it's silly. It's silly talk. Like, you look silly trying to say anything else, right? I mean, that is, I mean, any way you slice it, Nick's hand is heavy in this offensive staff they've hired, the scheme that they plan on running, every single bit of it, and rightfully so. I would just hate for my squad to look up and we've gone through two inexperienced play callers with the greatness of C.J. Stroud while we were getting him on a rookie deal, right? Sorry, I just that's just where. It makes a lot more sense to think about those things, unfortunately negative things, than it does to I'm excited about what this guy brings to the table. Excited about newness, excited about Bobby being gone, cool.
No, I just want to see what the difference is.
I'm fascinated with it.
They clearly, which we can all understand based off what the hell we watched last year, especially from an offensive line protection perspective.
Right.
Clearly feel like they needed to go in a different direction and try something new. Now, they didn't change a lot of the coaching staff,
right?
But it seems like they have changed. I would not say they have changed some philosophies. We will see, and we will get a chance to lay our eyes on that coming up this summer in that hot ass sun.
Now I'm anticipating. I'm fascinated with. I'm intrigued. I can't let myself get excited about something I have no idea what the hell it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. I can't help you with that.
I'm excited about it.
Even when D'Amico came and he brought Bobby, I think we had an idea of what kind of offense it was going to be.
Yeah. And look, I'm excited about Texans overall. I mean, I'm real excited about that defense.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't typically Jones to see like dominant defensive teams play. It's just it's good football, obviously, but it's not the funnest games to cover and watch. But I'm gonna tell you, this one's. You want to talk about a reason to get excited? Flip over to that defensive side of the football, all the way down. I mean, it don't matter. All the way down. The schemer and play caller, the young talent, the old talent, the new guys, the old guy. I mean, it's all it's
this
sexy.
May be crazy. If they're not top 5, feels like something has terribly gone wrong.
Hell, in this division,
like injuries, something. If they're not top 5.
Yes, agree wholeheartedly.
At least, yeah. They got a chance to be exceptional over there. All right, the Rockets force a game 6. We agreed. We thought Jalen Green would have to play a major part if they were going to force a game 6. The only other game they had won prior to last night. And you can look at these games and say the production of Jalen Green kind of leads you to see where the game goes. Well, that wasn't the case last night, Clint. I know for you were in a 3 minutes in pool and wanting to see, but even in that, you felt like that was the best opportunity for them to get rolling. Well, last night, Clint, in 27 minutes, he gives you 11 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists on 3 of 8 shooting. That's exactly his shooting numbers from game 4, 3 of 8. No turnovers, which I think was a big deal in this one. But, Clint, I think right now it's just showing us clarity, man. Like, Jalen Green, I think you kind of said it a little bit earlier. I know it's hard to even come to the conclusion of that, but right now what he is showing you is he is a blend-in player. He is a role player. He is a player that you shouldn't have the expectation to step forward. He is a player that can get you 7 in a game, that will get you 8 in a game. That will get you 9 in a game. Hell, they'll get you 11 in a game. That's what he's done in 4 out of the 5. Like, right, 2 games you feel like, all right, man, maybe it's an awful. This is 4 times in 5 games, in the most important games when the defense is keying on you. And I think if they approach it like this and just say, hey, man, just play solid. Don't have 5 turnovers in a game. Don't just be awful.
Yeah.
I think this is the to me, clarity of how to look at him is yesterday, man, he just blended in, and that seems to be maybe what he is.
Well, right now, the way he just naturally blended is probably the best bet for him moving forward, and probably the best bet for us moving forward.
The Rockets,
yeah, to put so much effort into trying to get him going is just it's proven to be more times than not a failure, and so. Yeah, I think yesterday, although the way the game went, I think probably dictated kind of what they did in the second half, and the fact that they didn't need anybody in the second half at any point in time to be special or to go make shots, really. Probably let him off the hook, if we're being honest, let him and a bunch of guys off the hook. But, boy, the way they started that game, the way it seemed to be more of an effort to get the entire team involved and not just one guy involved, that seems the way to go. And when that is the case, he is definitely a role player. When you're not coming down the floor and he's, somebody's going away from the ball and picking for Jalen Green, so Jalen Green come and get the ball and get it at the top of the key. And when you're not doing those things, he slides right into a role player, and he seems right now really comfortable and okay with that being the role.
And very much like role players, like his night is going to be really decided on how it starts.
Yeah.
Now he makes a couple of shots early. and maybe he may feel something, right? Maybe he may go, oh, okay. Now you may be into the 20 to 30 point Jalen Green that he's capable of. But I think if you just approach it with what he has shown you to be in this 5-game series, then and almost for the make a lot more sense for them. I just think he's given clarity to me of what he is in this series. And as you said, that's not somebody you got to say, hey man, we got to get him in the game. We got to get the ball going. We got to get him started. We got to get him going. Let's force it to create things for him. No, I don't think that's it anymore. All right, Tyler, let's get to it here. As you have been on a roll, a lot of people wait for this segment every day. T-Mill's best bets. What are the bets tonight?
Damn right. Been a hell of a week. Sticking with what's working. NBA playoffs tonight. Only 2 games in action, but I got 5 more best bets. Here they are. I list them off quickly. If you need them, check out the Twitter at T-Mill Real Deal. First, Nuggets with some points. +7 tonight at the LA Clippers in that one. Next, I'm on the over in that game as well. These overs have been money. Yeah. All them unders were hitting the first 2, 3, 4 games of these playoff series.
This series, the Clippers and Nuggets have probably played the best offensive games that I've seen outside of like OKC and Cleveland.
Yeah. So that over, I got it at 212. And then 3 more player props for you. Doing pretty well in the props lately, except for freaking Jalen Green. First, the turd himself, known as James Harden, with the LA Clippers. Under 9.5 assists in that game tonight. Under 9.5 assists. That might be my favorite one. Kawhi Leonard, over 7.5 rebounds tonight for the Clippers. Won some money on his rebounds recently. Towns, the New York Knicks, he's going to have over 23.5 points. Over 23.5 for Cat. What do you like or what do you don't at this point this week? You should just like all of them.
I definitely like the Nuggets Clippers over, and they have been setting that Harden assist really high. Like for him to have to get 10 assists. I like that. I feel like he may be in more score mode. Carl, man, Carl's like he's a better version of Jalen Green. Like you just don't know what Carl's going to give. Like, Carl ain't going to give you 7 to this person who texted in. Come on, guys, they're keying in on Jalen, just like we're keying in on Steph. Are they crying at Golden State? You got to be kidding me.